Dax. Hashtag PR extraordinaire. Hashtag power top. Hashtag slay. Haxmore Designs has the most highly anticipated men's apparel line of the year, I said, giving credit where it was due as fashion mogul Jarek Haxmore leaned back in a leather chair, his arms folded, expression stiff. I was midway through my presentation, pitching my company's history, credentials, and stats. We'd rented this hotel suite in Thailand, where Haxmore had been staying for 2 weeks, as the venue to try and win him over. To his left, his assistant sat in another leather chair, appearing totally uninterested in my pitch as she scrolled through her iPad. I dropped everything in Hollywood the moment my business partner and I discovered Jarek Haxmore was in the market for a PR firm to handle his new commercial line of apparel. We weren't about to lose this opportunity to any of our competitors. Haxmore Designs received some fabulous publicity over the past year, including exposure in a recent reality series with Anna Wintour, and Haxmore's latest plan to transition into commercial fashion with a line for several department stores was the talk of the town. It was an account every PR firm was eager to manage, and with Haxmore in the market for the best, I was ready to fight for our shot. This is fashion, I pressed on. We understand aesthetic, image, and brand. Your consumers want it to be big and hot, a campaign that sizzles. They want to know why they need this, and we at ClientSmart Global can give you that. I pressed a button on the remote in my hand, changing the projector slide, then indicating the screen to my right. Haxmore sighed as though he was already exhausted, and I hadn't even made it to the pitch yet. Okay, I've had enough of this. I'm going to level with you, Dax, because I'm not interested in wasting your time. As you know, it's only because of your partner that I was even willing to take this meeting. If Elliot hadn't been climbing to base camp on Mount Everest, he would have been here. But since he was unavailable, and I had no doubt in my ability to reel Haxmore in, we'd made do. Frida Inc. has expressed serious interest in our account, Haxmore added, and on the heels of their success with Vinnie Creed's H&M line, I struggled to keep from growling at the mention of Frida Inc., a rival PR firm that had seized an opportunity I'd been working up for months with Vinnie Creed. Their company had hit a grand slam with their successful campaign, making them the current envy of the PR world. We were number 2. And I didn't live my life by being a number 2. I'm certain I can persuade you guys to work with our firm on this campaign, I assured him, more determined than ever. Frida Inc. had a good year. Yes, they're the trendy firm. But our firm has had far more success, particularly with brands that aren't already established, finding a way to bring them into the market. We can give you the best launch in the goddamn world. The reputation of your confidence precedes you, Dax Monroe. However, confidence isn't what we're interested in. We want results. We have the numbers and the history, same as Frida Inc. We are pioneers on the social media front. Not only are we innovative and one of a kind, but we promise to make your account our number 1 priority. I shared a look with my assistant, Carter, seated in another leather chair on the opposite side of the boardroom table from Haxmore and his assistant. I could tell by the way Carter frowned that he knew this wasn't going well for us. Haxmore turned back to his assistant. Could you pull up the image, Farah? Farah rose from her seat and walked to the front of the boardroom, where she unplugged my laptop from the projector and swapped the cable with one of her own to connect her iPad. She moved around the screen on her tablet, then clicked on an icon. The image of a firefighter popped up, hot as sin, with 6-pack abs framed perfectly by walls of muscle and a bulging chest and biceps. He held a Sharpay, both of them soaked. The firefighter had short, dirty blonde hair, a damp lock of his bangs curling over his forehead. He looked at the camera with these big, deep blue eyes that appeared to be able to see right through me, smirking as though he owned the goddamn world with that beautiful face of his. Do you know who this is? Everyone knows HottieFirefighter, I said. He saved the Sharpay from the car in the river. Kid caught this picture when he came out of the water, hashtagged the hell out of it for Instagram, and it went viral. It was my job to be on top of what was vogue, and HottieFirefighter was one of the top trending images of the past few weeks. This guy's got modeling and reality show offers, Haxmore went on. He's probably the most coveted commodity right now. I know image, and this guy is the image we want. If it's a hot model you're interested in, a hot model. You think I struggle to find hot models, Dax? That's not what this is about. You and I both know there are some things that just work. I have a white wedding dress, very simple design, that sells like hotcakes, and then I have the same one with a little extra fabric here and there, a couple of decorative pieces, nothing else, that sells a quarter as much. Maybe. I have other dresses. Same care on my part, don't sell for shit. I could spend years marketing them, and no one would give a damn. They'd sell, yes, but not like the simple white dress. So why waste my time promoting the other dresses when I know I already have a hit? I waited for him to bring us back around to his point, though I was fairly sure I knew where this was going. This firefighter, he continued. What is it about him that appeals to people more than the rest of the hot guys in the world? He's built like Adonis. He's cut like it's been years since he's seen a car, but probably eats a Dunkin' Donuts every morning. His eyes fucking see right through you in a photo some lazy-ass teen took, thinking it'd be cool to share with their friends. He's saving a goddamn Sharpay. He is Superman. Men want to be him, women want to fuck him. Hell, I want to fuck him. He paused for a moment. But all of that can be replicated. All of that can be imitated, and yet one thing changes, and the rest falls apart. No, he's the hit. Something about him has infected the zeitgeist, and is the reason that picture, out of every goddamn image on the net, went viral. He's goddamn lightning in a bottle. While I didn't disagree with his logic per se, it was clear the appeal he saw in this guy extended beyond interest into a bit of an obsession, not so much with the firefighter, but about this philosophy he'd developed about why it had become such a sensation. While to some degree he could be right, the guy could have just been lucky as fuck, gotten the right amount of clicks at the right time, launching him into the spotlight, which he would fall out of in no time, as every celeb does. Haxmore said, "We throw this guy in our clothes, and they make that mental connection. This will make me feel like Superman. That's our brand." Despite my skepticism around his reasons for wanting to work with this guy, I didn't see HottieFirefighter hurting the brand or my plans for working with Haxmore Designs. This all seems manageable? His expression twisted up. No. Freda Inc. tried to get in touch with him. We've talked to other firms who've tried, so barring you being able to get me this guy, we're signing with Freda Inc. I'm not going to BS you guys because I respect you both. I was willing to take this meeting because Elliot is persuasive, and I didn't have to leave the comfort of my vacation, but this is just the way it is, and I'm sure you know if you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. He wasn't wrong, but I wasn't losing this to Freda Inc. I can get you HottieFirefighter, I said with certainty. Haxmore narrowed his eyes at me. Really? Yes. He chuckled, turning to Farah, who laughed with him. Carter appeared equally suspicious. What the hell? Why was no one on my side? Well, if you can land HottieFirefighter before next week, when we make our final decision, our accounts are all yours. Haxmore smiled as though he was impressed, but also like he didn't believe I could do it. And woe to the man who didn't believe I was more than talk. I didn't fucking get to where I was by bullshitting people. I got there by being a hard-working, ass-kicking motherfucker who didn't take no for an answer. As soon as Haxmore left the boardroom we'd rented for the day, I caught my breath. And there we go, I groaned. Maybe it was going to be a challenge, but I fucking lived for challenges. I turned to Carter, who was texting on his phone as he stretched out across the leather chair, throwing his legs over the arm. Okay, where can I find this guy? I asked him. What are you snickering about? You bullshitted Haxmore into thinking this is a done deal, and you don't even know where Mr. HottieFirefighter lives. It'll be a done deal once I get his people on the phone. Haxmore Designs is the future of fashion, so I guarantee you we can negotiate whatever this guy wants. Carter eyed me suspiciously. Are you sure this doesn't have to do with that slightly competitive streak of yours? I picked up his sarcasm from the over-dramatic way he exaggerated slightly. You expect me to pretend I'm not going after this to shove it up Frida Inc.'s asses? You know how this business works, Carter. One day you're in, one day you're out, until you fight your way back in again. I'm here because I can see marketing gold. And this Haxmore account will get us back to the top. And we know how you love the top. I ignored his innuendo and went on. If I had to get on my knees and suck Haxmore's dick, I would. But no. All I have to do is hire a random firefighter in some small bumpkin town place. Fever Falls. What? That's where he's from. While you were busy playing Faye Dunaway's character in Network, I was doing my due diligence on this guy, in no small part because of those abs. God damn it, those are hot. He showed me his phone, revealing the HottieFirefighter image he'd pulled up. I love his abs, but I love the deets more right now. This Fever Falls sounds familiar. It's a city in Georgia, Ash Carmichael's stomping ground. Quarterback celeb Ash was repped by Elliot, whom I sometimes stepped in to help when he was too busy. I'd forgotten that was the place he'd taken up residence. Oh, that's right. Still seems an odd name for a place. Fever fucking Falls? Did they all have the flu? Is this where the first smallpox outbreak was? Carter enjoyed my sarcasm before adding, Obviously, I haven't researched the history of the town. Would you like me to do that, or do you want the scoop I got from Leslie over at WME? Leslie Manning? Is she his agent? Does she know we're interested? Don't make us sound desperate. Calm the fuck down, Dax. If you would listen for 5 seconds instead of running your mouth, I'd give you all the dirt. She's not representing him. She's talked to everyone. Haxmore wasn't kidding. The guy's turned down talk shows, radio interviews, blogs, everything. Keeps telling people he's not interested in any of that. Yeah, and Chip and Joanna told everyone they weren't interested in doing another TV series. But when the check's written for the right amount, no one says no. Ever. And you heard Haxmore. They will pay out the ass for an endorsement deal with this guy. Cynical? Maybe. Realistic? Definitely. As far as Leslie knows, Carter went on, he's either playing an amazing game of hard to get, or he's not interested in the whole internet celebrity thing. I laughed. Not interested. Oh, this guy's in way over his head. Get me his number, and evidently he changed his number. Leslie says no one can get in touch with him. Clever fuck. Then get me his address and a flight to Atlanta. You're gonna go to Fever Falls, Georgia? Why are you giving me that look? Yes, I'm going to personally secure one of the biggest marketing campaigns this country has ever seen. I'm going to nail this guy before he fucking signs on with Frida Inc. or grabs a $1 million deal with Johnson & Johnson or Ford, because I didn't get here by sitting on my ass all day. I made sure to glance Carter over as he continued sitting in that goddamn chair like a slack ass. He raised his hands in surrender. Gotcha, Power Top. Just calm your ass down and let Carter handle everything. Pack your bags because you'll be on a flight to Atlanta in a couple of hours. First class, of course. You still have that arrogant expression all over your face. I just think it's funny how cocky you still are about this. Leslie Manning doesn't give up easily, and if she says she's hitting a brick wall, then I have to think this is going to be trickier than you realize. I'm a little more impressive than Leslie Manning. Give me my props. Watch and learn why I'm the boss. I'll have a signed contract with this guy in the next 48 hours, and we'll be on our way to making history with the most highly anticipated brand of the year. Sure, Jan. Sure, Jan. What? Carter groaned. You haven't seen the GIF? When I shook my head, he continued. Clearly, I know why I'm in charge of all our social media publicity. It's from the Brady Bunch movie. Jan Brady keeps telling all these big, ridiculous lies, and Marcia just rolls her eyes and says, "Sure, Jan." "Are you saying I'm telling a big, ridiculous lie?" He cocked a brow. "I should know whether or not it is in a few days, right?" "Just gives me more motivation to ace this." Plenty of people had doubted me in my life. Skepticism didn't faze me. I could always prove them wrong. "Go get 'em, Dex!" I started out of the office. Lots of shit to take care of. But then a thought hit me, and I slipped back in, opening my mouth, feeling a little silly. "You need his name?" Carter asked, a coy smile across his face. "You're enjoying stealing my thunder, aren't you? I take pride in watching you suffer from time to time. Nice to delight in those rare moments when you have to be somewhat humble." "Name?" I asked, because as much as he might have liked it, I sure as fuck didn't. "Jace Cruce." I narrowed my eyes. Oh, that's a sexy Hollywood name if I ever heard one. Hope he's ready to be a star. Chapter 2. Jace. Hashtag HottieFirefighter. Hashtag Sharpay I love. "Jace, right there," Mads called out as we worked together in that rhythm we always so effortlessly found when we got together. She was on her knees. I thrust from behind, sliding my hand up her side and around to her breast, cupping it as I reveled in how good it felt to be inside her. She rolled her head side to side as she reached behind her, pressing her hand against the back of my head as she offered that familiar moan. "Oh, there we go," she said. "Give it to me." She chuckled during her climax before calling out my name. With one hand on her breast and the other on her hip, I picked up my pace as my orgasm shot through me like a fucking bullet. "God fucking damn it," I cursed as I spilled into the condom within her, pressing up against her back and kissing her auburn hair. We panted together, Mads enjoying what I recognized as a satisfied chuckle. "Oh, damn. It's not enough that you had to be hung. You had to be good at this, too." "Only as good as the company." We enjoyed a few moments, reveling in the afterglow, and then Mads headed into the bathroom to shower off before work. I flipped on the TV and watched some CSI rerun until she came out of the bathroom and started changing into her work clothes. "That's a nice show there," I acknowledged as she slid into her jeans, her breasts still on full display for me to enjoy. "Is it half as good as this show?" she asked, simpering as she looked me over. I hadn't realized I wasn't even under the covers until she said that, and I had a boner again. "Jace Cruce, that thing looks about as girthy as it feels." "Everything about you feels good, Mads. Now you're just trying to flatter me. And you know compliments annoy me." I laughed. "Hey, only fair if you're going to dispense them too." She shook her head as she threw on a bra. My cell buzzed on the nightstand, and I checked the number. "Next up," she teased. "I'd better grab my things and jet out of here." I'd enjoy that joke more if it wasn't my brother calling. Go ahead and take it. Say hey to him for me. I'll call him back. I have company and don't want to be rude. She snickered. "Oh, Jace, you are a dangerous man. Some woman is going to fall head over heels for you, but it's fun to have you for a minute in the meantime." "God, remember when we really were going at it for a while there?" I asked. "Oh, yes. It's a fun dick, but I wish it wasn't attached to the rest of you." "Hey, don't tease." I'm kidding. But it was fun to catch up on old times. I can't believe you were even able to make time now that you're a big, famous celebrity." I slapped my hand against my forehead. "Don't remind me about that stupid crap." "What are you talking about? You're social media famous. Everyone in town knows who you are. You have to enjoy that at least a tiny bit." Who could have imagined how far one little pic of me rescuing a Sharpay would go? Suddenly I found myself the target of not only the people of Fever Falls, but also national media outlets wanting to do interviews and talk shows. It has its perks, like people around town being friendly. I'm fine with all that. But when I changed my number because the press wouldn't stop calling, they started calling Mom and Keegan. If you had more exes, you'd know how to deal with that. Trust me on this. I enjoyed her playfulness about my situation. I could tell she was just trying to lighten me up about it, but I wasn't used to being the center of attention. Not for such a stupid reason, at least. And it was one of the reasons I turned down the talk show circus that so many wanted me to partake in. Not my thing. Once Mads finished grabbing her belongings for work, we headed downstairs, where Mac sat in the corner of the living room in the charcoal gray bed I bought for him the day after I rescued him. "Oh, there's the real star of the show," Mads said as she approached him, then stooped down and gave him a good neck rub. He panted, swiping his tongue across her arm before licking at the cast on his right leg. "Mac, bet you didn't know this was going to get you in a nice little townhouse with a pretty face like Jace's, did you?" "He didn't know that truck was going to get him to a lot of places," I joked. I still don't know how a Shar-Pei wound up trapped in a truck in Fever Creek. Wife and husband had stopped for a picnic at the park. The wife had gotten out on the passenger side, and before she could grab their picnic basket, this stray Shar-Pei smelled the food and leaped inside, onto the floorboard. It surprised the husband, a retired vet, who bounded out the other side out of instinct without putting the truck into park. So as the thing went rolling down to the creek, the door shut on the pooch's paw, which I think scared him about as much as the adventure of the truck sliding downstream until it got stuck on a rock. "Poor baby," she said. "Poor baby. I've been treating Mac like a king. He doesn't want for anything these days, and he'll only eat pedigree dog food. He's going to be the most spoiled little fella in town." "Somehow, I don't doubt that," Mads said, enjoying a laugh. "But that doesn't really explain how you wound up on the scene without a shirt on." She glared at me, appearing suspicious as hell. "There were some ladies at the park, and Bo told me to put on a bit of a show for them," I admitted. "Oh, you guys are the worst." "Hey, we get our kicks where we can." And a few women's digits, apparently. "So what made you decide to take this guy in?" Let's just say we kind of hit it off. And we had. I'd saved plenty of animals, and typically we either returned them to their owners or took them to the shelter. But there was something special about that little Shar-Pei, and I couldn't stand the idea of taking him to the shelter. So I caved. Mads offered Mac a few more pets, and then we headed to the door. In just a pair of jeans I'd thrown on before we came down, I opened the door, and we hugged it out. "Take care of that doggy and that ego for me, will you?" "All over it." She looked out the door, glancing around. "Oh, no paparazzi? How disappointing. Here I thought I was getting lucky with Mr. Superstar." I laughed as she winked and headed to her Toyota Corolla in the drive next to my Jeep Wrangler. Always a fun time with Mads. I stepped back into my townhouse. Mac relaxed in the doggy bed, and I collapsed onto the couch, appreciating the fun times Mads and I had shared. We didn't hook up much, especially recently, so when she messaged me for a little booty call before work, I was totally game. Hell, it was nice to mess around with someone I already knew, rather than one of these women who only seemed to take an interest since I'd made headlines over my picture with Mac. I chilled out at my place some before my shift later in the afternoon, when I headed to the fire station. Bo needed my help with changing some of the equipment in the pumper, so I lent him a hand in the bay. "Quiet day, busy night," Bo said. "Don't jinx it, man," I said as I continued stocking with him. He snickered, opening a box on the floor beside him, packed with supplies. "How are you and Ash doing, by the way?" I asked. "You guys have been like honeymooners the past few months, so I figure you might as well be putting a ring on it." "I sure hope I don't have to work on my actual honeymoon," he joked. Fair point. We haven't talked about getting engaged. Probably one day, but we're both just taking it as it comes. I'm sure it'll come up eventually, though. Ash has been the best thing to happen to me. You know, there are those people in your life who, when you look at them, they make you want to be better, and then encourage you along the way. "Yeah, I know the sort," I said, thinking about my mom. Lucky when we find those people. "Hey, will you two lovebirds get back to work?" A deep voice came from nearby, which I recognized as Zed's. Turning, I saw the little guy coming around the pumper, his hands on his hips, a smile stretched across his face. "Did you hear something, Bo?" I asked as I turned away from Zed. "I don't think I did." "I can't hear baby noobs. Did you hear something?" "I thought I did, but I think it was just an annoying gust of wind." Zed sidled up beside us, and I turned to him, offering a playful smile so he'd know I was just kidding around with him. An experienced firefighter who'd transferred to our station from Atlanta, He was getting the ceremonial newbie treatment from a lot of us, but I could tell by the way he grinned that he enjoyed the teasing. It was kind of the way I was with my bro, always in good fun. Well, if you can't see or hear me, then I guess the guy looking for Jace the ace up front is gonna have to deal. Here at the station? I asked. Want me to scare him off? I rolled my eyes. Another pap? Pap? Zed asked. Who the hell do you think you are, Adam Levine? Let me have my 15 minutes. Come on now, man, Bo said. You're taking up way more than 15 minutes. Screw you. But I got it. I'll give this guy the shake. What kind of shake are we talking about here? Zed asked, offering a quick jerk of his hand to simulate a hand job. Get your mind out of the gutter, Zed. Hard to, when your mind is crowding everywhere else. Ha ha, you're a fast learner, kid. We're gonna get along just fine. I patted him on the back before heading out the dual doors leading through the hall to the main lobby. Pushing through the lobby doors, I rounded the corner to see a man standing behind the front desk, sunglasses on and wearing a black leather biker jacket with vertical zippered pockets on either side. His dark hair was gelled to the side, and a thin layer of scruff speckled his face, uneven enough to be either a 5 o'clock shadow or a tailored, unkempt look. Whatever it was sexy as hell. I knew a hot guy when I saw one, and it never made me uneasy or shut down the way some guys did over a little male-on-male appreciation. Hey, stud, I said as I approached him, and he shifted about like he was confused before turning to me. What the fuck is he doing wearing sunglasses inside? I struggled to imagine what his eyes might look like. Blue, I figured, or maybe green. Both would have complemented that sexy face. You must be Jace Cruz, he said. I'd had every intention of telling him to fuck off. But this guy, for some reason, intrigued me. At the very least, I didn't want to chase that pretty mug of his away. Not just yet. I leaned so the small of my back rested against the desk. Folding my arms, I gave him a once-over, but I couldn't help myself, and immediately after gave him a twice-over. You from some paper or blog? Want an interview, I guess? He snickered as though I'd insulted him, which only made me more curious about what he was doing here. But something else was driving me crazy. You always wear sunglasses inside? I asked. Oh, shit. I hadn't even thought about it. He removed them, and I immediately blurted out, Oh, Hazel. What? His thick eyebrows pulled together. What the fuck am I saying? I was thinking maybe you had blue or green eyes, but these suit you even better. He didn't seem any less puzzled by my remark, but I didn't fucking care because, damn, he was a hot motherfucker. What the hell was I thinking? I'd never gotten like this with a guy before, but something about him was intriguing as hell, especially as he gazed at me through narrowed eyes, inspecting my expression as though trying to sort something out about me. I winked at him, adding, Sorry, I just say whatever I'm thinking. I'm an open book, the guys always say. Not as open as you might think, he remarked, and we stared each other down like we were both trying to figure the other out. Was he gay? The way he assessed me made me think, perhaps, or at least bi. What did it even matter, though? It wasn't as if we would have done anything. So I take it you didn't come all the way down to the station so we could stare at each other all day? You're apparently not that easy to get a hold of, so this was my only option. I swung by your place first, but your neighbor Amy told me you were here. I'm surprised. Amy's been good about not telling anyone shit. Well, I initially tried to bribe her, but she told me I could go fuck myself and my goddamn money, and that it was a waste of my time coming down here because you were just going to tell me to go to hell anyway. Oh, I see you made a good impression on Amy, I said with a laugh, imagining her telling him off. She gets kind of protective. She's quite something. Yeah, 83 has definitely made her speak her mind, but I can't say she's wrong. So you're not here from the media. You're not looking for an interview or anything. More a business proposition. If we could go somewhere a little more private. Well, now you're just flirting. What? No. He seemed totally thrown, like he couldn't take a fucking joke. I'm kidding. But I need to get back to work, and I'd like to chat with you some more, so why don't we meet up to discuss this, proposition of yours? That'd be perfect, he said, this sexy and almost too charming smile overtaking his expression. There's a place called Fever Pitch over on Fever Street. Friend of mine manages the place. That sounds like it'll be easy enough to find. Well, not that easy, though. Don't mistake it for Fever, the bar. It happens a lot. But say we'll meet there tomorrow at 7? I was hoping I'd get to see you sooner than that. But I take it with your job. You're a busy guy, so I'll take what I can get. Even that comment sounded like innuendo. And I liked it. I felt this impulse to growl at him like a fucking animal. But I held it back. Keep it together, Jace. Act cool. Sounds like a date then, I said with a wink. Hopeful more than teasing. Yes, it is. Do I get a name to put with those hazel eyes? Oh, of course. Dax Monroe. We shook hands, and he headed off, leaving me with a massive hard-on in my pants. Chapter 3. Dax. Not much about this guy online. Carter's voice came through my cell, on speaker, set on the desk in my hotel room. I slid my jeans on in front of the floor-length mirror by the bathroom, my hair still damp from the shower I'd just taken. The shadows cast under my abs and chest made me appreciate all that time I'd spent with my personal trainer over the past few months, as well as the hotel lighting, which was rarely so flattering. From some of the articles posted online before he made all his accounts private, Carter continued. Apparently the guy's adopted and has a brother. His adoptive father passed a few years back. Yeah, I did the same Google searches as you, Carter. When I saw he was adopted, it made me feel as though I'd peered into a part of his life I shouldn't have been privy to. Certainly, if it was publicly available, that wasn't an issue, but nevertheless, it didn't feel right, and it stopped me from snooping around much more. Look who's getting snippy, Carter said. Is that because you're nervous this guy is going to tell you where you can shove your dream deal with Haxmore? Seems like a pretty laid-back, down-to-earth guy. Did you just call someone down-to-earth? I said he seems down-to-earth. But you know how this business goes. How many small-town guys have we seen reveal their true selves when confronted with opportunities, fame, and, most of all, big paydays? Damn straight. I wasn't saying that because you're right. I was repeating it because you say that all the time. I chuckled as I realized the truth of it. It doesn't change that it's true. Well, if you ever wonder why you're nearing your 30s and still single, look no further than that logic. I'm best on my own. Not something I felt bad about either. I'd been on my own since I was a kid, and I could take care of myself just fine. But I digress. Bottom line is, a few drinks and a little smooth talking, and this Jace Cruz guy will be on the first flight to LAX to seal this deal. Trust me. I've only had to be in this city for a night to know he'll be glad to have an opportunity to get out of here. Come on. It can't be that bad. I was looking at their site. It says it's an up-and-coming city. You know what kind of city calls itself up-and-coming? A city that's not going anywhere. Would you brand anything with up-and-coming? Maybe my dick on a good night. Okay, fair. Anything besides a dick. I get your point. But you never know. Don't knock Ash Carmichael's hometown now. Yeah, I guess if it's good enough for him, it can't be all that bad. I conceded. Jace Cruz might not be all that bad either. He might surprise you. He already has, I muttered, hoping Carter didn't hear me. When I was at the fire station, confronted with the man from that viral pic, I was blown away. There was something about him, aside from being absurdly attractive, that got to me. I'd been around models, superstars, hotties galore throughout my career, dime a dozen. But he had more than that. I'd seen it in the picture. Then I saw it in person, too. But it wasn't just the enviable it factor that Haxmore had picked up on, although I couldn't put my finger on what I found so goddamn compelling about him. Ah, ho, someone sounds smitten, Carter added, clearly catching on to my comment about Jace surprising me. He's a charming guy, I admitted. Okay, well, have fun on your date. Go get him, Power Top. I rolled my eyes, picking up every bit of the suggestiveness he'd thrown down. Thanks, Carter. I'll see you on the other side, when we get this account and settle up with the hottest ad campaign of the year. You sound like a supervillain, Dax. I love it. Shut the fuck up. I wondered about the quality of the restaurant we were meeting at, but as I entered fever pitch, I was pleasantly surprised. It wasn't half bad. The booths and tables were packed with patrons engaged in lively conversations. In a corner room, a couple of pool tables were set up. No one was playing at them just yet, but I figured it was probably a little early for that. Jace and I hadn't exchanged numbers, but I assumed he would keep his word. Wasn't much of a reason for him to stand me up when he could have just as easily told me to fuck off the day before. I checked my phone. 6:45 p.m. He had some time, so I made myself comfortable on a stool at the bar on the other side of the restaurant. The bartender grabbed me a dirty martini, which I enjoyed during my wait, watching the baseball game playing on the TV screen behind the bar. I glanced around the restaurant once again, noticing a table where a little boy, maybe 8, made faces at who I assumed was his younger sister. His sis laughed, and his mom told him to cut it out. A real-life family. Something worth drinking to. I downed most of my martini before I heard a voice behind me say, "Now don't get started without me." I set my glass down and turned to see those dark blue eyes peering right through me, the way they seemed to in the Instagram photo. "Hey, Dallas, you mind grabbing me a cold Budweiser?" he asked the bartender. "And I think my buddy'll have another." "That'd be great. Thanks." He slumped onto the stool beside me, and once Dallas brought us our drinks, we headed over to a booth. "Thanks for meeting with me," I said. "Well, it's my day off, and I figured I had to eat dinner anyway." He took a sip from his Budweiser bottle, then set it on the table, narrowing his eyes, his lips twisting up at the corners. "I swear, if you say you want an interview, though, no interview." "Promise." "What kind of business proposition are we talking about, then?" "I'm with a PR company. We handle some of the biggest accounts in the country, everything from Mercedes to Gerber Baby to Abercrombie. We develop their top ad strategies, head up their biggest campaigns." "Oh, wow. Is that why you were acting like you were such a big deal when you came into the station, all wearing your sunglasses inside?" "No, I'm just giving you hell, man." That charming smile overtook his face. It caught me nearly as off guard as he did. "I'm just trying to get a feel for you." "You can feel me all you want." I tightened my fist as I worked to control the desire he stirred. "So where are you from?" "Los Angeles. Well, West Hollywood, really." "Ah, a big city boy. And you're not denying it, so what do you think of our Fever Falls?" "Did you want to talk about Fever Falls, or about a business proposition?" "Can't we talk about both, or were you in some rush?" "I'm always in a rush." His face scrunched up, and I noticed he was even more attractive like that. Made me wonder what he looked like when he was fucking someone. A woman, I reminded myself, given the info Carter had shared with me. "That sounds more revealing than you probably meant it." Again with those goddamn eyes of his that looked right into me as though they could see back into my past, my history, my everything. "Fever Falls seems like a nice place. Very friendly," I said, redirecting the conversation back to his inquiry. Jace shook his head. "You aren't a fan, are you?" "I can honestly say that most of my time has been spent in the hotel, so I wouldn't be able to speak to it more than that." "Fair enough. Just some guys from places like New York City and LA can get a little judgy when they come here. We're not the biggest city in the world, but stick around and you'll find some great people." "I have no doubt about that," I assured him, playing along with his game more than paying much mind to what he was saying. The waiter arrived and took our orders. "Just chicken tenders?" he asked me as soon as the waiter left. I wasn't surprised by the question, because the way he kept on with his order, I figured he might as well have asked for one of everything on the menu. "Diet." He seemed particularly annoyed by that, but didn't comment further, just said, "Okay, I'm ready to hear about this business proposition." "One of my company's clients has expressed serious interest in working with you for their current ad campaign." "Ad campaign?" "Yeah. Billboards, commercials. This would be a little bit of everything." "Who is this?" "Well, I'd be happy to disclose that, but if you're interested, I say we at least sign an NDA and an agreement that you're willing to work with us." "Oh, wow, sounds like I need an attorney for this." He pondered for a moment. "Commercials? I'd be like the Geico Gecko?" he asked with a wink. Probably more like Progressive's Flow, but that's actually a pretty good idea of what you'd be doing. He chuckled before throwing his head back to enjoy a good laugh. He took another sip of his beer before saying, "This is some crazy shit, Dax, right?" I confirmed it, and he said, "Listen, you have to bear with me for a second. This has all been a lot to deal with recently, and so far outside anything I'm used to. I've spent most of my life in Fever Falls, and stuff like this just doesn't happen unless you happen to be a big-shot sports celebrity like Ash Carmichael, who for the past few months had paparazzi hounding him after being outed online. But after my picture got big, I was getting all these calls, so much that I had to change my number. I even stayed at my mom's place for a few days because people were hiding in the bushes outside my house to get pictures. It was out of this world." As I'd suspected, the guy was in way over his head. I almost felt bad that I would be persuading him to get himself in this that much deeper. You've got to enjoy some of it, though. "Oh yeah, it's a little fun. And it's awesome having people and even kids coming up and asking for autographs. And I got Mac out of it, so..." "Mac is..." "My little Shar-Pei." I laughed. Of course. He looked like a Mac, so good name selection. "So, what do you say? You interested in being the face of a brand?" "Me? The face of a brand?" He laughed out loud as though that was the funniest shit he'd ever heard. "But what exactly does that even entail?" "For something like this, a year commitment to the endorsement deal, but a longer non-compete clause. You'll be expected to, at the drop of a hat, head off to any city worldwide for photo shoots and commercial shoots. You know how singers go on tour, or like Miss America? You'll be doing something similar, but to represent the brand at events, fashion shows." "What about the station?" "The fire station? You would have to take time off to make this commitment, but we could likely work something out for you to work too." He bit his lip, as though that was his greatest obstacle. "I think maybe I need to tell you. We're talking high six figures here. I'm not dicking you around, flying out here to bullshit you with some offer that won't be well worth your time. This would be lucrative for everyone involved." He sighed. "Yeah, I just don't know. I'm sure you know this isn't the first pitch I've heard since all this started, and, well, it was especially hard to handle when everything was happening those first couple of weeks. I like my life. I like my job. I like my little Shar-Pei." "Oh, we would expect the Shar-Pei to be part of the deal," I assured him, finding the whole situation fairly comical. By the way he laughed at my comment, he seemed to as well. He shook his head. "It just doesn't seem like me. Hell, this whole thing started over a dumb picture." "Jace, it might have been a dumb picture, but it's not. It's gold. An opportunity like this is like winning the lottery." "6 figures? Yeah. Damn." Our food arrived, and I nibbled on my chicken tenders as Jace devoured his steak and fries. He swallowed another bunch of fries before saying, "Well, you've definitely given me something to think about. Why aren't you eating your chicken?" "I'm eating it," I said defensively, and he offered a cross look in response. "What kind of diet is this?" "A lifelong diet. Apparently, the gods gave you the metabolism of a titan, but I have to fight this shit off if I want to look even close to that picture of you. You must have a pretty hot body, come on." Again with him catching me off guard. He must be closeted, or something. I hadn't seen anything online about him being gay or bi, but maybe I just overlooked it. Well, my body under this is a direct consequence of my diet, so I think I'll keep with my tenders and let you lay waste to your platter. "I do love food," he acknowledged before continuing right along. I gave him some time before finally picking up where we left off. "So what are you thinking, now that you're digesting what I said and the food?" He pressed his thumb against his cheek, eyeing me in a way I couldn't read. "I think you should meet my mother." "What?" I asked, totally thrown. "Yeah." He nodded subtly. "You need to come meet the fam. My mom's a great judge of character. If she likes you, which is rare, then maybe I'll do this." "I'm not meeting your family, Jace," I said sternly. "Come on." "No, I think you're cool, and I'm considering it all more than I did before, but I've always said if Nance doesn't like someone, I don't trust them, and I'm not going to sign over a year of my life and walk away from my job and my family if I don't trust someone. I need time to think it over anyway, and you're in town for the night." and now it's already been an extra night. Well, if you can't stay, consider it a no. God fucking damn it. Hard to reason with someone who had all the cards. Okay. When are we doing this dinner? That's more like it, he said, smirking like he realized he had all the power. I didn't like the feeling of not being in charge, but I was desperate for this account, so I would put up with whatever ridiculous requests this guy made. Chapter 4. Jace. What are your thoughts, Mac? You think we should be celebrities? I glanced in the rearview mirror at Mac in his little car seat. Droopy-looking black snout, creased brown face, purple tongue sticking out as he panted, and those wide, black eyes assuring me that, in fact, he still didn't understand a damn thing I said to him. We were en route to the hotel Dax was staying at in downtown Fever Falls. I almost felt bad he had to stay in town for another day, but he didn't have to stick around if he didn't want to. Only if he wanted me to consider the sort of ad campaign he was pitching, and which I needed some time to think on. I should have blown him off like the other bigwigs who'd called with offers. Hell, I had every intention of doing just that when I headed into Fever Pitch to chat with Dax. However, since things had calmed down, it was easier for me to think straight, and what he was talking about was a lot of money for me to throw away without so much as giving it a second thought. High 6 figures. A guy could do a lot of good with that much money. Was I really considering any of this, though? Or was I just interested in continuing to chat with Dax? Both. Maybe. I pulled into the porte-cochere at his hotel and called him. He came out a few minutes later and slid into the passenger seat, talking on his cell. Just tell Baxter I'll get back to him tomorrow about that whole ordeal. I'm in a meeting. Yeah, I can imagine the kind of meeting you're going to have tonight. The words were unmistakable on the other end of the line, and Dax turned to me as though to see if I'd heard. I made no attempt to hide my amusement. Were they just joking around? Or was Dax into guys? And why did I give a shit? Since it wasn't like we would do anything together. Okay, Carter, later, he said, then hung up and closed his door. Sorry, that was my assistant. Ooh, you just keep getting fancier and fancier. Sunglasses indoors, martinis, and now an assistant. He eyed me curiously. Do I seem like a cliché LA PR guy? I promise I'm that and so many more of the dickbag aspects you might assume about me. He flashed me a smile, looking more like a model than a PR guy in that moment. Not even just a model. He had an almost star-like quality. Wasn't hard to imagine him on a billboard or in some hotshot movie trailer, playing a major action star in some sort of Die Hard-esque film. I'm only giving you a hard time, I said. It's all very different than what I deal with day to day, but I respect it. And aside from you thinking we're not as cool as your LA crowd, I don't judge it. You've hardly been here 2 days. It can take some time to warm up to this place. Thank you for being such an incredible welcome wagon. Thank you for offering to pay me some serious cash. We headed out of the porte-cochere, and I started through town. Nance's place is a little off the beaten path, I should warn you. About 10 minutes outside of Fever Falls, and if you think this is a small city, you don't even have a clue how rural it can get. We're in the burbs, but go maybe 10 minutes farther, and you're in farm country. And this is where you grew up? A little bit. I was at the shelter in town until I was 10, and that's when I was adopted. I could feel Dax's tension, the way people sometimes got when I brought up my childhood. That wasn't to turn the conversation super serious or anything. That's all in the past, and I have an amazing mom, best in the goddamn world. Clearly, if I'm already meeting her, you guys have a great relationship. That's really awesome. What about you and your parents? Dax grew quiet, and as I glanced over at him, it was evident this wasn't a subject he was comfortable with. And here I thought I was the one with baggage around that topic. Hey, whoa, that wasn't meant to dig shit up. I figured we had a bit of a drive ahead of us, so I was trying to make small talk, not open the floodgates or make you uneasy. If you'd rather, we can talk about something else. He chuckled, but judging by the way his face was all tense, I'd struck a nerve. Just, my mom raised me, and we're not as close these days. Not distant, but not as close as it sounds like you are with your mom. The way he said it, It seemed that was all he was willing to divulge. Fair enough. I can leave that right there. Any brothers and sisters? No, just me. Given his curt responses, family wasn't his favorite topic, so I helped him out. You work with a lot of celebrities? Well, I don't typically go around bragging, but T-Swift and Cardi B, and of course, Fever Falls' own Ash Carmichael. Damn. And as I checked out his coy smile, I added, seems like you're bragging a little bit. It's fun to say. But to be fair, I haven't worked with either of them in a while. Only been a few years, but in PR terms, that's eons ago. Hey, if you worked with them, it counts. I'd be milking the crap out of that if I were you. You should have just led with, "Hi, I'm Dax, and I've worked with Taylor Swift, Cardi B, and Ash Carmichael." I would have been more likely to sign right there. But now here you are, stuck with visiting the family. He laughed. For some reason, I have a sneaking suspicion I couldn't whip out a contract now and get a signature. Well, I said, if you'd led with that. But now we're stuck in this car, and Nance is expecting us, so... That's just a joke. By the way, I'm considering this more than I have with other guys, but I don't want to lead you to think that I'm definitely doing this. It's possible you're wasting your time, barking up the wrong tree. It's my time to waste, so I'll take my chances, if you don't mind, Jace Cruz. And don't doubt how persuasive I can be. I checked him out once again, that smile as coy as ever, and I picked up a trace of something a little more suggestive. Well, you're in luck. I enjoy being persuaded. I regretted pulling my gaze away to keep my eyes on the road, since the way he was looking at me through those hazel beauties, damn it, felt good. Chapter 5. Dax. Jace had definitely heard Carter on the other end of the line, and he was so chill about everything that I couldn't tell if he was just super cool with gay guys or if that was some indication of his sexual orientation. And what did he mean with a comment like, he enjoyed being persuaded? Was that overloaded with sexual tension? Or was he just kidding around? Maybe he was one of those straight guys so oblivious to innuendo he didn't think twice about making suggestive comments like that. You're an interesting character, Jace, I noted. What do you mean? Most guys, if I'd throw down talk about a major endorsement deal, would have jumped at the opportunity without any hemming and hawing. They would have gotten down on their knees and sucked my cock to land a deal like that. Not that I would ever behave that way with a client. Oh, really? That doesn't sound like any fun. If someone's sucking my cock, they're doing it because they want to, not because they're gonna get something else out of it. Jace snickered. I bet they are. I would have suspected that such a comment would elicit some sort of tell from Jace, that I would at least be able to read what team he batted for, but with his eyes on the road, it was hard to make out what he was thinking. You got a girlfriend? Jace asked, seeming to address the same unspoken question that surely we both had by then. When I didn't immediately reply, he added, boyfriend? Single, not much for dating, but if I hook up with someone, it's with a guy. Figured it'd be best not to beat around the bush on that anymore, and I was kind of hoping Jace would put an end to my speculation. Oh, that's cool. I have a few gay friends. Saw me even at the station. Judging by that response, I take it you're not, I pressed, wanting him to end my curiosity, and then I could escape some of the fantasies he roused just by being HottieFirefighter, and a downright laid-back, intriguing guy. Even in the short time I'd been around him, I became more and more affected by this little gem of a human, who had somehow gone for so long totally unnoticed in Fever Falls, Georgia. I've always said straight when people have asked that question just because I've mostly been with women. Mostly? There was this one time in college where this guy went down on me. I laughed. Didn't know why it came out as loud as it did, but at least part of it was how refreshing it was to hear him sound so at ease about it. What, is that weird? I'm just surprised you would admit that. I mean, you have to remember I'm in a biz where guys stay closeted as long as physically possible. Like, you can be inside them, and they'll be telling you how straight they are. Why? Jace asked, turning to me, seeming horrified by what I was saying. It's the poison of the entertainment industry. There are plenty of gay guys in it, but God forbid anyone find out and have it ruin the image they've crafted. It's not ruining careers as much as it used to, but the way guys act about it, you wouldn't know it. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting some guy from Fever Falls to be so chill about something like that. Just shows how little you know about Fever Falls. You're doing a good job giving me hope for this place. But seriously, you dropped that fact about that guy going down on you like it was nothing. This seems to be a running theme with you. Life's too short for bullshit. People gotta take me as I am. I'm sure people enjoy taking you exactly as you are, I said, meaning every bit of my innuendo. And he enjoyed a laugh. It was nice that we discussed this aspect of ourselves. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were flirting with me, Dax Monroe. If you hadn't given me hope that it might work, I wouldn't have bothered. I told you I enjoy being persuaded. He glanced at me long enough for a wink. Funny to think I'd come to Fever Falls to land a deal, but HottieFirefighter's natural magnetism had made me eager to land something else. Well, if we're getting close to your mom's place, might be best to leave persuading for later. I don't think she'd care to see what you're doing to me. Doing to you? He asked, seeming confused until his gaze shifted down to the crotch of my pants. Oh. He stared for a moment too long, to the point where if he'd stayed like that much longer, I would have told him to get his eyes back on the goddamn road. But he pulled his gaze back to the road, then got real quiet, before saying, Wow. I don't imagine you're that impressed, since I'm sure you're working with plenty. Yeah, I just rarely meet someone who compares. Might have to whip them out and see who's bigger. He winked at me again, and we shared a laugh. I didn't know if the conversation would ever lead to something more with him, but it was fun regardless. Jace Cruz was a charming motherfucker, no doubt about that. As we arrived in Jace's mom's neighborhood, I noticed the homes were spaced out a lot more than I was used to seeing in Los Angeles. We pulled into the drive of one of the two-story homes. Jace grabbed Mac and brought him with us, lifting him over the front porch steps on account of the cast on his leg, I assumed. He keyed in a code under the doorknob before leading us inside, calling out, Nance! We're here! As he guided me through a short hall. Oh, hey! A woman's voice filled the place as we rounded the corner and entered the kitchen. And then I saw her, a short blonde in a pink apron. She closed the oven and set a casserole dish on the stovetop, then flashed a warm smile my way. A guy, I figured in his late teens, wearing a sleeveless black tee and a backward baseball cap, sat on the counter beside her. He licked a spoon, then put it back in the near-empty ragu bottle he held. He must have been the brother Jace had been telling me about. He glanced up, a grin spreading across his face as he set the bottle down on the counter and hurried over to Jace, fist-bumping him before reeling him in for a hug. Then he turned and said in a distinctly deep voice, Hey, I'm Keegan, and offered a firm handshake. Nance hugged Jace, then made her way over to me. A hug'll have to do until I get these mitts off, she said, offering one. Nancy, but you can call me Nance if you want. These guys do. We exchanged introductory pleasantries, and then she returned to her work at the stove. Keegan spent some time petting Mac and slipping him doggy treats Jace had given him. Nance asked for some help to get ready for dinner, so Jace and I chipped in, setting the table on the opposite side of the kitchen from the oven, while she and Keegan finished preparing the meal. As we all started to sit, and Keegan began passing around the lasagna, Nance said, So Jace told me you're from Los Angeles, and that a company wants to put him on billboards and in commercials. Mom, Jace said in a tone that made it clear he was embarrassed by the way she presented it. That's right, I replied to her. They're very interested in working with your son, so I say if we both give him a little push, he's looking at a really stable, secure future. Who are you trying to pitch this to, me or my mom? Jace asked, seeing right through my tactic. Anyone who'll get you to agree to this. I admire that approach, Dax, she said. I've always believed the Lord comes to the aid of those who are persistent. I have a similar philosophy, I said. Minus the Lord stuff, though. But he'd need to leave his job at the fire station, Nance asked. He'd have to get some time off, at least, and he'd be at the beck and call of the company for a year, barring the need to renew his contract because the campaign has been so successful they want to keep using him. But if you're worried about the money... Oh, no, he told me about the money. It's just, well, Jace loves his job. I can't imagine him being content with anything else. When he was a kid, he was always running around telling everyone he was going to be a firefighter, went to our local college for his BS in fire science. I could hear her pride in the way she spoke the words. You know how some people just know what they're going to be when they grow up? Well, that was Jace. All he ever wanted to do in the world. Isn't that right? He smiled, not seeming embarrassed by her revealing this much, but rather proud of his commitment to his work. That's right. He hadn't mentioned that, I said. Can I ask what about the job appealed to you, Jace? Keegan passed the casserole dish to him, and Jace stacked some lasagna on his plate. As I mentioned, I was in the shelter until I was 10, and the guys from the station would volunteer together and come every other weekend and spend time with us. They encouraged us to participate in group activities with them. There was this guy, Crawford, who took me under his wing. He finished piling the pasta on his plate, then set the dish in the middle of the table. We'd play basketball and skee-ball, and he'd tell me about all the adventures he had on his job, all the people he got to help. Sounded like he was a superhero, or at least it was the closest thing I knew of to one, actually getting to run around and save people's lives. But dangerous. Wouldn't be much of a superhero if you were never in danger. Superman, I muttered, reflecting on Haxmore's comment during our meeting. More like Batman, Keegan interjected. What? Superman had superhuman abilities. He was an alien. Batman was just a regular guy. Very true, I noted. Well, if you guys insist, Jace joked, feigning arrogance, though he was clearly being far more humble than he was letting on. Jace Cruz didn't run out of admirable qualities. Did he? Aren't you leaving out something about Crawford? Nance asked. Jace's pleasant smile from when he described the guy diminished. He became my dad and Keegs and introduced me to one of the most amazing women in the world. He and Nance exchanged a fond look, though I could see the sadness in their expressions as well. They must have been greedy for kids, Keegan chimed in, because they adopted me from there too, but I was too little to remember. Nance smiled. We were very greedy for those little rosy cheeks you had. Keegan rolled his eyes in an over-dramatic display, as though he didn't want there to be any confusion about his annoyance. Oh, why did I even bring it up? Crawford and I loved kids, and God blessed us with two of the best. Jace must have seen the question in my expression, because he looked at me for a moment before his gaze sank, and he said, Our father's not with us anymore. Nance's, Jace's, and Keegan's expressions all seemed to mirror one another's as they mourned the man missing from their dinner table. Crawford was a lieutenant at the station and was about to transition to the assistant chief position when he had an accident on the job, Nance said. I was a proud wife, and I'm a proud mama. She clearly had every reason to be, but even as she admired Crawford and Jace, I could tell the Cruz's mood had shifted as they reflected on the one they'd lost. And I'm an exhausting brother, Keegan followed up, seemingly trying to ease the tension. See the kind of expectations this one sets me up for? I'm still questioning my major. Oh, there's nothing wrong with questioning things, Nance insisted. No, nothing wrong with questioning things at all, Jace added as he gazed right at me, clearly referring to the conversation we'd shared on the ride over. Keegan and Nance didn't seem to pick up on the insinuation, and the conversation naturally shifted away from their grief over losing Crawford, something I could tell by their mention of him still weighed on them a great deal. Changing the more macabre subject, Jace, Nance, and Keegan caught up with one another about their days. Even in the short amount of time I'd spent around Jace, it was evident he really was this good old boy he presented to the world, the sort who couldn't be so easily persuaded by the spotlight and big paydays. I'd seen this before, Actors or models or even average Joes trying to put on an act as though it was too much for them in hopes of maybe getting some more money out of a deal. But in all my years of PR, I'd never encountered a Jace Cruz. Knowing the consequences of this sort of endorsement deal I'd come to him with made me almost feel bad for presenting him with the opportunity. Did he really need the toxicity that came along with all that? He'd experienced the fun part of having his 15 minutes, or really 15 seconds. If he walked away, he could still keep his life intact without dealing with any of the negative bullshit, the rumors and speculation, the social media drama, the onslaught of attacks that naturally follow stardom. I tried to shake the uneasy feeling. What was I thinking? If he said yes to working with Haxmore, it was his decision. And if a little persuasion was all it was going to take to keep this account from Freda Inc., I could manage that. Chapter 6. Jace. That wasn't what I was expecting, Dax said as we headed onto the back porch. He had a beer Nance had offered him, and I held on to my glass of sweet tea from dinner. We'd finished eating about 30 minutes earlier, Dax falling effortlessly into the conversation with Nance and Keegan as they discussed the Netflix series The Haunting of Hill House, which apparently they were all fans of. I sat back and enjoyed their speculation about some of the plot twists, or what Nance kept referring to Keegan's chagrin, as plot holes. "What were you expecting?" I asked as I walked over to the porch. It was dark out, leaving the back and the woods behind the house illuminated by the porch light I'd flipped on before we stepped out. Dax moseyed over to me. "More of a business meeting," he replied as he sat. I thought Nance was going to be a Godfather-esque figure who would need to know all the details of the deal we were discussing. "Yeah, that wasn't what I meant. I just wanted her to get a read on you. And she liked you." "Did she tell you that?" "She doesn't need to tell me these things. We know each other well enough that I can pick up on it. If she didn't like you, she would have kept looking at me real distinctly. That's how we do it. Give each other signals when dealing with someone particularly awful." "Glad to know she didn't do that with me," Dax said with a laugh. "Not yet, at least. So we're good on that front. And you seem like an honest guy, Dax." "Let's get something straight, Jace. You don't know me, and I don't know you. Honest definitely isn't a word I'd use to describe myself." "Something you want to share?" The way his gaze shifted around the yard, I figured something was weighing on his mind. "I don't mean that I'm some bastard who goes around lying all the time. But while we were having dinner, I was thinking, here I am, trying to convince this pretty real, cool guy to enter a world of greed and corruption. A world that thrusts people into the spotlight, only to knock them down and see them get consumed by darkness." He took a sip of his beer. "You think I'm cool?" I thought he was going to spit out his beer as he chuckled at that. I added, "I do have to say, I am curious. If you think that way about your industry, what the hell are you doing in a job that's built around it?" "Well, long story short, it's what I know. My mother always told me you needed to play to your strengths, and I do just that. Haven't done too bad for myself for being a high school dropout." "Not at all," I said. "Clearly don't need a degree to be a successful hottie like yourself." He chuckled. "It's also not too bad since I'm not actually dealing with the consequences in this line of work, so it's easier to manage from this side. I just see what it does to other people. It leaves them in financial, physical, or emotional ruin. People, even good people, wind up in some bad situations. It's a lot of pressure, and sometimes they're looking to numb the pain. They're prey to all kinds of addictions, and they wind up in rehab, passing their kid along to strangers until they basically have to grow up on their own." "Why do I have the strange feeling you're speaking from experience?" I asked, surprised to hear him open up like that. He shook his head. "It's another life away from me now. Bottom line is that the industry can be rough, and it can eat you up and swallow you alive. So when you're considering taking the money and running, just never forget that." I took his words to heart. Fair enough. But first off, that's something most people understand about fame and fortune. We all have TVs and watch all those specials about celebrities and stars, but also, unless you're keeping something much worse from me, It sounds like you're being pretty damn honest." He snickered, but I could hear the sadness in his tone, the bitterness of a man who had seen the cycle he was referring to one too many times. "So, what have your thoughts been on all this? You interested in working with this deal? I'd understand if you're not. You said when I came out here that you weren't interested in the limelight, and this would be that. And it would take you away from your work, which you clearly love even more than I was expecting." "I've been mulling it over since our first conversation, and I was thinking about possibly taking you up on this." He glared at me as though I'd said something that had not only surprised him, but offended him. What's that look for? I'm not exactly trying to sell you on it now, and here you are wanting to go forward with it. I'm full of surprises, Dax Monroe. I winked at him, and he smiled, apparently. I was already thinking about it before tonight, but when we were talking about what Crawford used to do, it ramped up my interest. I've always wanted to help upgrade the Fever Fight campus. They're a nonprofit that has this rec center and different activity spaces for kids in the shelter, and they also coordinate with the local LGBTQ center. I have a couple of friends on the board, and I have this crazy image in my head of doing something to expand the rec center. That's where I spent most of my time when I was younger. I figured we could expand it, make it more like a pimped-out YMCA, then they could use some money for their library. It's improved over the years, but it'd be nice if they could stock more books. Why are you looking at me like that? That's what you were thinking? Well, you mentioned it was like winning the lottery, and I always said that's what I'd do if I won the lottery. Part of me feels like maybe this is my shot to give back to this community. Your whole job is giving back. But this would be a different way. Something that wouldn't just help kids today, but decades from now. Crawford would have liked that. I'd like that. Crawford would have been proud. Dax's gaze was fixed on me, but he remained silent, so I added, "Well, I'd have to draw it out for you to really impress you with the idea. I've been thinking about this for a long time, though." "No, clearly. It sounds nice. I'm not saying I'm settled on it just yet, but giving it more thought than I was initially. As much as I warned you, you won't see me fighting you about it. This is a big break for me, too. You ever heard of Freda Inc.? I could tell by your expression you haven't, and it's not a big deal. They're a rival firm, and you're the one thing I can use to land this deal, which would put my company back on top." "You like being on top, do you?" I asked, and the way Dax's lips curled upward showed he appreciated the innuendo. "What the fuck could you know about topping, Mr. One-Time in college?" "I've had requests." "I bet you have." His eyes narrowed as he looked me over, like something was puzzling him. "What is it?" I asked. "I haven't met a lot of guys like you. You're easy to talk to, and that's nice. You're pretty easy to talk to as well, Dax Monroe." "So what would happen if I said yes today, for instance? What if I just plunged right ahead into this deal we're talking about? What would that look like?" He took another drink of his beer. "First things first, I'd call my assistant and tell him I told you so, since he didn't think I'd be able to work this out. Then I'd get on the phone with Haxmore, to whom I'd be saying I told you so without using those words. Haxmore, so that's the name of the guy I'd be working for? I thought you said I needed to sign an NDA before you told me that." "I did, and we should. But I don't know. For some reason, I have the strange feeling you wouldn't use that information against me, and maybe I kind of wish you would to taint this nice guy image I have of you. Don't get me wrong, I can be bad too, but only when people need me to be." He glanced me over like he was taking in the truth of my words. "But anyway, you were saying you'd be braggy to Haxmore, and then—" He shook his head. "Oh, yes. Then I'd be getting a signed contract for us to get this going. I say we're looking at a couple of weeks, maybe a month, while we're coming up with the larger picture. Then we'll be calling you out for shoots, and you'll start making the rounds and appearances at some parties to be caught by the paps, of course. And I have a year of this?" He nodded. "Then, if all goes well, you'd be up for a contract renewal, which you could take or leave at that point. A lot to consider. Take your time. You got to do what's best for you and your family." Yes, I did. My family would always come before any sort of financial arrangement. But Dax had given me a lot to consider, although as I sat there with him I found myself considering it more seriously than I figured I would, In part, at least, because I didn't think Dax was the kind of sleazy business guy who would try to screw me or my family over. He didn't seem to realize it, but he really was a good guy. "Okay, come on," I said, taking a deep breath. "How about I drive you back to the hotel?" "I can just Uber. No need for you to go all that way. It's 15 minutes. I made you stay here in Fever Falls for a few nights. It's the least I can do." Chapter 7. Dax. Funny what a dinner could change. Now that I knew he was considering the deal, a part of me wanted to chase him away from it. Not that I would have. If he signed that dotted line, it was on him. But even after our conversation, I knew perfectly well it was one thing to hear about the consequences of fame and fortune, yet another to experience it, to see exactly how it could destroy a person. My business was knowing what people liked, and they would eat Jace Cruz alive. He was everything depicted in that photo and so much more. As he drove me back to the hotel, we chatted about superfluous topics that had come up during dinner. He gave me the dirt on Keegan, making sure to bring up a few embarrassing stories from their childhood. We reached the hotel, and he pulled into the porte-cochere. He stopped not too far from the valet, and I took a breath. "So, what are you thinking right now?" I asked. He waited a beat, pressing his thumb against his cheek. "That maybe we could discuss this more in your room." His gaze drifted down my body, and I figured he was talking about more than the deal. But that wasn't a problem for me. "Yeah, that sounds good." He headed around to the parking deck, found a spot, and then I guided him into the lobby and up to my room. "Holy fucking shit," he said as he entered. "You got the fucking penthouse for a one-night visit? Damn. If I'd known you were paying premium for this, I wouldn't have made you stay as long as I did." "It's fine. I have hotel points with Marriott." "Well, it's impressive," he said as he went into the living area. He walked around, checking out the space, calling back to me when he got to the bathroom. "Damn, that's a big shower." "If you accept this deal, you'll be seeing some really big showers." Jace walked back in as I relaxed on the sofa and plopped down beside me. "So I was asking if you wanted to talk about the campaign," I added. "Not to—" "Yeah, I was talking about that too. Why else would I come up to your room?" Jace smiled. So much mischievousness on that innocent face of his, yet there was something not innocent at all about it too. "But since you brought it up, do you have that happen a lot? Mixing business and pleasure, or do you have rules about that kind of stuff?" Not too many rules in my industry," I replied. "In fact, most of the guys I know tend to mix it up to the point where you can't really see where pleasure ends and business begins. But you're a pretty powerful guy, from the way you talk. How do you know if someone's sleeping with you because they want to, or if they're just using you?" "I don't mess with anyone I think is using me. No point when I can fuck whoever I want." "So cocky." "I respect that. I don't imagine you struggle in that department." "Nah, I'm good there too." I found my gaze continually moving down to his crotch, and he seemed to notice, so I decided to put my attention back on the whole reason I was there. "So, what are you thinking so far?" "What would you do if you were in my shoes?" "Run like hell," I admitted, and even as I said the words, I wondered why I was sabotaging my own efforts. "There's that honesty again. Why don't you tell me how you really feel?" I chuckled. Not serving me right now. But I wouldn't be doing it for a cause like the one you mentioned. I'd just be using the money on me, and I know how that turns out. It's nice knowing you have something you can do to make a difference. I'll miss working at the station, but if that money is on the table, and it can be used for something good, I'd be kind of a bastard if I didn't do it just because it might be a little difficult." "You have a very interesting perspective, Jace. I'll get Carter to send over a preliminary contract with my company and a disclosure that you promise not to work with any competitors while this deal is underway. Not anything that implies you have to take on whatever deal Haxmore comes up with, just to protect my company's interests." "Oh, wow." "You have to understand, it's not that I don't trust—" "But kind of," Jace interrupted, his eyes narrowing. "Well, I don't really know you. I've worked with a lot of people long enough to know when you need to stop trusting. Is that okay with you?" "Dax, you don't know me. You don't have any reason to trust me. Trust is something a person earns." I was sort of blown away by his statement. "I really hope you are everything you seem to be." What does that mean? Just, not every day I get to meet Batman. Jace laughed at my reference to our previous discussion. "I like hanging with you too, Dax. You're a pretty cool guy." An awkward silence filled the room as we gazed into one another's eyes. This heat radiated from my solar plexus and filled my cheeks as my mind bombarded me with fantasies of all the things we could do to one another. "Better get going," he said, pushing to his feet, and I followed suit, escorting him to the door. Stopping before it, I turned to him and noticed him checking out my mouth, just sort of staring at it for a moment before his gaze lifted to my eyes. His brows popped up as though he wasn't ashamed of my catching where his interest lay. "Thank you for coming out here and persuading me." "Didn't take much to persuade you." "You should keep that in mind next time we see each other," he said, his gaze returning to my lips, then took my hand and shook it. I wondered if he felt what I felt, but then he lurched forward, his lips slamming down on mine. Oh, fuck, how that magnetism radiating from his body made me tremble. I itched with passion and fire until he pulled away and glanced at my lips a moment longer, then said, "Really nice meeting you." The smile that overtook his expression was all satisfaction and confidence, and he appeared unfazed by it all. With a slick wink, he opened the door and headed out, leaving me reeling in the pleasure coursing through me. Holy fucking shit. Chapter 8. Jace. "How's it going, Jace?" Dax asked as soon as I answered my cell. I was officially flying out to London and then meeting with Haxmore the following day to finalize and sign all the paperwork, if we all agreed to everything. Dax had hooked me up with an agent to assist me with my side of things in the negotiation process, and we were set to go. Pretty good. I've been in meetings for the past few days, scheduling photo shoots, and trying to figure out how the hell we're going to get some of these details nailed down, but outside of that, everything looks ready. Carter has all your travel arrangements so that you can fly out on Wednesday. Yeah, I got them. When do I get to see you?" He snickered, and there was something so hot about the breathiness of it. "Well, I scheduled you to be here a day before the meeting for a reason." "And here I was thinking you might have shoved me on a cheaper flight," I teased. "No, only the best for you, Jace, don't worry. I'm eager to see you again. Been bothered by how short our last encounter was." "Funny you mention that. I've been too." "Didn't have to be that short." "No, it didn't, but it was a little much for me at the time. I was surprised I'd even had the impulse to go at him like that, but those lips looked so goddamn pretty, so fucking kissable in the soft hotel room light, and then, when our lips touched... Fuck. "Well, maybe we can take care of that next time we see each other," I said. What the fuck was I saying? I didn't know shit about being with a guy. Well, there was that one time, but I was drunk and just a kid wanting his dick sucked. Wasn't like it was the best blowjob I ever got either. It was what it was, and that was that. But now, I was so fucking curious. "Hey, Ash, what does dick taste like?" I asked as he inspected the engine of Nance's car. Nance told me she was hearing a funny sound, and Ash, being pretty good with cars, was more than willing to help when I told him the issue. When the conversation had settled, I'd just spit out what was on my mind. "What?" Ash asked, his gaze shifting from the open hood to me, looking shocked as hell by my question. I knew Ash through his boyfriend Beau, who was my bud at the station. When I'd first met him, I'd fanned out a bit. Not every day you get to meet a Mr. MVP quarterback star, and celebrities were hard to come by in Fever Falls. But Ash was a great guy, and we talked even more after my pic went viral, and I needed some advice about the media frenzy. "Jace, I'm sure you don't mean it in a bad way, but when I tell you that I think your mom's car has an internal oil leak, and that's your response, sounds a little weird." Fuck, I was so distracted by my thoughts about Dax I hadn't even heard him saying anything about the engine. "Also, just a heads up," he continued. "If you ask the wrong person that question, It could be perceived as offensive and maybe even like you were making fun of them. I didn't mean it in a bad way. I was being serious. I'm just curious, and I figured, considering you would know. He looked at me for a moment before laughing his ass off. Oh, God, Jace. He grabbed a cloth from the side of the car and wiped his oily hands, as though he felt this conversation warranted a moment of his time. I think it's only fair to ask what brought about your question. Something I'm curious about lately. Since I'd kissed Dax in his hotel room, I'd thought about it a lot, actually. It played on my mind the way those pretty pink lips of his had, to the point where I couldn't resist them anymore. I remembered staring at them and just wanting to know how they tasted, and damned if that wasn't the best taste ever. And the sensation of having them against mine. Hell, if I'd stayed much longer, I figured I would have definitely been reliving some college experiments. But I'd resisted. I could rush into a burning building, but apparently the thought of having to deal with a cock was too much for me. Well, at least in that moment. Would it be kind of salty? I pressed. Salty? Like from sweating or something? Could be, I guess. Wow, this conversation is officially starting to weird me out. Or taste like soap after a shower. I think the safest answer is it depends on whose dick you're sucking, Ash said. So you want to tell me whose dick you're interested in sucking? As soon as he said that, he offered this friendly smile, welcoming me to share the details, as though he wanted to let me know he was there for me. This is all a big surprise to me, but it's a little funny that you're telling me this. When I came back to Fever Falls, I asked Bo if you were gay, and he was sure you were straight. I'm glad I didn't know you swung that way, because I think I would have been a little jealous. Not my fault that there's a lot to be jealous of. He grinned ear to ear. Oh, we're a whole lot of ego for one town, aren't we, Cruz? Yes, we are. But I can't confirm or deny anything about which way I'm swinging. I haven't tasted a dick yet, so I can still change my mind, I joked. And Ash snickered. Well, as far as I know, you have a reputation in this town for being a hot straight guy. Interesting that you say that. For the past week, I've been thinking about it. I've always been attracted to guys. I'm not afraid to tell a guy if I think he's hot or something. I think most people have assumed it's because you're really confident. I mean, that's true, but I've never shied away from anything. If I've felt attracted to someone, I've done what I wanted or flirted with who I wanted. Guys have even offered to do things with me, but no one's just flat out asked me if I was gay or bi or straight ever. I think everyone assumed because I had girlfriends, but I've messed around with a guy before. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, Ash said. Nothing wrong with experimenting. But I had fun. I wasn't bothered by it. So you're bi. That's totally cool. Well, it's like if there's a spectrum, and girls are on one side, and guys are on the other, then I'd say that 90% of the time I'm way over here with girls, but every once in a while there's a guy I'm like nudged over by. But then there's this one guy who, I sighed. Heat rushing to my face and the pressure building in my dick as I thought about what it felt like to have my lips against Dax's. Interesting, Ash said. I never would have thought to ask. Like you said, you were always running around with one girl or another, so I wouldn't have thought much about it, but who's the lucky guy? Would this be Dax, the guy who works with Elliot at my PR firm? Yeah, it's totally him. Dax Monroe. He came here to talk me into the endorsement deal with Haxmore. Did he talk you into some other things? Ash asked with a wink. I mean, we kissed, and it was like, wow, but that was it. I didn't really know what to do after that. I think you could have figured it out. No doubt about that. It felt good. Just... He sort of came out of nowhere and surprised me, not only with that, but the stuff about the deal. And now he's off in Los Angeles. You're going there to sign this deal, so I imagine you're going to see him. Yeah, we'll see each other for that. Now I definitely know why you want to know what dick tastes like. Hopefully you'll be enjoying that sooner than later. We shared a laugh. I say you just give it a try. It's not going to taste bad. I love sucking Bo's dick. I'm overthinking it, aren't I? Maybe blue balling a little bit, man, he teased, starting like he was going to pat my shoulder. Oh shit, don't want to get this crud all over you. If someone's going to get you all messy, it needs to be Dax Monroe. I'm glad you asked me about it, even if that was the weirdest possible way you could have asked me about liking a guy. I laughed. Thanks for being cool about it. This might actually be my official first coming out conversation, too. Maybe I should just get a shirt that says, "Probably bi?" It sounds more like "Definitely bi-curious." Or, "Hi, I'm a need to Google this a bit more sexual." He snickered before adding, "Bo thinks it's gonna suck not having you down at the station while you're doing this campaign. You know we expect you to hang with us every once in a while." I totally will. The guys are my family. We're all ready to support you. It's really cool what you're doing for the Fever Fight campus. It's what I can do. I'm glad this company's been flexible with letting me work a little bit longer so that we could figure out scheduling and everything. Now back to the pressing issue at hand. Is this internal leak in Nance's car going to be hard to fix? He gritted his teeth. I'll just say I think your sexual preferences were a much easier issue to resolve than this leak. It's going to be a bit of work. I'll get Bo to grab some stuff for me and get it done this week, though. How's that? Perfect. Meanwhile, you keep me posted on how it goes with that dick. I laughed. Will do. Like with most things in life, I was just going to have to figure it out. And hell, if I could run into a burning building, I could definitely manage getting a cock in my mouth and figuring out what that was like. Chapter 9. Dax. "You're meeting up with HottieFirefighter this afternoon?" Carter asked as he lounged in a chair in my suite at the London hotel we were staying at. I'd met with him after breakfast to go over the itinerary for the weekend. Haxmore wouldn't be arriving for our meeting until the following day, so we had some time to chat and go over everything. "And I can't come?" "It's just cocktails, and we'll be discussing details about his contract and his obligations with Haxmore Designs," I replied, a little annoyed that Carter was even asking about it. "As long as I get to come to the first photo shoot with him and his Sharpay, I'm fine." "Mac? You mean?" "Oh, that's right, Mac. That's such a cute name. Yes, I expect to be on set. I'll fetch HottieFirefighter coffee, protein bars, act as a fluffer." "His name's Jace, not HottieFirefighter." I'd meant that to come out far less hostile than it had, but there was this defensive part of me that wanted to at least remind Carter that Jace was a person, not just some hot viral image for his enjoyment. That was part of the cruelty of celebrity status, something Jace had a taste of but couldn't know the full repercussions just yet. They would not see him, the human being, the man who was interested in using this money to do something authentic from the goodness of his heart. He would just be a set of abs at their disposal. He would be as much of a product as the clothes he'd be wearing for Haxmore. "I know his name," Carter said. "What is he doing with the Sharpay while he's here?" "He's at home with his mom." "Oh my God, that's even more precious." They're gonna eat him alive, was all I kept thinking. Haxmore wasn't wrong about Jace's appeal, and what people had seen so far was just the tip of the iceberg. They wanted his realness, his coolness, his friendliness, and the moment they were presented with even more of it, they would want to leech every good quality he exuded in the worst possible way imaginable. Okay, go hop in Grindr or something and find some good London cock. I need to reread a few things and start planning out the details for my pitch of how the rest of this campaign is going to go down. There are events to be scheduled, deadlines to make. Yeah, and surely I don't need to know about any of these things? I rolled my eyes. Go be butthurt somewhere else. He laughed. All right, Power Top, I'm out of here. After he left, I checked my phone and noticed Serena had called. 3 times. She was on a yoga retreat in India, so I figured I needed to call her while she was available. Serena answered the phone with, "Does my busy son finally have a moment for his mother?" "I've been swamped. I told you we have Jace Cruz coming in, and are you even supposed to be on your phone? I thought they took those away from you for this." "I just brought 2 and gave them the one that doesn't work." "Doesn't that defeat the purpose of this little Zen getaway?" "Anti-anxiety meds give me all the Zen I need. I'm only here because Melanie asked." I already knew that. Like my mother, Melanie Harley had been a TV icon in the 90s. After falling into obscurity in the early 2000s, Melanie spent her free time working on a self-discovery quest that took her across the globe. my mother in tow all too frequently. Their adventures suited me just fine, since Melanie had never been into the drug scene and she kept my mom clean. We were going on a 5-year anniversary on that front, but there was always a lingering fear in the back of my mind because I knew how Serena could get, and one slip-up required years of recovery. Although, truly, my mom was always in recovery. It was a lifelong journey, and as much as we've had our differences in the past, that was something I empathized with. "You should come and do one of these retreats sometime," she went on. "I think it'd be good for you. You'd have a chance to relax. You're always sounding so stressed out these days. Even now, you sound like your nerves are racked. That's because I'm talking to you." She enjoyed a laugh before saying, "Don't be so snippy, Dax. Something must be working on your nerves right now. This is a major endorsement deal I'm working on at the moment." "Yes, even Melanie was talking about it. Evidently, you're a big deal in a behind-the-scenes way, where I prefer to be." She was always discussing my career as though because I didn't live my life in front of the camera, I was somehow missing out on what life was really about. "You say that, but Melanie was talking to her agent, and they're casting for this new action series, looking for a sexy, studly guy." "Serena, what have I told you about doing this?" "You would be so perfect for the role, though. You've always been such a fabulous combination of my charm and your father's eyes." I never understood why she mentioned the bastard who'd wanted nothing to do with either of us, and certainly never anything to do with me. She must have been able to tell by how I quieted down that I was annoyed, because she quickly followed with, "What did I say? Oh, I'm sorry that I want my son to be successful." "I am successful. In my own industry, thank you very much. I don't need to have your dream." Okay. I won't push, especially while you're on edge over this deal. Right now, I'm on edge because of you, but that's fine. I heard someone talking near Serena, and she added, "It's one of the yoga instructors. I'm not sure what he's saying, but looks like he wants me to get off the phone." "Have fun in Zen hell," I told her. "Send good vibes, and a cake with a file. Love you." "Okay, bye," I said, snickering as I hung up. I'd heard my phone buzz while we were chatting, so I checked my messages. Jace. "Ooh, this is a nice room. Better than the one you had in Fever Falls, that's for sure." It was just what I needed after chatting with my mom. Oh, he was going to be living a very different life now that he'd signed on to the project. "Enjoy it. I'm working. And then I was going to meet you in the bar." "Cool. I was going to see what sightseeing stuff I needed to do. It's my first time in London." I froze. I didn't know what possessed me. But in trying to pull all this together, I hadn't even considered the possibility that Jace might have never been to London. I glanced at my laptop, but then my gaze shifted back to the message. "Take a quick shower and text me when you're ready to go out." Work was going to have to wait. He texted me when he was ready, and I headed down to the lobby. When the elevator doors opened, I stepped out and walked around a corner, seeing him near the reception desk, searching around. A polo fit snugly around his bulky form, and his jeans showed off that curve in his rear. I figured I'd be eager to see him, and the chemistry he'd stirred that night in my hotel room awakened once again as I felt a shift in the crotch of my pants. When I caught his gaze, he gave me a once-over, a grin spreading across his face. "Hey there, sharp stuff," he said. "How's my HottieFirefighter?" I asked, offering a hug. I was surprised I just called him the very thing I'd been so frustrated with Carter for saying, but he was one hell of a HottieFirefighter. As I pulled away, he said, "I'm assuming you've been to London before?" "Yes, I've been to London." "You've been to a lot of places, I guess?" "Yes." "Well, I'm gonna be real. I'm starving right now, so do you mind if I grab a bite first?" "There's an amazing restaurant around the corner. We can head over there, and then we'll go see Big Ben. Maybe the Tower of London. You just let me know what you want to see, and I'll take you there." "Really?" he asked, glancing me up and down the way he had before. I burst into laughter. Of course I wanted to mess around with Jace. Anything with a pulse would have wanted to mess around with the guy. I knew we couldn't do more than that. Knew we had to draw the line. Because fuck if I was getting involved with some guy who was about to skyrocket into fame. But after that kiss, there wasn't a thing in the goddamn world that was going to keep me from finding a way to have that again and so much more. One time in college, that kept playing again and again in my mind. However, as much as I may have wanted to just take him back to my room and scratch this itch, I wasn't going to let him miss out on an impressive city because I was a greedy motherfucker. Trust me, I told him. You save the sights that are easiest to see for last. I set my hand on his shoulder, guided him to the main entrance of the hotel, and we took to the streets. Jace glanced around, clearly trying to take it all in. I told him a little about where things were located, possible ways that we could make our way around town, and then we reached the restaurant, and the host ushered us to a table. "This is kind of nice," I said as I looked around the familiar restaurant. "What's that?" "When we met, I was the one out of my element in your hometown, in your fire station, which God knows that was the first time I'd ever been in one of those. But now the tables have turned. I've never minded being out of my element." Jace had this determined expression on his face, like he knew exactly what he wanted, and it reminded me of his comment in the hotel lobby. "Yeah, it doesn't seem like much of an issue for you." Which is good, because all this looks like it's going to be slightly outside your norm. How was the station about you heading out, by the way? The guys are happy for me. They even had a celebration for me leaving for a bit. It was over the top, considering I'll be back, but it was nice that they thought of me. And they are all really cool knowing the money will be going to Fever Fight. I bet. So you already took care of all that? I didn't make any promises or anything, but once everything's signed, I have my uncle set to help me get the ball rolling. He's a lawyer, and he's going to help me orchestrate getting it all taken care of. I do my own taxes and stuff, but this seemed a lot more than that. I mean, when you said 6 figures, I was thinking more in the ballpark of 100 grand, not 600. You underestimated how popular you are. Celebrity goes a long way in this business, Jace. Hell, it's everything. The way his forehead scrunched up. It was apparent he was curious about that remark. Enough shop talk, though, I said. We can get to that later. How are Nance and Keegan doing? Keegan still giving you hell about being internet famous? He caught me up on the family, and then we ordered drinks and food. When they arrived, he eyed the platter he'd ordered and then my chicken salad. You think I need to be on a diet or something for these shoots? Are you eating the same as you normally eat? Or have the past few meals I've seen you consume been larger than normal? He pondered that for a moment, then shrugged. I feel like I'm eating a little less, actually. Then I wouldn't stress about it, I said, pouring my light vinaigrette dressing over my salad, something Jace obviously noticed. You hit the gym, 3 or 4 times a week? I asked. Gym? His brows pulled together. My jaw dropped when Jace threw his head back and enjoyed a laugh. Oh, come on. I'm fucking with you. Of course I hit the gym. We have a fitness center at the station that I go to during breaks, and between being on the job and going to the gym is how I hang with my buddies. I'd love to say that I could get my body looking like this without working out at all, but no. As soon as he finished saying that, he started shoveling spoonfuls of loaded mashed potatoes into his mouth. I mixed my dressing into my chicken salad, but couldn't help looking over at his potatoes. You want some? He asked. Come on. You can have some of my delicious loaded mashed potatoes. Just a spoonful won't kill you? No, I shouldn't. I'm very good at sticking to my diet. He shrugged. Your loss. Then he took a bite. It's a shame to have so many delicious things in the world if you can't enjoy them, all I'm saying. I confine my taste testing to other areas of my life, I quipped. I bet you do. That was awesome, Jace exclaimed as we headed into my hotel room. We chatted some more over lunch, Jace about his buddies and family as though I knew each and every one of them intimately before we hit the sights, Tower of London, Westminster Abbey, and the National History Museum. Even on our return to the hotel, Jace couldn't stop talking about the information we learned on the audio tours and posted plaques at our various destinations. You learn about these things in history class, but it's so different when you're over here. Like that was crazy at the Westminster Abbey, finding out Mary and Elizabeth are stacked right on top of each other. I get that they were sisters, but they hated each other's religious beliefs. And then that comment about sisters sleeping in hope of the resurrection. That's kind of messed up. Someone paid way more attention to the tours than I did, I acknowledged. It's all so fascinating. I remember learning about British history and things like the War of the Roses in high school, but putting it in context is pretty awesome. Thank you for this. You didn't have to do that, since you've seen all these things already, but it was nice getting to see them with someone. My pleasure. I've been here a few times, and even to some of these places, and I haven't enjoyed them as much as I did this go-around. I poured him a cocktail, and we headed out onto my balcony, overlooking the London dusk. Wow, he said. I'm thoroughly impressed so far, Dax Monroe. So am I said, not taking my eyes off him. And suddenly we were just staring at one another. And you get to do this kind of stuff all the time. The job demands it. Meanwhile, mine sort of keeps me in Fever Falls. Don't get me wrong, I love being a firefighter, and I take pride in being the best I can at my job. I wouldn't be doing anything else. But I haven't traveled a lot. Any big bucket list places? I asked. Yeah, always wanted to go to Peru. Machu Picchu. That's very specific. He shrugged. Always thought it sounded cool. The idea of this tucked-away secret place. All these people living their lives and no one knowing about them. A little mystery is kind of nice. Yeah, it is. And you're quite the mystery to me, Jace Cruz. I've told you I'm an open book, and I've told you that's the part that confounds me. Not many people like that. Not in my experience. Maybe you're just hanging around the wrong crowd. I couldn't help but enjoy the remark. At least I'm with the right crowd tonight. You just trying to get sweet on me, Dax? Tell me, did you have innocent intentions when you asked me for a drink up here? I snickered. I was honest about a drink, but I wasn't talking about the cocktail. So just minus the tail part? Depends on whose tail we're talking about. He took a drink of the vodka soda I'd made him, then set it down on the side table on the balcony, and approached me. There was no question in my mind what that look was. Jace oozed sex and charisma. This titan was coming for me, and there was no way in hell I could fucking resist him. I set my drink down on the ledge, and nearly as soon his lips were against mine, just as they had been that night almost 2 weeks prior. Chapter 10. Jace. God, your lips feel as good as they did last time, I confessed without inhibition or regret. I was surprised at how effortlessly my hands made their way around him, tugging me closer to his body. His hands were just as curious about my body as he moved his hand under my shirt, feeling his way over the ridges of my back. His tongue slid between my lips, and I eagerly accepted it. I fucking loved the way his scruff scratched at my face. Damn, I said into his mouth, and he snickered. What? He asked, pulling away slightly, his expression as inviting as ever. I'm just wondering if all men feel like this, or just you. Seems like I've been missing out. Allow me to catch you up to speed. His lips locked with mine once again, my body a fit of nerves. Pushing and pulling, I'd never lost track of my ability to concentrate as much as I did as I shoved him back against the glass window of his suite. Just as soon, he pushed against me, shoving me back against the adjacent wall. It was like we were wrestling for dominance in the moment, each of us trying to assert our power over the other, and I reveled in the friskiness of it. I gripped his face between my hands as I pushed him back against the balcony ledge, each kiss, each swipe of my tongue against his, all the more delicious. Finally, I needed to catch my breath, and as I did, I noticed him gasping, which gave me the confidence that I wasn't on my own and totally losing my cool. A cocky smile lit up his face as he chuckled. What? I asked. Just enjoying how you can't seem to keep your hands off me. You don't seem to be any less interested. He shook his head. It's been a long time since I've denied myself anything that felt that good, he said, before claiming my mouth once again. I knew what fire felt like, how it pricked at the flesh and aroused that heat that overwhelmed a body, how it could overtake a person so fast. And that's what happened when Dax's lips and body pressed up against me. The sensation seared right to the bone as I became possessed by my passion, and I somehow wound up pinned against the wall, Dax's lips traveling down my face to my neck. I let my head roll back and enjoyed the way his breath and wet lips and tongue felt against my flesh. Dax's hands found their way to my fly, and I felt him working my belt. "One time in college all over again?" he asked, a smile across his face. It would have been so easy to just relax and enjoy it. Too easy. I didn't do easy, and it wouldn't have answered that question on my mind. "Wait a second," I said, taking his hand, and he seemed surprised for a moment, almost looked like he thought I might chicken out. I stepped beside him, and as he turned to me, I set my hand against his hip and guided him against the wall, swapping places with him. "I'm curious to get a taste. See if I like it." We helped each other as he worked on his belt. I unfastened his fly, and as he tucked his thumbs in the waistband and pulled his boxers down with his pants, I assisted until they were at his ankles, his thick cock poking out from under the front flap of his button-down. I stood there, paralyzed. Was I really considering doing something with a dick? I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Wasn't even sure if I'd be any good at it. Of course, when had that stopped me with anything else before? "You sure you want to?" Dax asked, and as I checked his expression, I could sense he'd picked up on my hesitation. "It's just weird is all. I've had a lot of dicks in my mouth, and I can tell you there's definitely nothing weird about it, but you can take your time. Or just remove your pants and let me handle the work. I'm not chickening out or anything," I said. "Here." He took my hand and set it on his cock so that my hand was nestling his shaft and balls. "Damn, that's stiff." "Obviously, that's in large part due to you." He reached forward and felt my hard-on in my pants. Seems like it's working on you just fine, too." As he stroked softly, his dick twitched in my grip, and I tightened my hold around it. He closed his eyes and groaned softly, and I pulled my hand back and licked it before stroking him again. "Fuck," he moaned, and I couldn't resist taking his mouth once again. He was an expert kisser, reading my movements as he teased at my tongue with his own and nipped at my bottom lip seemingly at just the right moments. I figured he'd been with enough men to know how to work a guy up, and he sure knew how to make me feel like there was no greater joy in the world to him than tasting my mouth. I didn't think you could get much harder. "But damn," I said, as his girth continued stiffening the more I stroked it, trying to work it the way I might have worked my own dick. "If you keep playing with it like that, you might get a surprise sooner rather than later." He hardly had a chance to finish his sentence before I kissed him again. God, he was fun. And hot, and my curiosity got the better of me as I crouched down on my knees, assessing his full cock. "Is that pre-cum?" I asked, running my thumb over the head and collecting some of the drippage. "You got me." I was too curious not to try it, so I pulled my thumb into my mouth. It had a nice flavor. "Thoughts?" he asked. "I think I might need a little more than that before I make my decision," I teased, gripping his shaft and pumping him. I glanced up, watching as Dax leaned back against the wall, staring down at me, smirking. As I pulled back, my hand reaching the head of his cock, I felt warmth against my skin, and checked to see if he was pre-coming some more. "There you go," he said. I chuckled before tasting it again. I inspected my next challenge, thinking about my conversation with Ash, what I'd been so curious about. What would it feel like to have that thing between my lips? And why was my curiosity making me so goddamn hard? However, as much as there was this thing in me that made all this feel so foreign, so out of my element, I knew I could push past my fear. Hell, my whole damn life was about pushing past fear to do my goddamn job. I leaned forward and shifted my grip so that the underside of his cock was exposed, allowing me to lick up the middle. I figured I might not like it, or that it might be weird to taste a dick. But it was nice. More than nice. As Dax's moaned timed with the sensation of his shaft pulsating in my grip, this primal instinct overtook me, and I slid the head into my mouth, lapping up the pre-cum that had collected on it. I didn't go further than that, was trying to allow myself to mentally adjust to the idea. It was strange. It was unusual, and it was so damn hot I could already feel myself leaking from the experience. I stuck my tongue out farther, feeling his shaft against it as I took more of it into my mouth. Dax's hand relaxed on my head, and he threaded his fingers through my hair. Hey, he said, and I pulled his dick out of my mouth. Get up here. I'm missing those lips, too. I enjoyed a chuckle, pushing back to my feet. Sorry, had to get that out of the way, see what it was like. And, I guess you have an okay cock, I teased, and he burst out into a laugh before I kissed him again. Let's go inside. His words pushed out between kisses as he seemed to struggle to keep away from me nearly as much as I struggled to keep away from him. I didn't resist him as he guided us in through the balcony door, and we found our way onto the sofa, making out. I felt like a teenager when I'd first started messing around with a girl I was seeing at school. Chapter 11. Dax. What the fuck were we doing? We made out on the sofa in the living area of my hotel, side by side. I wasn't surprised by that, but at this patience I had with Jace. Normally, I would have had a guy's pants off and been working my way inside him by that point, but despite Jace's apparent curiosity, I wanted to move at a pace that was comfortable for him. I didn't want to rush it. I wasn't typically a fan of kissing, but he was so incredible at it. I didn't see a reason not to enjoy that while I could. Jace was the perfect guy to mess around with. We had such different lives, came from such different worlds, that I didn't have to worry about the complicated shit that might have accompanied a deal like that. He hadn't even been with more than one guy, so it would be fun to explore that with him, and then each of us would get on with our lives. Jace hummed as he pulled away from my lips. Mind if I take my pants off too? I laughed. I'm more than fine with that, as much as I enjoy being the one who's half naked right now. I'd kicked my shoes off and removed my pants out on the balcony. Well, take off your shirt too, he suggested. Only if you take off yours. I want to see those guns you're so famous for. Pleasure's all mine. We stripped down, and then not only did I get to see those guns, but that cock. It was huge. Massive. Talk about a fire hose, I said. He grinned in a way that assured me he was used to impressing people. How big is that thing? I asked. 9. 10. You trying to guess low to keep me humble? He teased, which made me laugh again. I'd never met anyone who could make me laugh as easily as he did. There was something about him that was so goddamn disarming, especially as he slid closer and asked, Now where were we? Before planting another kiss on me. I took his shaft in my hand, trying to assess the size from first-hand experience before pulling close to him and stroking up against him, and he did the same with me. I pushed on top of him until he was lying beneath me. Oh God, just the thought of topping him. Of him letting me inside what I imagined would be one of the tightest holes I'd ever been in. What that did to me. Jesus, he said as I pulled away, and he glanced down. I must be really hot for you or something to be coming this much already. He looked so fucking pleased with himself. If you didn't have this body, I told him, I'd think you were being arrogant. Now, how you want to come? Why is this about how I want to come? I want you to have a good time too. Considering this is your second time with a guy, I figured I could be polite. I'm hospitable like that. How do you want to come? In your hole? But I don't think we're going to get there just yet. He chuckled. Yeah, don't know about all that. You mind if I come on you? I asked him. Because damn, he looked so beautiful lying there on the sofa, stroking his own junk as I was on my knees over him. I could just imagine how pretty he'd look wearing my spooge. Yeah, "I guess," he replied, then snickered. "Is that funny to you? It's just strange that I'm even doing this, but I want it." I started to close my eyes, the way I might have done with any other lover, but seeing the Adonis before me made me realize that I'd have to be insane to think it'd be easier to get off not checking out that hot bod of his. He smirked, and seeing that expression was everything. My cum pushed right through me, rushing across those abs and up to his chin. "Holy fucking shit," he said, his eyes popping open as he chuckled. "Sorry. I was always a shooter, but normally not so far. Nothing to be sorry about," he said, not even bothering to wipe the cum off his chin, just continuing to jerk himself off. "Let me finish taking care of this," I insisted. I grabbed the base of his shaft and backed up on the sofa as he withdrew his hand. Then I stooped down, took that cock in my mouth, and worshipped it like it would be my last time with it, because I knew that was likely the case. We'd be signing deals, and he'd be back in Fever Falls in no time, me in L.A. So I wasn't going to waste a fucking drop. I cupped his balls with one hand and used the other to assist me as I sucked him off. "You're so fucking good at that," he moaned, as though he envied my skills, as though he wished he could have taken to my shaft the way I was taking to his, which made me proud of the expertise I'd acquired over the years. "Dax, I'm about to—" I pulled his dick out of my mouth and continued pumping as his body trembled, his muscles shaking feverishly as he spilled onto himself, his cum shooting, though not nearly as much as I had when I came. Our cum mixed together on his abs, and I enjoyed the show as Jace was left still twitching from his orgasm. "Ah, fuck," he said, raising one arm and resting his hand behind his head with a long, deep sigh. I noticed a little bit of his cum on the side of my forefinger, and didn't waste a minute. Just raised it and sucked it into my mouth, sucking it up, closing my eyes to really savor his taste. When I opened them again, Jace was watching me, looking pleased at how much I was enjoying his cum. "Well, you could have helped yourself to more," he teased. "Come on, you're a fucking mess. Let's shower off." We headed into my bedroom en suite. "I think my bathroom might actually be bigger than yours," he noted, and when I turned to him, he winked. "Seems appropriate," I said, looking to his dick. Jace enjoyed another laugh. Well, what can I say? Maybe just acknowledge that the universe isn't all that fair. No one said life is fair, but as far as cocks go, I wouldn't say you have anything to complain about. I led him into the walk-in shower, and he closed the glass door behind him as I turned on the water, running my hand through it to feel the temperature as it warmed. I turned to Jace, who once again checked out all the cum dripping down him. "First time you've been covered in cum?" I asked. "First time it's been mixed with someone else's. And damn, you fucking shoot." "Been a while since I've shot like that. Did I turn you on that much?" "Not gonna lie and pretend you didn't." I could feel the water warming up, and I said, "Here, go ahead and hop in." He did just that, and I enjoyed the view as he rinsed off, the white from our cum sliding down through the ridges in his abs, down his legs, moving over every curve of thick muscles. "Damn, you sure are a sexy piece of man." "You're a pretty hot motherfucker yourself," he said, his hair damp, water webbing down his face. I grabbed the small bottle of soap from a nook in the wall and a rag from the rack and passed them to him. He scrubbed down, and then we switched, him heading out and drying off with a towel while I cleaned up. When I finished, I headed into the living room, where he was stretched out on the couch, watching TV, making himself comfortable, which I admittedly enjoyed more than I should have. "Did we still need to go out and talk business? I feel like I took up most of our time with sightseeing. And, what sights to see?" he added, scanning me over. "I've had my share of sights, too." I plopped down on the couch beside him. "Yeah, I say we get back into some clothes and head out for dinner, and we can chat about all those things we should have been talking about today. Then I have to cram some ideas together to present to Haxmore tomorrow after everything is signed and the deal's in place. Crazy to think I'm going to be on billboards and in commercials and shit like that." Once again, the way he said it proved how in over his head he was, much like with our messing around. "I hope you know what you're getting yourself into, Jace. I love what you're doing for your community, It's maybe the most noble thing I've seen anyone do. But like I said, it's not easy to be in the spotlight. You've never wanted any of it? Ever? Come on. I find that hard to believe. I definitely don't have any interest in it. I wanted to leave it at that, but I could tell by the way he kept looking at me, he expected more than that. Remember that night at your mom's when we were talking about those people who wind up in rehab and leaving their kids? That's my mom, I explained. She was a hot, trendy actress in a TV series for a while. It catapulted her into the spotlight in the 90s, made her this big shot celebrity when I was a kid, and it fucking wrecked our lives. I don't think fame makes people horrible, but it amplifies what's there, and with my mom, that was an addictive personality and this desperation for public approval that she wasn't getting that only kept her hooked. She couldn't be there for me when she couldn't even be there for herself. I waited for him to ask what so many others would have if I'd shared that. Who she was. This sort of salacious desire to know about the fallen TV vixen. Instead, he just said, "I'm sorry. Everyone deserves a parent who cares." I imagine you had a hard time with that too, being in the shelter as a kid. I was one of the lucky ones, at least, and found an amazing mom and dad. Not everyone's so lucky, and if life's shown me anything, it's that sometimes the ones stuck with a family they didn't choose have it a lot worse. Well, it was what it was. And we're fine now. Or as fine as we can be. But that's all that matters. And if you don't mind us just leaving that there, that'd be great. I respect that. Thank you for sharing as much as you did. Thank you for listening, I said, meaning it. This wasn't something I talked to a lot of people about. Certain aspects, particularly about my past, I preferred to keep close to my chest. Because of my past, privacy was something I'd learned to cherish. Chapter 12. Jace. How about we get a pizza? A pizza. Really? Dax asked. That's right, you and the diet thing. Well, we can go out if we have to. I can probably get some chicken wings on the side, and that'll be plenty for me. Since we'd spent the day running around, neither of us had wanted to leave the confines of Dax's hotel room, which worked just fine for me. I enjoyed Dax's company. Messing around with him had been a blast, and I appreciated how cool he'd been about my level of experience, or lack thereof. He'd allowed me to enjoy things at my own pace, and if ever an experience could have shown me exactly how into guys I was, this was the one, because, damn. And after we finished, he didn't chase me off or let things get weird. We ordered some pizza and wings. Dax said he needed to respond to a few emails and did so on his laptop while I watched TV. Neither of us chatted much, not feeling like we needed to fill the space with random conversation, which made me feel even more relaxed with him. When the pizza finally arrived, I got it while Dax finished sending an email. I set it on the counter and opened it, grabbing a slice and diving right in. Dax hurried in shortly after. Like me, he was still wearing just a towel around his waist. He looked me over. "You know," I said, "you keep looking at me like that. You're going to give me a big head." "I like the kind of big head I give you," Dax teased, approaching me. He raised his hand to my face and ran his thumb across my bottom lip. As he pulled it away, I noticed some cheese on his thumb, which he eagerly licked off, reminding me of the way he ate my cum when we were messing around. "I thought you were watching your calorie intake." "Nope, just watching what I eat, and cheese is fine with my diet." He looked me over once more, and apparently pizza is just fine for yours. His lips curled into a sly smile before turning serious again. "Okay, but I do want to prepare you for everything tomorrow, so we need to at least go over a few things. Haxmore's plane will land tomorrow morning, and he wants to get together for dinner and have a little chat, vibe everything out, and then we'll sign on the dotted line, and let that be that. Lord, I hate to think that he might find out he doesn't even like me all that much. It's just a formality. The Skype session was more than enough for him. Trust me on that." "Oh? What'd he say?" "I'll tell you when I need to get that head big again. How's that?" I enjoyed a laugh, sitting at the kitchen island and having some more of my pizza while Dax devoured his wings. He discussed some of the details of the contract that my uncle had already reviewed with me before I got on the flight, mainly about clauses, non-compete, morality, mediation, renewal, any number of things that could have come up while I was having to live my life under the confines of the contract. And now I might just have to suck your dick to make up for boring you to tears. It was evident he'd picked up on how miserable I'd been through this whole chat. I wouldn't complain if you did, but I went through most of it with my uncle, and it all sounds good, I figured. But I do want you to understand as much as you can what you're signing. It'd be one thing if I were dealing with an actor or a model who's used to this kind of stuff, but I can assure you, from my experience in this industry, it's a good contract in your favor. I tried to make sure Haxmore wasn't fucking you over. I trust you. Dax did a double take. Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't trust anyone in this industry. It's a dog-eat-dog business, and people who seem trustworthy are more than likely just conning you for their own best interests. Are you saying you're conning me? What? No. But you need to be careful. I do worry about you in this industry. Dax, I spend my life walking through burning buildings. I can handle a little danger or people being assholes, and I told you, my mom gave you her stamp of approval, and that's good enough for me. He seemed to force a smile at that, but I could tell he was apprehensive, and I couldn't figure out why. I do worry about you, Jace. It's sweet that you worry, but I'm fine, and I'm tough, and I should look it. I winked, trying to get him to lighten up, and I earned a laugh, which was good enough for me. I wasn't sure what or who had burned him. I could tell by his conversation about his mom that something about this whole industry weighed on him, but considering how long he'd been working in showbiz, I wouldn't have thought he'd be this rattled on my account. I'd survived a lot. Certainly an endorsement deal wouldn't be the thing to do me in. Yeah, you're fine, Dax said, shaking his head as though trying to shake his worry away. A part of me was offended that he felt the need to worry about me, since I could take care of myself, but another part of me thought it was kind of cute. Reminded me that Dax was a better guy than he cared to let on. On that note, I think you're all set for tomorrow, and we can get this ball rolling and make you a star, Jace Cruz. He grinned, though the trace of discomfort was still visible in his expression. Sounds good. I pushed to my feet. I'll scram and get my beauty rest and let you get busy. I headed into the living room, where I threw off my towel and slid back into my clothes. Dax escorted me to the door. He had his hand on my back as I stepped out of the room, and when I turned back to him, he offered a friendly smile. I'm glad you're working with us, Jace. And not just because of the perks. I'm glad I'm working with you guys, too. Perks and all. Something about gazing into those bright hazel eyes and seeing that mouth of his reeled me right in again, and I planted another kiss on him, which was weird for me. I never would have done something like that with another lover, not for any particular reason, but something about Dax was so goddamn irresistible. I just couldn't get enough of touching the guy. He kissed me back, his hand resting against my side, and I slid my hand around him, against the small of his back, pulling him to me, up against my body. I heard a sound, and it took me a moment to realize the door had slammed shut behind him. But we just kept right on, teasing and tasting with our lips and tongues. Finally, Dax pulled away and muttered, "Ah, fuck." I opened my eyes and followed his gaze to a guy with chocolate brown hair, all bright white teeth as he grinned ear to ear. He wore jeans and a nearly neon pink button-down shirt with a navy blue tie. He glanced between us as Dax said, "Did you need something, Carter?" "This is your assistant?" I reached out to shake his hand. "Nice to meet you, man." "The pleasure is all mine, I assure you." He kept glancing between us as though he was already going to give Dax hell about being caught lip-locking with me in the hall in just a towel. I pulled my hand away from Carter's grip, since he seemed to have a difficult time parting with it. Carter said, "We can all go right back in there, and you guys just tell me what you need me to do." Kidding. Unless you need that. "Carter," Dax said sternly. "Or if you just think that'd be hot." "Carter! Or if there's something you want to try that requires more than 2 people. I'm very flexible, by the way. I do Pilates, yoga. Carter! Dax barked, the sound echoing through the hall. Oh, is that my name? Carter asked, his gaze still fixed on mine. Sorry, I forgot for a few moments there as I was looking into your eyes. I laughed. Dax, I'll see you tomorrow. You're a sweet kid, Carter. I started down the hall, figuring it'd be best to let them deal with the awkwardness of everything that had just transpired. I'm also an easy kid, only 24, room 473. Jesus, Carter. Dax groaned, low enough that I figured he didn't think I could hear him. Have some self-respect. Me? Oh, look who's talking. He could probably hear you. I beamed and let out a satisfied sigh as I relished every goddamn moment we'd spent together that day. Ah, Dax Monroe. You intrigue the fuck out of me. Chapter 13. Dax. Jace. Rumor has it you'll be back in town next week. When are you going to come see me? Despite my attempt at keeping serious and professional, I submitted to the tug at the corners of my lips. All I could think about was Jace's cheeky smile when Carter caught us outside my hotel room. Jace knew perfectly well I'd be back in town the following week for his first photo shoot, scheduled 3 weeks after we'd signed his endorsement deal. What are you all smiles about over there? Carter asked from the chair on the opposite side of my desk. When I looked up, he was keying away into his iPhone as though he was so busy he shouldn't have been able to notice me making a dumb face over Jace's message, although I figured I was just that obvious. Did you get a message from HottieFirefighter? He pressed. Maybe I got a text from someone else. His gaze shifted to me, one brow rising slightly higher than the other as he offered a suspicious glare. Sure, Jan. Okay, it was him. Of course it was. How much have you guys been texting since London? Too much. Jace and I had been exchanging messages almost daily for the past 3 weeks. Nothing major, just checking in with each other. I don't know, I lied. He rolled his eyes. I can't tell who you're lying to more, me or yourself. How am I lying to myself? You gonna keep pretending you don't have a little bit of a thing for HottieFirefighter? Can we not call him that? His name is Jace. Although, maybe because I recognized how much more he was than that stupid nickname, I was fine with using it when I was talking to Jace. Okay. What would you like me to call your boyfriend? God, you know that's not an option. There it is. What? You said, that's not an option. You didn't make it sound outside the realm of possibility. This guy's got you crushing a bit. Come on. Tell Dr. Carter. You're not a goddamn doctor, and I'm not crushing. We had fun, and I wouldn't mind having fun again. That's the extent of it. He hummed, Here Comes the Bride. You are just begging for a severance package, aren't you? Ah, please. Who else is going to sneak down to the concierge to grab you a card when you're standing outside your hotel room in just a towel? I hadn't realized what a dumbass move it was to let the door slam shut behind me when Jace and I had been having our little goodbye make-out session. No shame in being attracted to Mr. Overnight Sensation. Last I checked, his Instagram video announcing the deal with Haxmore had 50 million views. 57, last I checked. Stock much? Clearly, this part's in the job description. While I worked different media outlets to get press for the Cruise Haxmore deal, at Elliot's and my encouragement, Jace created an Instagram page we could link sources to and a video discussing the upcoming deal. Elliot hadn't been sure how effective it would be as a marketing tool, but I knew once people became aware of the personality that went along with the image they'd become so captivated by, they'd find themselves as enamored by Jace Cruz as I found myself becoming. A crush. No. I was too practical for that. We both had jobs to do, and especially with deals signed, we needed to prioritize our work above everything else. I didn't tend to get involved with clients, but in Jace's case, I doubted my ability to keep my hands off him, though I didn't figure it would become a big issue. He seemed fairly chill about the whole thing. However, the gun had been fired, and the race was on to get Jace to the top of every headline to generate publicity for the campaign that was officially underway, something that was helped by a leak inside the Fever Fight campus, revealing his plans to donate money toward a new and improved rec center, as well as plenty more toward their library. I wouldn't have disclosed those facts, as I knew how personal it was for Jace, but it easily generated even more hype for the up-and-coming celeb. Timing was everything in my business. We needed to strike while the iron was hot, and Jace Cruz was so very hot in every possible way, and seemed to only be getting hotter by the minute. I finally chased Carter out of my office with some calls he needed to make before our trip back to Fever Falls, but secretly I wanted a chance to respond to Jace's message in private, without having to worry about Carter's prying eyes. Not that he would see what I was texting, but clearly I was struggling to maintain my typical cool expression. "Missing me already?" I messaged. You're all right. That dick, though." I laughed out loud, like a fucking idiot, which reminded me why it had been a good idea to get rid of Carter before replying. LMAO. Well, he misses you too. Careful with compliments. You know how those give me a big head, and I'm trying to be innocent at my family barbecue. Are you seriously at a barbecue? Of course. Mom loves a good old-fashioned barbecue. Sometimes Jace and his family were too goddamn perfect. How's the fam? Keeg is trying to play fetch with Mac, which just looks like Keeg throwing a ball and then walking Mac to it. Wish you were here. It irritated me how excited that made me. Considering I had to be out there next week to handle our first major publicity project, I knew it wouldn't be too long before I was back in his sights once again. There was something refreshing about Jace still being the same guy I'd met out in Fever Falls. A part of me had been worried, and was still worried about losing him to those things I knew poisoned so many others, and while it was too early to be sure whether or not that would happen, I was rooting for Jace. I wanted him to prove me wrong about what I'd come to expect from guys who fell prey to deals like this. For the next few days, the Haxmore account was our #1 priority as we prepared for the early stages of the campaign, trying to get the maximum amount of exposure for our new golden boy. Carter, Elliot, and I headed to Fever Falls the following week. "I've got Lena Hermosa's flight and hotel arranged for this Thursday," Carter noted as he and I sat in the back of the Tesla the car service had sent to transport us to the hotel. Elliot had booked a slightly later flight than us, so we'd have to meet up with him later and discuss some of the details we were arranging. A YouTube influencer, Lena Hermosa would be our first major interview. While Elliot had encouraged us to go with a bigger network, not only would she maintain Jace's small-town, good-old-boy image, but her reach would create an immediate social media frenzy in the same vein as so much of what Jace had managed to accomplish already. Carter added, "I'm assuming you already saw that Burberry and Dolce & Gabbana are vying for a new social media police hunk?" Carter knew me well enough to know I stayed abreast of the hot topics of our industry. Of course I saw. Figured copycats would start crawling out of the woodwork. I'm sure Freda Inc. will be managing their accounts. Maybe if they'd just tried a little harder to woo Jace Cruz. Not sure they could physically accomplish the sort of harder we're talking about. Jace had already made up his mind before any of that, so it was my impressive PR skills that made that happen. Carter glowed, as though he was so pleased with himself for knowing about the secret little tryst between Jace and me. And as I checked my phone in my pocket and saw a message from Jace, I decided to wait until I reached the hotel to respond, since I didn't need Carter giving me hell over our innocent fun. When we made it to the hotel, the moment I was safe inside my room, I checked Jace's message. "Let me know if you want to meet up, once you're all settled in." I was a little tired from the flight, but my desire to see Jace again far outweighed my grogginess. Chapter 14. Jace. "Dax Monroe," I said as I approached the bar at fever pitch. Dax spun around on his stool, a grin spreading across that sexy mug of his. It was that charming Dax Monroe smile I'd found myself missing over the past few weeks. Nearly a fucking month. Too fucking long, that's what it was. He pushed to his feet, and we hugged. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a family approaching us. "Excuse me?" a young girl said as she came closer. I turned to Dax, who motioned to her. "You have fans now. This is how it goes." It'd gotten a lot worse since the announcement of my deal with Haxmore, to a degree I didn't expect, considering I hadn't even had my first photo shoot yet. It was all based on the hype of the deal itself and the video I'd posted online. I did my best to acclimate to my new status, though. Lord knew when I ran into MVP star quarterback Ash Carmichael a few months prior, I hadn't hesitated to ask for his autograph, and if he'd said no or brushed me off, I would have been so fucking disappointed. I signed fever pitch napkins for the girl and then for her dad, who seemed as excited to chat me up as she was. That happening a lot lately? Dax asked as he sat back down, sipping on his martini, simpering. Hey, buddy, Dallas said with a bright smile as he approached and set a napkin on the bar before me, along with my usual beer. He would have done that even before all the attention began, but it was annoying to have yet another interruption from the whole reason I was there. Thanks, Dallas, I said. And then to Dax, yeah, but I can manage it. I slid onto the stool beside him. I'm glad you're good now, because trust me, this is just the beginning. What's been the worst so far? Have you had people snapping pictures of you randomly or unfavorable write-ups in the local paper? Nothing like that, I replied. Everyone's been so nice, and I've noticed a few people taking pictures of me in the grocery store or something, but other than that, it just takes me 3 times as long to take my normal trips around town, you know? Yes, I do. Just get ready for when the commercials come around. Something about being on people's TVs makes them feel like you're right in their homes with them. Their friends, even. Your mom? His gaze lowered to his drink, though I could tell he was looking far beyond it, as though seeing some memory in his past. All the women we'd run into wanted to be her, or at least be her best friend. The guys pretended to be her friends long enough to get something from her. I'm sure you've already had more than your share of that kind of attitude. It's good for my ego, I teased, and I could tell by the way he laughed that he took my remark in the spirit I'd intended. I took a swig of my beer. Now, how about you, Mr. PR? How are things going on your end of all this? I have the easy job. I just schmooze. I don't even have to set up appointments, since Carter handles all that. When's he get in? He's here. But I told him he wasn't going to meet up with you and get all googly-eyed again. Googly-lipped is more like it. Dax had been about to take another sip of his drink when he stopped, snickering. That's the Jace I've been missing. Ah, so you have been missing me. You're not going to get more than that out of me. He set his glass on the bar. Any rate, Carter's probably trolling around on Grindr, Scruff, and Tinder for some action right about now, so we can catch up. I'm glad you came by yourself, I confessed. And the way he looked at me, I could tell he was pleased I'd said it. Excuse me? A voice came from beside me, and I turned to see a couple of high school girls standing there. Dax snickered, but turned away to keep from making his amusement obvious to the girls. After I accommodated them with a few selfies and signatures, I told Dax, I might have a better idea for dinner. I retrieved my phone from my back pocket and called an Uber. Oh, gonna take me to some secluded part of Fever Falls where you're a virtual unknown? He asked, rolling his eyes. Something like that. We headed out of the restaurant. Hey! HottieFirefighter! A voice called from down the street. Seriously? Am I gonna have to take another selfie tonight? I turned and was relieved to see Rush heading along the sidewalk toward us. Hey, man! I called back as he approached and reeled me in for a hug. As he pulled away, I said, Dax, this is Rush. Yes, it would be hard for me not to know who Rush Alexander is, Dax said with a chuckle, as though he found it humorous that I figured he might not have recognized the celebrity motocross rider. I've definitely been surprised by how many stars can be traced to Fever Falls. Stick around, Rush said. They say we're up and coming, which sounds like branding for a Grindr profile, not a city, but what do I know? We shared a laugh before catching up briefly. He was in town for a few days and was meeting up with Ash and Bo for dinner at Fever Pitch. When our Uber arrived, Rush headed on his way, and we slipped into the car. It was nice that the woman driving didn't recognize me, so we were able to chat about movies and TV shows for the 10-minute drive before Dax finally asked me, Okay, but seriously, where are we going for dinner? Just wait, Mr. Impatient. We stopped shortly after, and I thanked the driver and hopped out of the car. Dax did the same, glancing around, his eyebrows furrowed. The fuck? He asked. Are we welcome to Shay's Cruise? I waved to my townhouse as the driver headed down the street to turn around in the cul-de-sac. Dax burst into laughter, bowing over, hands on his thighs as he tried to collect himself. Hey, it's an all right place, I insisted. No, it's not that, Jace. He struggled for a moment longer to contain his amusement, then stood erect once again. He approached and rested his hand on my shoulder, adding, "This is probably the most refreshing place you could have brought me to this evening. Mac here?" "Yeah, he is." I grinned just at the mention of his name. I guided him inside, and Mac hopped up from his bed and hurried over to greet us. "Aw, you excited I brought my buddy Dax?" He barked, which made Dax laugh. "You said you didn't have any pets, right? Say hey to Dax, buddy." Dax knelt and reached his hand out, which Mac sniffed like crazy before accepting Dax's rub down. "Good boy," he said, as Mac lay down on the floor and rolled over. "Yeah, he loves a good belly rub. Just like his daddy," Dax said, turning to me and winking. Hell, I sure wouldn't have a problem getting rubbed down as much as he does, if some generous guy offered. "Oh, now you're just interested in guys. I guess I have that effect on people." I let Dax enjoy believing that about himself, because I enjoyed when he acted a little full of himself. It was hot. As much as he tried to seem like nothing more than a cool, collected, confident powerhouse as he knelt on the floor, beaming while petting my little Shar-Pei pooch, I knew I was seeing the real Dax Monroe. He rubbed Mac's lower belly, leaving Mac twitching his head either way and reveling in the experience. "Yeah, that's his favorite right there," I told him. "I'm good at finding the right spot." Dax's gaze shifted back to me, filled with determination and a playful mischievousness that had a way of getting me riled up. "So you want to get some pizza and wings like we did in London?" "Pizza? No, fuck that. I'm gonna make dinner." Dax seemed surprised by that. "What? You didn't think I could cook? Come on, if you thought Nance was a good chef, just wait until you get a taste of what I can work up." I had a taste of that. Enough with the innuendo. I don't need the chat when we can get to all that later. "What makes you think I want to mess around with you later? You're the one who practically tricked me into coming over to your place." "Well, how about you stay for dinner and drinks, and then we'll see if I can persuade you." "I'm the one who persuades, Jace." "We'll see about that." I started for the kitchen, which was on the other side of the living area, behind the island that jutted out from the wall. Dax pushed to his feet and headed around the island. He leaned against it as I opened the pantry to see what I could whip up. "Outside your normal dietary needs, is there anything you're violently allergic to?" I queried. "Not that I'm aware of. And it's fine, I'm not going to be a stickler about my diet tonight if we're going by what you have in your pantry." I scanned the boxed noodles, bottles of sauces, and canned goods before heading to the fridge and checking out what I had in there. "I think I'm going to settle on some fried chicken. You like fried chicken?" I glanced over my shoulder to check out his expression. He shrugged. "Okay, that's what I'm doing because clearly you've never had great fried chicken." "I'm fine with it. I'm not okay with this laissez-faire attitude you have about fried chicken, so we're going to fix that. Aren't we, Mac?" Mac was watching me searching through the fridge, and I knew it was because I'd encouraged him with pieces of deli meat and leftovers, something I shouldn't have gotten him in the habit of expecting. I grabbed some chicken from the fridge and set it beside the stove. "You want to peel some potatoes for me? I make some good loaded potatoes." "Yeah, I'll peel some potatoes," Dax said with a laugh. "What? Tell me you've peeled potatoes before." He thought about it for a moment. "No, not really." What kind of person has never peeled potatoes? And here I thought Nance was a good judge of character. "What do you think of that, Mac?" Dax asked, and as I turned to them, Mac lay down at Dax's feet. "Yeah, I guess he's not a good judge either." Dax folded his arms and shook his head, that smile as broad as ever. "I don't have any martinis here, but you can help yourself to what I have." I indicated my liquor cabinet on the other side of the room, near the living area. "Oh, this is my department. I've got the drinks and potatoes." He headed to the bar and fixed us some vodka and ginger ale while I got the chicken started and put a pot of water on the stove. Then I fetched the potatoes, a peeler, and a bowl, and guided him through the process, not able to keep from snickering at the way he was doing it. "What are you laughing about?" he asked as he sat on the other side of the island, peeling in small pieces around a potato. "If you just run it along the side of the potato, it'll be easier. Here," I demonstrated, sliding it around and then making my way in a spiral down the potato. "Oh, got it." Dax took the potato and peeler back and worked it himself. As I mixed spices and breadcrumbs, he inspected my work. "And the HottieFirefighter cooks, too?" Don't let that leak to the press. Then you'll really be batting them off you. Okay, tonight was strange. I admit to getting some attention from all this, but that was more than usual. I have a feeling it's just the beginning, Jace. I hope you can handle it. I can handle it all right. Just take some getting used to, I said. Like peeling potatoes. Jace Cruz, I didn't have this planned for tonight, but somehow this feels very you. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just picture you with a beer in your hand, making dinner for some friends and maybe watching a movie or talking about whatever. That sounds about right? We get out and have our fun, but nothing wrong with settling down around the house for a good time, too. My buddies and I get enough action on the job, so we typically like to settle down when we're home. That's got to be stressful. His expression turned serious, the way I sometimes noticed with people whenever I brought up my work. It's stressful, but most people seem to think we're all gloom and doom about it because there's so much at stake. I don't revel in anyone's place being on fire or anyone being in danger, but it's almost a sport. This is what I train for. This is what I'm an expert in, so when an emergency comes up, it's like I'm a quarterback and it's game day. And there's something a little exciting about never knowing when game day is, that I have to be ready for it every day. And some days, there are so many games, it's like our station's Olympics. That's definitely not what I would have expected, Dax admitted. But then when we have a few days off, we need a break from having game days every other day of the week, so I like for people to be able to chill and relax with me. I bet you have really good friends. Sure do. Most are from the station. You spend a lot of time with the guys, so it's how it works. Of course. Most of my friends are in the same industry, too. It's definitely easier being around people who get what I do. Obviously not on the same level as you. That's not how I meant that. I have enormous respect for your job because God knows there aren't that many people willing to be the Batmans of the world. That's not the first time I've heard that, I observed. But there are plenty of us in the world, and it's a good life when you know that what you're doing really matters, that sacrificing your own safety actually makes a difference, even if it's just in one person's life. And if you're lucky, like me, you get to see just how many people can be touched by what you do. Dax wore a pensive expression. Well, not exactly the way my job works. I don't get to see that part of humanity often. I tend to see the conniving and scheming and double-dealing. I see all that too, don't worry. I'm just lucky to get to see the other side, to know that it's there. Some people are goddamn awful, but they're the exception, not the rule. Most guys, they got a good place in their heart, even if they don't care to show it to everyone, even if they feel like they need to hide it because they want the world to think they're Mr. Tough Guy. Well, I am Mr. Tough Guy, Dax said with a smile. I bet. Now get me those potatoes done so I can get them going. Chapter 15. Dax. What I enjoyed most about Jace was how easy it was to talk to him. There was something unusual about being in his home, making dinner with him. Well, if that's what I could call peeling 7 russet potatoes. But there was something pleasant about it, too. While Jace finished the fried chicken, I set the table in the dining area beside the kitchen. His place wasn't flash and designer chic the way I was used to seeing with my friends. His was more like Nance's, traditional furnishings and decor. A few pictures of Jace and his friends and family were displayed on a console table alongside the liquor cabinet. It felt like a home, and I could see why people would gravitate to it to sit and relax with a guy like Jace, who, along with his many admirable traits, was obviously a good listener. Perhaps too good, in that way that made me nervous that he was possibly picking up on more through our brief conversations than I cared for him to know. Or anyone. Really. Okay, here we go, Jace said as he set a plate of fried chicken in the center of the table and the bowl of loaded mashed potatoes beside it. Mac drooled as he walked alongside Jace, clearly wanting a taste of the food, which, I had to admit, smelled so fucking good. I got you, boy, Jace told him before heading back into the kitchen and slipping Mac a piece of cooked chicken, since he'd saved a few just for that purpose. I slid into a chair on one end, and Jace sat in the one adjacent to me, taking charge as he grabbed a fork and offered me some chicken, then scooping mashed potatoes on my plate. Salt? Pepper? Extra cheese for the taters? Well, aren't you quite the host? I try to excel in everything I do, he said, his tone dripping with charm and sex appeal. Now hurry up and try that fried chicken, and tell me if that doesn't make you realize any other fried chicken you've had in your life is some bullshit. I grabbed a piece, and as I pulled it to my mouth, said, I don't have much to compare it to, but I'll let you know. I took a bite, enjoying the sensation of the spices pricking at my tongue, the eruption of flavor in my mouth. Fuck, I murmured, which made Jace grin. Damn right. That's what you've been missing all these years. I relished the taste before taking another bite, a bit larger than I'd intended, and it burned the roof of my mouth. Oh shit, I said, then took a swig of my drink to soothe the sting. Holy shit, you take to my chicken like you take to my cock, Jace mocked. You okay, man? I swallowed, recovering from the surprise. Yeah, fine. Burned the goddamn roof of my mouth, but I'll be good. Jace hopped up. I'll get you some water for that. He poured me a glass and set it on the table beside me. As I took a sip, the cool water gave me some additional and much-needed relief. Just so good, I guess I couldn't help myself, I said. I know the feeling. Jace's gaze was right on mine, and as it drifted to my lips, I knew he was referring to when we'd first messed around. A tuft of hair fell in a loop on his forehead, and there was something so fucking sexy about it. I figured to get us through the meal it'd be best to change the subject to chatting about the shoot the following day, the schedule, the itinerary, the various shots we'd arranged with the photographer. This is an easy one, but heads up, at the same time we're going to have someone recording footage we can splice together and run on Hacksmore's Facebook page, teasing everyone about the big launch. But the videographer will ask you a few questions too. Just be yourself and you'll do fine. I'm hoping that'll warm you up for when we do the commercial shoots next month, although if your Instagram reveal is any indication, I'm not too concerned about that. The whole gimmick is that you just need to be yourself, so I'm pretty good at that, he said, obviously not having a clue what I was talking about since he'd lived his whole goddamn life that way. Sometimes people get nervous and weird because they're trying too hard, but yeah, I'm not terribly worried about that with you. Just be ready for Carter and every PA to be sitting on the sidelines, taking in the view. Jace inspected my plate, still with half a piece of fried chicken on it. I'd had a few pieces, but I'd cut myself off. You gonna finish that? He asked. I think I'm good on the chicken front. Have to at least be responsible with these calories. But it was amazing. So you mind if I have it? I laughed. What? I'm used to models being on strict regimens before photo shoots, but go for it. He did just that, then pushed to his feet. Want some ice cream? I got some Bluebell cookie dough. If you weren't so goddamn likable, I'd hate your fucking guts. I'll take that as a yes. A bite. I'll have a bite. He retrieved the ice cream and set 2 bowls with spoons in them between our chairs. I said a bite, not a bowl. He fixed a bowl. If you insist. He sat back down, taking the bowl and enjoying a bite. Damn, that's good. Hey, I still want a bite. He dug into his ice cream and collected some in his spoon. Leaning toward me, he said, Come and get it. I obeyed, and melted into the taste. God, it's been forever since I've had ice cream, I confessed, closing my eyes to enjoy the experience. When I opened my eyes again, Jace was leaning close to me, this cocked grin on his face. I've been missing something too, he said, before grabbing the nape of my neck and drawing me in. I didn't resist. I didn't imagine Jace encountered resistance from those he reeled in. His lips sealed against mine. And just like with the ice cream, I couldn't truly understand how much I'd missed having his body close to mine until I had it once again. For someone whose life was about putting out fires, he sure had a way of sending an explosive heat soaring through me, igniting this inferno that shot right through every nerve in my goddamn body and had my cock steadily expanding in my jeans, tightening against the fabric of my boxers. The taste of vanilla and cookie dough lingered on his tongue, and I lapped it up as he took me by my arms and pulled me to my feet, then shoved me back against the wall. We didn't exchange any more words, and I just kissed him. the heat radiating through me, intensifying in my face, ablaze with what Jace had the power to ignite within me. I moaned into his mouth, but he silenced it just as quickly as he kissed me again. There was something about messing around with Jace that made me lose track of everything, completely in tune with all my senses. I gripped his sides and guided him back, and before I knew it, had him pressed up against the counter. He pulled and pushed, and soon I was back against it. There was this erotic tug-of-war happening between us as we each asserted dominance. His confidence in the way he moved, in the way he shamelessly made out with me despite his lack of experience with a man, was so goddamned impressive. Did everything about him have to be so fucking impressive? Those abs, that face, those eyes, that attitude, the way his tongue teased against mine, the way he breathed out, the air rushing against my face in a way that had me on edge, needing so much more. He slid his hand around my side and cupped my ass firmly in his grip. What we had shared in London had been hot, but being in his arms again, it was like my body felt palpable relief knowing it was getting to savor the experience once again. A bark caught my ear, surprising us both so much that we pulled away, our eyes darting down. Mac glanced between us, clearly totally thrown. Jace's body was still flush with mine, keeping me against the counter, his hand on my ass. He chuckled. "Not a fan of Dax getting all the attention, buddy?" He turned back to me. "Well, too bad." He offered another kiss without hesitation or a reservation, pushing up firmly against me. I missed this. Chapter 16. Jace. Missed it so fucking much. Seeing him sitting there, enjoying that ice cream, his lips as kissable as ever. It was too much for me. He slid his hand between us, rubbing against my crotch. I knew I was getting hard, but hadn't realized just how much until he started stroking it. Who knew a man could feel this good? I said, pulling my lips free just long enough to speak the words before kissing him again. He smiled, adding between kisses, "I had a fairly good idea." Oh shit. I pulled away and hurried to grab the ice cream and return it to the freezer. Dax was leaning back against the counter when I finished, looking at me like I'd lost my goddamn mind, and said, "I'm sorry. I'm just admiring how adorable that was, and wondering how long it's going to be before we take this show to the bedroom." "Oh, I make you dinner and then you just want to mess around? What kind of manners are those?" I said in as facetious a tone as I could muster. "Manners aren't my strength." "I'm eager to find out what your strengths are," I said, as I rushed back to him. "Have you always had this way about you?" he asked, interrupting my enjoyment of his mouth. "Sexy as fuck?" I wasn't talking about the arrogance, which is hot, by the way. No. Just this blind confidence in yourself. "Why is it blind? You said you messed around with a guy once in college." I shrugged. "Yeah, but you certainly don't hesitate or have any concerns about making out with me. I made out with plenty of girls, so this I know I'm good at." I took his mouth again. Not that I needed to prove my point, but it was fun too. And the longer I kissed him, the more I remembered that, damn, I missed that tongue. How he nipped at my lips. The way he was so fucking good at what he did too. "Now, about getting to that bedroom," he said between kisses. "Sooner, better." Despite saying that, I had to pry myself away from him. Even then, looking at the pink of his lips in contrast to the dark scruff speckled across his face just had me wanting to get right back to it. I checked on Mac, only to see him lying in his bed in the living room, eyeing us as though he wasn't interested in interrupting us. "Come on," I said, guiding Dax up the stairway to the second floor and the master bedroom. He glanced around as if assessing my place. Made me wonder what his place in LA looked like. I flipped on the light to my room, relieved I'd made the bed before I left, but needing to pick up some clothes off the floor. Sorry about the mess. Mess? This is your idea of a mess? Your bed is fucking made, are you kidding me? Nance was always big on making the bed. Said it was a good habit to make you feel productive right from the get-go. He entered the room, and I closed the door behind him to ensure Mac didn't manage to slip in at an inopportune moment. I'd hardly turned back around before Dax came at me again, pushing me against the door, lips crushing down on mine. His hands found their way to my fly, and as he undid my belt, I pulled my shirt off over my head. When he was finished unfastening my fly, he yanked my pants down past my ass, allowing them to fall down my legs. I kicked out of my shoes as I started on the collar of his button-down. He untucked it quickly, working to remove the goddamn inconvenience which was pissing me off. "You had to wear a button-down?" I asked. "This is what I typically wear, dress for success and all." "Yeah, but in this case success is being naked in my bed." He didn't laugh, seemingly too preoccupied with trying to get himself as undressed as I needed him to be. After getting my shoes off, I kicked off my jeans and boxers. Dax had only made it as far as getting his pants down his legs, but fuck if I cared. Kneeling, I scooped his legs out from under him and tossed him on my bed. With one brow raised, he gazed at me, seemingly impressed with my bold move the way he apparently was with how I took to all this. I crawled onto the bed, helping him remove his pants and boxers and tossing them behind me. "Now for what I really got a taste for," I said, stooping down and licking up his hard girth. I hadn't had enough time the last time we saw each other, but the lick brought back that delicious taste that was all Dax. He stretched out across the bed, lying back as he ran his hand over his face and groaned. I gripped his shaft and raised it, his cock pulsing in my grasp. I hesitated. I'd enjoyed the head and a little bit of the shaft in London, but it seemed like a lot to take the whole thing in my mouth. Was I really thinking about sucking a dick? Of course, for the past few weeks, all I'd been thinking about was how I'd wasted my chance the last time. "Jace, it's not a race," Dax told me. I glanced up to see him looking down at me. Maybe he could see my reluctance. "Worst case is I suck at it." "No, best case is the sucking bit," Dax teased, which eased me right up. Opening my mouth, I slid the head in as I had the time before. I took it slow, and Dax set his hand on my head, his thumb stroking gently like he wanted to offer me that assurance. I didn't know how to suck a dick, no, but I knew what I liked when I was getting head. I eased my way into the experience, using my hand to jerk on Dax's dick as I inched my mouth down farther and farther with each pump. Then I pulled my mouth off it and inspected Dax. His eyes closed, his mouth hanging open as he moaned. "That okay?" I asked, still working my hand. He glanced down, looking confused as hell. "Cock tease, get down there and keep doing what you were doing." I just needed to relax. He was clearly having a good time, and I was surprised how much I was enjoying having his girth in my mouth, so I went for it again, still easing my way into it, exploring the dynamic of finding my pace and relaxing into the strange but hot feeling of having Dax's cock filling my mouth. When I started feeling ambitious, I let it touch the back of my throat. "I love the feeling of you deep-throating me," he murmured, and I could hear the satisfaction in his tone. I pulled his cock out and inhaled deeply. Dax looked down at me again. "Were you holding your breath?" I blushed, and Dax smirked. "Aw, that's adorable. You can breathe through your nose, though." I guessed I was just so focused on sucking that I'd forgotten something as simple as to fucking breathe. But with him teasing me, I was more determined than ever to impress him with my newbie work. I went at it again, taking him back into my mouth, which shut him up real quick as he lay back and enjoyed himself. A few moments later, I pulled it out of my mouth and pushed my face up against his crotch, taking a whiff of him before kissing and licking up his body, crawling up him as I licked and nipped at his flesh. As I reached his abs, I bit softly at one of the thick muscles near his navel. I didn't know what had come over me, but like making out with him, he stirred this primal energy within me. Whatever chemistry we shared made me feel like a goddamn animal, and as I kissed to his chest, I felt compelled to lick his nipple. "Oh my fucking God, Jace," he said as his hand gripped my nape. I encircled his nipple with my tongue before taking it into my mouth and sucking gently while flicking my tongue across it. The way he moaned pulled my attention from his nipple, and I kissed him again. It was difficult to choose where to focus my attention. His cock, his nipples, his lips. I wanted it all in a moment. Every fucking part of his body was making me unbearably hard, the pressure so intense it clearly hadn't even mattered that I'd jerked off that morning before heading out. I pressed my hip against him, my leg straddling his right leg, my hard girth up against him, and I slid my arms under his and pulled him as tight against me as I could manage. With that imposing strength of his, he pushed against me, rolling me onto my back, thrusting his cock against me as we continued sharing as many tongue-filled kisses as we could manage, as though we were in some sort of game of chicken to see who would want to stop kissing first, but neither of us seemed all that interested in being the loser of the match. As I enjoyed the sensation of his hard shaft sliding against my skin and mine against his, my hand gravitated right back to his ass, cupping his firm cheek. I wondered what it would feel like. Would it be different to be inside a man instead of a woman? Would I even like it? Of course, I figured if I enjoyed so much what we were doing, that would be just as good. But I was curious about the experience. "Look who's thinking he's going to get to top this," Dax said, pulling away before rubbing the tip of his nose against mine. "No? I'm not into bottoming. And considering this is the first time you're really messing around with a guy, I can't imagine you want to jump right to that." "I think that might be a little much to go for straight away." "Nothing straight about any of this." "Well, I'm not going to lie and pretend I'm not curious about what it would be like to top you," I confessed. "Funny. I was thinking the same thing about you." He winced before smirking, and as much as the last thing on my mind was letting this guy up in me, there was something alluring about the idea of being dominated by Dax, just letting him have his way with me. "Well, what should we do about this?" I asked. "Well, there are plenty of ways for a top-curious guy to get off." He continued rubbing his girth against me. "Like this feels nice. What do you think?" Yeah, feels pretty damn good to me." He leaned down and kissed me again. I cupped one of his ass cheeks in my hand, and something about knowing I wasn't going to get in there just made it all the more appealing. The thought of being inside him, claiming that hole. Damn, that turned me on, had me leaking all over myself. He kissed my neck and crawled down my body, taking the opposite route I'd taken up to him, until he was at my balls. I grabbed my cock and jerked it while he slid his arms under my thighs and pulled me right to his face, licking in a frenzy. "Damn, you're good at that," I admitted, giving him props where he deserved them. It only encouraged him to work even more diligently, his tongue flicking away, then sliding beneath my balls. "Fuck," I muttered, jerking even harder, feeling that pressure swelling within me, that need for release. "You keep up like that, and I'm gonna shoot." "You mind if I play with your hole a little?" he asked. "Just with my fingers? Please do." I had to admit I was intrigued by the whole idea now, and as he pressed his forefinger and middle finger against my asshole, the sensation it stirred had me shooting, but just as I started, Dax lurched up and slid his mouth over the head of my dick. I pulled my hands away and let him take charge, grasping my shaft as he moved his head up and down, lapping up every last drop. "God damn it, I'm getting sensitive," I warned him, and he pulled off it, getting up on his knees as he continued jerking himself off. "Did you like it a little bit?" he asked, smiling. "My fingers on your hole?" It was hot. He closed his eyes at that and sprayed on me again, the way he had in London, that cum a fucking geyser across me, like he was marking me with his load. And I wanted it all. Something about wearing him excited me, and I rubbed the warm cum against my abs and chest, massaging it into my skin. He opened his eyes and collapsed onto me, lips slamming on mine as he pressed against me, his body continuing to spread his cum across me as I rolled on top of him. His kisses were my companion through the afterglow, covered in him, having my cum inside him. God, it made me feel so dirty and wrong, and totally satisfied. Chapter 17. Dax. We'd finally managed to pull away from each other's lips, and we just lay in bed, on our backs, beside one another, coming down from the good time we'd enjoyed together. Normally, I just wanted my cock buried in a hole, and even though there was this part of me itching to get up in Jace, I was satisfied with what we'd shared tonight. "This is a nice perk of signing with your PR firm," Jace said, which made me laugh. "I told you we offered a good package. A real good package," he said, rolling over and grabbing my junk. He played with it for a moment, and a little more cum slid out. "Oh, looky there." He slid his finger across it, then shoved it into his mouth. Little snack. I rolled toward him and propped myself up on my elbow. "God, you're fun." "You're fun, too." And that was... whew. His hair fell across his forehead, and for some reason I felt the impulse to reach out and push it to the side. Maybe because it annoyed me that anything would cover any part of his perfect face. I was pleasantly surprised by that. Never had anyone play around back there. So, top curious, but maybe a little bottom curious too. Maybe interested in a little anal. His cheeks pinkened. "Are you blushing?" "Oh, fuck, yes, I think I am." I guess I finally found the thing that makes Jace Cruce a little uneasy. Not anal. I've had anal with women before, but the thought of doing that with a guy, and with him in me, I don't know, that's strange, isn't it? "I've heard good things about it," I teased, "and I'm great at what I do. I've been doing it long enough that I could make it a really good time." He was clearly full of curiosity about it, but I could sense his uneasiness too. For a guy who puts his life at risk on the job every day, I would think a little butt sex would be nothing. "Apparently that's easier to manage than taking a dick up my ass," he said, all smiles. "I'm sure if I did it, I'd be great at it." That's more of the Jace Cruce confidence I've come to expect. "Yes, I bet you'd be real good." "But you don't like to bottom?" he asked, and I could tell he was interested in that department as well. "You like this ass?" I angled toward him so he could check it out, and he snarled. I'd definitely be confident in being able to help you out there, and the way he was eyeing it, I didn't doubt him. So here's our issue. We both think we'd be great tops for the other. Huh. Guess there's only one way to find out. I'm here for a few days. I can make time for a little training session. Show you how to be a top pro." "Oh, really? You make it sound like this generous favor you're doing for me when really, I think you just want to get your dick up in me." "Hey, I'll be fair. I can be persuaded, if you can be persuaded." "What do you mean?" "I'm in the business of negotiating. So what if we make a deal to settle our little top dilemma? I'll let you hit this, and you let me hit that. Even Steven. This week? We're working together through this whole project for a year, so I say we just move at a comfortable speed for you. You're the noob. My little ass virgin." Jace's gaze shifted around, obviously thinking it over before he started laughing. "That sounds hot." "It's gonna be hot. Especially when you're getting a piece of this ass. Which will be when? Whenever I fucking want it. It's not a race or anything, but this is the extent of the deal. I can't deal with complicated shit." "Oh, me neither," Jace said sternly, and something about how clear his response was only made me more confident that we could just have our fun and let that be that. I reached my hand out. "Let's shake on it then." "Deal, Mr. Monroe." As he released my hand, I said, "You know I'm just tricking you so I can tap that, right? All's fair in love and top wars." "And here I figured I was the one getting the good end of this deal," Jace said, eyeing my ass again. "A real nice end? Well, now it's shaken on and a done deal. Befitting of a fucking Bridget Jones's Diary movie." Jace's forehead scrunched up as he eyed me skeptically. "I'm pretty confident that's not anything like something that would happen in a Bridget Jones's Diary movie." "I wouldn't know. I don't watch those. Do you?" "I've seen all three." "Oh, more surprises from Jace Cruce. You like romantic comedies." "I love romantic comedies." "Okay, so HottieFirefighter with a Sharpay, and he can also make fried chicken, loves rom-coms, and isn't already married and settled down with a nice woman and 3 kids. "I just got that Sharpay, thank you very much, but no, that's not something I've ever been interested in. Not my style. I like keeping my options open, and with the hours I work, it's always been easier to have fun and leave it at that. I have my friends, and that's enough for me." "See, I knew I liked you." "Same here, minus being able to cook, and the Sharpay. So it's just me, my job, and being awesome at it, and I do love being awesome at that, and the freedom to have all the fun I want and that my body demands. all the fun that my body demands. Yes, I very much enjoy being able to live my life that way. Jace grinned as I checked out his crotch, which was getting hard again. Well, I'd hate to leave your body hanging, I said, sliding down and getting on my knees. I say one more BJ before we call it a night. Fine by me. He'd hardly spoken the words before I had that cock in my mouth, and he relaxed on his back as I started working him up all over again. I sucked him off good, letting him shoot on his abs again, enjoying the show before it was time for me to Uber back to my hotel. Work. That's right. Quincy, the photographer, called to Jace as he stood before the pumper in the lot behind the fire station. Bare-chested, abs tense, sun glistening off his oil-soaked bod, Jace wore boots and his uniform pants as he posed for the camera. He apparently knew his body well enough to stand in the most flattering positions for his physique, or perhaps it was simply that there weren't any unflattering angles for Jace Cruz, particularly when lit with natural sunlight and a couple of reflectors on C-stands. His buddies Zed and Joshua, also in just pants and boots, flanked him on either side. Judging by how much they cracked jokes between the more serious expressions they offered for Quincy, it was clear they were enjoying being models for a day. They agreed to pose with him for a few faux casual poses, because Lord knew the fire station would only be filled with hot, shirtless firefighters like those in a Sean Cody porn. It was one of the shoots I'd set up around the station for the day. We were fortunate that with Jace's connections, it was nearly effortless to get locations around town. I had to practically strong-arm a few of the venues to take our money since they wanted to help their buddy out. That was a first, something I wouldn't have seen happening much in L.A. I made my way through the lot, passing Quincy's PAs as I FaceTimed with Haxmore, showing him a preview of the work. "Yes, this looks perfect," Haxmore said from the spa he was at in Tokyo as he received a massage. "I'm more than content with the publicity we've had so far, so all this is just going to be icing on the cake until our first billboard and commercial launch. Where's Elliot?" "He's getting our next location ready for us." I slouched in a chair beside Carter, who was chilling in a Chase lounge, keying away on his iPad. "Keep up the great work, guys," Haxmore said. "I'll send you a Dropbox of the images we single out and the full shoot for your perusal. Excited to see everything. Get me some amazing ammo so we can clear this one out of the ballpark." "Don't think we're going to have any issues with that," I said, full of confidence, not so much arrogant in my own abilities as much as sure of the magic that was our HottieFirefighter. I wrapped up my conversation with Haxmore, and we ended our FaceTime session as I enjoyed the view from my chair. Carter continued scrolling away on his iPad beside me. "Slacking on the job?" I teased. "I'm reviewing the questions and prompts we discussed for Tandy, the videographer, whose name you probably didn't even remember when you called her earlier." Too true. "And that's only after confirming with the other locations we'll be at later, leaving a shit review for the no-show makeup artists, placing our Asian fusion order to be delivered to Fever Pitch, and replacing the photographer's music selection with my MP3 player because I can only handle hearing Britney's Work Bitch 3 times before I'm gonna lose my fucking mind." See? Just like I said. Slacking. I can at least position myself to enjoy all this manliness. I checked out the guys' hot bodies. Even if they weren't the guys Jace hit the gym with, they sure got their own time in whenever they did go. Damn. Quincy called. "Okay, can I get Mac in for a couple of shots?" And then he turned to a PA who was giving Mac all the belly rubs he could have possibly desired. After we wrapped at the station, we hit Fever Pitch, where they'd closed shop for the afternoon to accommodate the shoot. I headed to chat with Elliot while the crew worked to light Jace and his buddies. They'd started up a game of cards with a pack Jace had retrieved from the billiards room. Despite how unfazed he seemed by everything that was going on around him, his occasional glance around, wide-eyed and grinning ear to ear, proved he was enjoying himself nearly as much as his buddies. It was the more appealing part of the gig. I knew that much. It was all fun and games when it was just a production. When the spotlight was on you and you didn't have to deal with it affecting your life. I slid into a booth with Elliot and Carter. Elliot was scrolling on his phone, while Carter keyed away at his iPad. "I moved my Nashville flight to tomorrow," Elliot said. "Figured while I'm close I can go see Margot Jennings." Jennings was a country music artist who'd recently signed with us, looking to make her transition into pop, and Elliot was still hammering out the details with her people. Though Elliot and I shared several accounts, like Haxmore, each of us also took jobs we pulled commissions from separately. Trying to bail out of Fever Falls so fast? He laughed, glancing up from his phone briefly. Not fast enough is more like it. Oh, come on, it's a nice place. And it's not like it's some small town. There's a lot going on here. Up and coming, Carter offered before giggling. Despite being on his iPad the whole time since I'd sat down, as befitted Carter, he was obviously paying more attention than he was letting on. I think you're more than capable of handling all this, Elliot said. I'm always more than capable of handling anything. But since we have a night, want to grab some dinner later? Play catch-up? I'd love to, but I already scheduled to meet up with Ash Carmichael. It was a fair reason for him to be busy, considering Ash was one of his most popular clients. I'd invite you, but it's going to be at his partner's mother's place, and I don't know if they're going to have room. No, it's fine. Carter, did you want to grab a bite? I actually already have a date. Are we using the word date loosely here? Nothing loose over here, Carter quipped, which got Elliot and me laughing. This little PA can get action anytime he needs it. Don't you worry about me. Trust us, Elliot said. You are the last guy in the world who are worried about getting some action, so long as you play safe and keep getting tested. Elliot winked, and Carter added, Please, I think I'm tested about as much as a monkey at the CDC. We all enjoyed a laugh, then tended to some other business obligations before my phone buzzed on the table as a call came in. I see Serena's name, Elliot said, his eyes getting wide, like he knew what I was about to endure. Calling for her weekly checkup? Carter asked. I sent the call to voicemail, replying, And here I thought you understood my mother by now, Carter. We don't do weekly checkups. We have weekly meetings. How did she like that yoga retreat she was on? Elliot asked. I was thinking Steve and I might want to go on something like that. Well, she came back enlightened, but apparently she only had epiphanies about how I should be living my life. Elliot and Carter seemed amused at my expense. Nothing wrong with a bit of schadenfreude among friends. My phone buzzed again. I'm going to go take this, I said, and went out to the back to take her call, entertaining her ramblings for a bit before reminding her that I had to get back to work. As I went back inside, I noticed a guy behind the bar, where I'd seen Dallas working the past few times I'd been here. He was an older man with a bald spot on his scalp, and he cradled a box in his arms, struggling with it as he set it on the counter. He turned to start for a stack of them on an L-cart, so I approached him. Hey, man, do you need any help with that? I wouldn't want to trouble you. It's no trouble at all, I said, and grabbed the top box from the cart. Just restocking the liquor. Figured it'd be a good day to do it. If you can line them up on the bar, it'll be easier for me to get into them. Usually Dallas is here to help me out because my knees are a little shaky. I gotcha. As I moved the boxes onto the bar, he opened the one he'd carried and started pulling out bottles and storing them on the shelves along the wall. When I finished, he said, Thanks for the help. What was the name again? Dax Monroe. He extended his hand for a quick shake, offering a friendly smile. I'm Benny Sanders, the manager here. I'm the one your guy Carter spoke to about ranging the chute. So I owe you more than moving a few boxes. How about I owe you a drink? What'll you have? Oh, I'll just have a beer, I said, trying to be polite. He eyed me skeptically. What do you normally drink? Don't tell me it's beer. A dirty martini, but that's not dirty martini, it is, he exclaimed before I had a chance to object further. I need one, too, and I make a great martini, so just be an angel and accept it. You're basically doing me a favor. Thank you. I slid onto a stool where he went to work mixing our drinks. So you guys came in and nabbed our Jace Cruz, he noted, wincing as he finished shaking the stainless steel shaker. Not seeing him running around, getting the praise he deserves. I could tell by the way he said it, he held great reverence for Jace, as I figured quite a few people in town did. From my limited interactions, he seems like a good guy. He practically scoffed. Let me tell you about this good guy. About 5 years ago, I was watching my niece. I have a humble 2-story place couple blocks from here. Well, it was past her bedtime, and she was sleeping up in my guest bedroom. I normally stay up and watch a movie till I pass out, so there I was, passed out in the living room with some old John Wayne Western on AMC. Woke up smelling burning, and there's smoke coming in from the kitchen. I saw it was coming through the basement door, and so I did what anyone would do. I ran through the house screaming for her, figuring I had time enough to grab her. But I get to the stairs, and it's already ablaze. Never know how quickly fire can creep up on you until you see it firsthand. I called emergency services, and fortunately a neighbor had already reported seeing smoke coming from the house. But there I was, like some kind of animal, trying to think of every nook and cranny I could potentially find to get up to her. Fire was so hot I had to get out the front door, but there I was, running around calling for her. If I could have climbed up the goddamn walls, I would have. Fortunately, the firefighters were there not long after, and there comes Jace, running to me, and I'm shouting like a nut job, begging him to save my little Ray. The fire was creeping on the first floor under her bedroom, which was on the second, and Jace grabbed that ladder and pushed through the AC in her window, found her crying and confused, coughing up all the smoke billowing into the room. Seeing how horrified she was hard enough, but to think I would have had to live knowing something had happened to her in my care. I don't know that I could have lived with that. I'm glad she made it out, I said, since it was really the only thing I could say after a story like that. He's a saint. You would think that a girl who'd suffered that trauma would have a real terrible memory of the whole thing, but Jace spent time with her after, calming her down. It was real sweet of him. And to this day, she just thinks about how kind he was, not at all about the horror of being in that. Even without knowing Jace very well, that sounds a lot like him, I admitted. That man and his buddies sacrifice so much and give so much to this community, and if anyone deserves a bit of good luck and appreciation, it's Jace Cruz. I don't doubt it, I said, as he poured our drinks from the shaker into 2 martini glasses. He really is Batman. Chapter 18. Jace. I enjoyed getting to play around with Zed and Joshua for a couple of hours for the photo shoot. It felt as though I was taking a short course in modeling, as Quincy managed me through the different shots, telling me the best ways to stand and the poses he thought were more my good side. After we were done at fever pitch, we finished up at the park with one more shoot with Mac before I recorded an interview with a friendly reporter. Carter took my house keys and left with Mac to get him home so he could eat and get some rest after the busy day. I got some final shots in, and it was nearly 4 o'clock by the time we were totally done. You had that Lena Hermosa starstruck, Dax said as we got into the rental he'd picked me up in that morning to usher me around to the various locations. I thought she might die from blushing. She seemed a little smitten, but it was cute. That's your type? Short, blonde, green eyes, a lot of blushing? I'm more into dark hair, a good layer of scruff, hazel eyes, big dick, and only occasional blushing. It's kind of my thing. Aha! There's that blush. Dax's face had a nice pink to it from my comment, and he was clearly doing everything in his power to fight his smile as he shook his head. Oh, Jace Cruz, you're one charismatic motherfucker. As he pulled out of the parking lot, he asked, "Which way is it?" "Depends on where you want to go," I teased. "I was going to take you back to your place." "What if we made a special trip?" I asked, feeling inspired, maybe because I was on Cloud 9, or maybe because I wanted to treat Dax to something extra special, a part of Fever Falls that might just impress Mr. Sexy Sunglasses Inside PR rep. He leaned back in his seat and glanced at me in apparent curiosity for what the fuck I meant. "Left or right?" he asked, and I took that as a big, fat yes. "Left," I said, full of eagerness and enthusiasm like when I was younger and Nance and Crawford were watching Keeg and me open Christmas presents. I was tired from the busy day we'd had, but Dax was only in town for a few days, and if we were going to honor our deal, I had to take advantage of the opportunity that had presented itself. I guided him around the block, onto a gravel road, which we went down for 2 miles before I said, "Okay, pull right over here." "Where am I parking?" "On the side of the road, city boy," I teased. He smiled, but just as quickly, his brows pulled together. "Grab your shades and follow my sexy ass," I instructed, and he obeyed. We headed into the nearby woods, onto a beaten path. "Just so you know, I think it's a terrible idea to try and murder your PR rep right now. I won't be here to save your ass in the press from this." "Whatever. Just trust me." "I do trust you," he said. And as I turned, I didn't see a trace of playfulness in his expression. It was an odd comment, considering he seemed so shocked when I'd said the same thing about him, but something about it made my chest feel full. Just as soon, his gaze shifted to the ground, like he had something on his mind, something weighing on him, but he bit down on his bottom lip. As we continued through the modest foliage, I shifted the conversation back to our shoot, talking about how I was sure Joshua and Zed were gabbing away to anyone who would listen about how they were famous all of a sudden. When we came to the familiar stream, I followed it along until we reached the drop-off, the water cascading into a wide pool at the base of the falls. The sunlight poured through the space overhead and glistened across the clear blue water. "God, that's beautiful," Dax said, and I appreciated that he could see what I always felt about the spot. "Glad you like it." "Because this is our destination," I said as I removed my shirt. What are you doing? Oh shit, you're not seriously about to take a dip?" "Nope," I said as I began undoing my belt. "We're taking a dip. Take off your damn clothes, Dax. Unless you want me to help you." He was too busy searching around for peering eyes to enjoy my joke. "No one fucking comes out here," I assured him. "So come on." He tried to stifle his smile, but it shone right on through as he took off his own shirt. We stripped down, and as I removed my boxers, he said, "Oh, we're going skinny dipping? Fuck yeah, we are. Shouldn't be any other kind of dipping." "Why? You shy?" His expression turned serious again as he dropped trow, obviously impressed with himself. "Conceited about all the right things, aren't you, Dax?" "Confident when I know there's reason to be is more like it." "You ready?" I asked. His eyes widened. "Oh, we're jumping from here?" He headed to the edge and looked down. "You afraid of heights?" I asked. "No." "Good." I wrapped my arms around him. "Holy hell!" he yelled as we jumped. The water splashed all around us as we plunged into the pool below. I released him, and we swam to the surface. "Motherfucker," he said, laughing. The way the sun glistened in his eyes, the corners of his lips high on his cheeks as he grinned about as hard as I figured he could, assured me that I'd made the right call by taking him out here. "We can stand if we're closer to the other side," I told him, swimming a ways until I felt the bottom beneath my feet. He kept close to me and laughed, which made me ask, "What?" "I have to stand on my tippy toes in this part, but you're fine, aren't you?" "Oh, duh," I said, realizing I hadn't walked far enough in, so we took a few steps until Dax could stand without straining his feet. His eyes shifted to the water cascading down the side of the drop-off, splashing and creating a white mist as it hit the bottom. "Welcome to Fever Falls," I announced, waving to the landmark as though I were a tour guide. "Wait, that's it? This entire town is named after this itty-bitty thing?" I couldn't help myself. I fucking bowed over in a fit of hysterics over his surprise. "No, Dax, this isn't it. Tell me you're not that gullible. No, we're in Fever Creek. The falls are down about a mile from here. Considering how warm it is today, I bet it's packed. But we'll say this is our own private Fever Falls." He laughed at my ruse as I moved closer to him. "Wow. Is that the joke you tell all the girls you bring out here?" Dax asked. "I've never brought anyone out here before." I hadn't really thought about it until he'd mentioned that. Guess I'd never had anyone I wanted to enjoy it with until I met him. His expression twitched about before his gaze settled on my lips. Hooking my arm around him, I pressed my hand against the small of his back. He didn't resist, just moved right for it as our lips crushed together. God, I'd thought about that mouth a few times throughout the day, when I'd seen him on his phone on the sidelines during the shoot, when we'd exchanged glances, and he'd smirked in just the right way. As I pushed my tongue between his lips, he opened that mouth so willingly. Keeping one hand on his back, I positioned my other against his face and ran the side of my thumb through the soft hairs across it. When I finally managed to pull away from him and gaze into those beautiful hazel eyes, I said, "How do you like my surprise?" He rolled his eyes. "It's all right. Is this going to impress you enough to let me—" I slid my hand down his back, cupping that ass, feeling his erection pushing up against me. His hand found my ass cheek, too, and he said, "Just don't forget our deal." He winked. Oh, God. I'll have to remember that the sooner I get in there, the sooner you get in here. That's right. Well, seems like I'll have to take notes. He didn't seem to enjoy my teasing, just scanned my face. I wasn't sure why. You're a hard man to figure out, Jace. I could say the same thing about you. He still seemed puzzled, troubled even, and it was starting to worry me. You're looking really serious right now, Dax. Am I pressuring you too much about messing around? No. It wasn't that. Then what was just on your mind? Why do you look so serious? I was talking to Benny earlier at Fever Pitch, and he told me about the time you saved his niece. Little Ray Bay, or so I call her. Yeah, I remember. Poor thing was shaken up, but she's hardly been fazed by it. After it happened, I told her it was an adventure, like in the movies or in one of those books she read with her parents. She took to that pretty well. Now she tells the story all wide-eyed and like it was this great adventure she made it through. That's what I was referring to. Isn't it weird that you have a moment like that, pulling a girl from the second floor of a house while it's on fire, but then finding out all the world cares about is that you saved a Sharpay? Of course I'd thought about that plenty, but I was surprised by the way Dax seemed so rattled by it, as though there was more to this conversation than anything to do with my work. It's kind of funny to me, really. A little random. Plenty of guys do far more than anything I've ever done, but never get the praise for it. I can't complain that I was lucky enough for it to happen to me, but something about it clearly plays on your mind. Something you want to talk about? I've been working in publicity for a long time, and it's just strange how it all plays out. Even when they see all these pictures of you, none of them know the real Jace Cruz. They're going to see what they want to see and miss some important shit. Ah, you think there's important shit here. Cute of you to say. But who gives a fuck about what anyone else thinks? I don't do what I do because I need anyone else's approval. You can't live your life that way. My entire career is based on other people's approval, Dax pointed out. Not of me, but my clients. I think that's part of what fascinates me about you. You don't seem to give many shits about what other people think. Not true. I care what you think. About this. I kissed him again. And while I was being serious, I was also hoping to soothe his discomfort since I could tell how much it bothered him. Sliding my hand around his ass, I pushed my fingers into the crack between his cheeks. He pulled closer to me. His body, those muscles feeling so good, pressed up against me. As I pulled away and looked into his eyes, I could tell he'd eased up. I think I'm about ready. To bottom? To have another jump. First one to the top gets a blowjob. I erupted into laughter as he slipped out of my grasp and started swimming toward the shore. I tailed behind him, knowing I was going to lose by his clear advantage and the fact that I was still chuckling as I made my way ashore. We hurried up on the well-worn path to the top, which Dax beat me to, hurling himself off effortlessly this time, and the little prick assured me with a wink and a flash of those pearly whites that I didn't have to blow him right away. We stayed at the little private paradise for some time, goofing off and sneaking kisses, then dried off and returned to the car, heading back to my place. The conversation had shifted to more typical subjects. I told him about growing up in Fever Falls, and he talked about the difference in how he grew up in Los Angeles. We didn't talk about more serious aspects of our childhoods, kept it light, and there was an effortlessness to chatting with him that was enjoyable. He'd always seemed like this cool guy to hang out with, and even more fun when we got to do the other stuff, too. Chapter 19. Dax. On the way to Jace's townhouse, we got to laughing as he told me a story about his buds at work. Once we arrived, he led me to the front door, and unlike previous times when one of us would invite the other to join him, there wasn't any question about whether or not I was going to come in. He simply set his hand on my back and urged me inside. "Did you want to shower up?" Jace asked. "Well, we're not beating around the bush, are we?" I spun around to him as he closed the door. I mean, I figured you'd want to wash off, but if you prefer, we can get clean and dirty together." He winked, and a rush of excitement jolted through me. It wasn't only his suggestion, but everything about the way he looked at me. He had this way of seeming so hungry for me, so ready to take me at any moment. I knew I was going to bottom for him that night. I'd known since we were swimming around in the stream he'd taken me to, the way he grabbed my ass, the way he just wanted what he likely felt was already his. I wanted to give it to him so fucking bad. I wasn't typically a fan of bottoming, but surely a guy like Jace could make anyone want a lot of things they wouldn't have considered outside of him. Plus, there was the added bonus of knowing it was in the service of helping him understand what it would be like when he bottomed for me, which, oh, what a lovely perk that was. When you make a shower sound like such a good idea. How can I resist? I said. He guided me upstairs, into his room, reminding me of the last time I was there and how much fun we had. We stripped down once again and stepped into his walk-in shower. "Go on, you can rinse off first," Jace said. I stood under the stream and took some liquid soap from a bottle on a shelf in the corner of the wall, and then we swapped places. I lathered my hands up and ran them in circles over my body, studying Jace as the water raced down that chiseled body. We washed off for a bit, swapping off occasionally, until during one of our switches, Jace grabbed my cock. "Getting a little hard already," he noted. "I think we have an issue, though." He appeared to be remembering some important fact. "Didn't I owe you a blowjob?" I laughed at my jokey bet when I raced him to the top of the drop-off, but he got down on his knees, sliding his hand up from my sack to my shaft, gripping the base, then running his tongue up from his hand to the head. He wasn't as reluctant as he'd been those first times when he'd played with my dick. I closed my eyes and rolled my head back, focusing on the way he teased my cock, offering warm licks before sliding my cock between his lips, taking just a bit. My leg twitched, some innate response to how worked up Jace was getting me just by touching me. I'd fucked a lot of men in my life, enough to know the difference between the usual physical stimulation and real electric chemistry, which we had in spades. Oh, damn, how we had it. He stopped and pulled back. "Fuck, you're pre-coming a lot," he said. Sorry. Although I wasn't. If anything, I was thrilled to be as hot for him as I was. He pushed to his feet and licked his lips. Not a problem, just surprised me is all. He took my lips and guided me back against the wall, pushing his hard-on against me, his wet skin slick as we rubbed up against one another. I was all nerves, my body trembling in eager anticipation for every kiss, every caress. When his mouth pulled away from mine, I was almost pissed with him for depriving me of its taste for even a fucking moment. He trailed his hand down my arm and said, "I want to take you in my bed." There was an intensity behind his words that warmed my cheeks. He turned off the water, and as we dried off, our lips found their way together again and again and again. We were still a little wet when we slid into his bed, lying side by side, our hands probing one another, exploring as I rolled on top of him. "I'm supposed to be giving you a blowjob," he said, breaking our lip lock and rolling once again to position himself on top. Crawling down the bed, he continued his exploration of my body, kissing and licking in a frenzy, like he was working to make up for all the time in his life he'd spent without having experienced a man's body like that. Chapter 20. Jace. I was about to go down on a man. I was shocked by how much I enjoyed having that dick sliding along my tongue, and what made it even better was knowing how much Dax wanted it. God, when he moaned. When I peeked up and caught him closing his eyes and simply savoring the experience. That was the hottest thing I'd ever seen. On my knees, I lifted his thick girth and slid my mouth on it, tasting that flavor I'd come to expect from Dax, just as I'd come to expect that fresh hint of cologne, only enough to get my senses all riled up over him. I took my time at first, adjusting to the experience, reflecting on when he'd told me to breathe that first time. As I was able to get him farther back into my mouth, he ran his hand through my hair, stroking me. "Yes, Jace, just like that." I moved my hand and mouth together, up and down, speeding up as I gained confidence in my abilities, then snuck another glance up at him. He had his head thrown back, his free hand over his head. He jerked his hips slightly, and I tasted some more of his pre-cum. I took a break from sucking to lick his head and enjoy every bit of it. I was rock hard, and I jerked on it with my free hand as I followed my inspiration, kissing down his shaft, to his balls, licking them, pressing my face right up against them, and then taking to the flesh right beneath them, to the curve of his ass. What the hell am I doing? I didn't fucking care, goddammit, I had to have him. With Dax's cock still in my grip, I raised my head and asked, "You mind if I eat you out?" I was fucking possessed by these impulses. Dax's eyes popped open, and he glanced down at me, his mouth agape, like he was shocked by my request. Locking his thighs in the crooks of my arms, I positioned that ass before me. Strange to think I was about to lick another man's ass, but damned if it didn't feel like the hottest thing ever, and I was brimming with confidence as I fucking went for it. I traced it with the tip of my tongue. I'd gone down on plenty of women, so it had to be the same idea. I licked and teased away, working to own that hole, to reassure Dax that I was pretty damn good for never having done this before. I was determined to impress him. Licks transformed into kisses, and then I finally managed to force myself back, lick my finger, and run it along the edges. I pushed gently, nudging my way back into him with my forefinger. Amazing how tight a hole could be. So tight one would have never guessed a big fat cock could fit up in it. "God, I'm gonna need you to ease into it," Dax warned, and I retreated. "Is that too much already?" No. It's been a very long time since I've bottomed for anyone, so just keep that in mind." I smiled. Again, I have had anal before, so I'm not totally unprepared. "Speaking of prepared." "On it," I said, crawling over to the nightstand to fetch some lube and condoms. "That's a few condoms there. I have a tendency to break them." Dax snickered. "I bet you fucking do. Jace Cruz, destroyer of magnums. Maybe we should have gone for a different sort of endorsement deal." I crawled back over to him and tossed the condoms down beside his waist, enjoying checking out the ridges of his abs and his shallow navel, all of which I could just imagine soiled in cum. I opened the bottle of lube and collected some on my fore and middle fingers before massaging them against Dax's pretty hole. "Oh, so gentle," Dax teased, but I could tell he wasn't mocking me, and my cock twitched. "Feels good?" "And so considerate. I'll make sure to return the favor." I chuckled at the thought of our ridiculous deal. Silly as it may have been, it was also hot as hell. "Yeah, it feels really good," he finally answered. I continued making circles, massaging my way inside him until he arched his back, his abs shifting as he twisted on the bed, his lips making an O shape as he took a deep breath. My cock throbbed, my balls aching the longer I played with that tight hole. Seeing how much pleasure he was taking just in this made it so easy to imagine what it would be like to be inside him, to read his expression and body language as I made my way deeper. I continued easing my way in, and when I felt like he'd adjusted to that much, I removed my fingers and rolled on a condom. "Just remember to keep it slow at first," Dax reminded me. "I will. Tell me if anything hurts, okay?" I hoped I would be able to read him well enough to stop before it got to that point, but I didn't want him to hesitate if anything didn't feel good, because I wanted him to feel so good. I wanted my cock to be his whole world for as long as I was inside him. "Let me see those pretty cheeks," I said, hooking my arms under his legs, and Dax rolled onto his stomach. I put my hands on those firm globes and knelt down, softly biting the right before kissing it, wide-mouthed, licking as I gripped the other cheek and fondled his flesh. He rose onto his knees, forearms against the sheets, as though he was giving his ass up to me, as though all the attention I'd shown it had earned me the right to take him the way he didn't permit others to. I kissed his ass cheeks some more, making my way back to his delicious hole, savoring it. Dax rolled his head back. Apparently your experience with women hasn't been for nothing. I chuckled against his flesh and got back to work. I picked up the lube bottle and, with my face still pressed up against him, poured some on my fingers. It was a strain to force myself away from that beautiful ass for any amount of time, because on the one hand, I wanted to have my cock buried inside him, but on the other, I wanted to keep pleasuring him with my tongue. I snarled in frustration, pushing my index and middle finger in him the way I had before, easing my way in. The way they disappeared inside him had me aching to the point where I thought I was going to lose my mind from wanting him so badly. There was this stray thought flying around in the back of my mind about never having done this with a man. But an ass was an ass, and my desire for him outweighed any hesitation as I finally pulled my fingers out. I crawled forward on the bed and pushed the head of my cock against that hole. I rested one hand on his hip, noticing his back muscles tense up. "You still okay?" I asked. Despite the powerful desire coursing through me, I wasn't about to push forward another moment if there was any uneasiness on his end. He turned back to me, giving me a view of that sexy face, that to-die-for smirk, and I released a soft growl. He must have detected the potent desire pulsing through me, because he warned, "I just want to remind you again that it's been a very long time since I've done this." I stroked my thumb against his side. "I'll take care of you, Dax." His tense back muscles relaxed at my assurance. As he'd said earlier that day, in a way that had shocked me, he trusted me, and I wouldn't have done anything to violate that trust. I pushed the head in slowly, even more so than I figured might be necessary, but I wanted him to know with every fiber of his being that I respected his need to move slowly. "You good?" I asked. "Real good right now." He took deep breaths as I continued making my way farther inside him. With one hand still on his hip, I rested the other against the small of his back, running it in circles, enjoying the smooth dip of his spine. Stop." I froze in place. He bowed his head and took deep breaths. "Just 1 sec. Promise. God, it's really big." "I think you're just really tight," I said, unable to stifle a moan, which made him laugh. He said, as his laughter caused him to push back on my dick in what seemed like too quick a movement. I pulled back slightly. "No, I'm good," he insisted. Did that to myself. I waited a little longer before Dax started backing his ass up again. Taking his time, he moved steadily until his ass was up against my pelvis. "Damn," he moaned as he leaned forward some more, his back splayed out so I could fully take in the beautiful view. He took a few more breaths before saying, "Okay, now." At his encouragement, I slid back, then pushed forward slightly, watching his movements, waiting for him to alert me to cease. "Oh, fuck," dragged out of his mouth. "It's right there." "Your prostate?" Dax glanced over his shoulder. "No, my funny bone." His tone dripped with sarcasm. "Yes, my prostate." "Now don't laugh and hurt yourself again," I teased. But he chuckled anyway. "Looks like I'm good now." I pulled my cock farther out of him, then pushed back in, inspecting his body, his movements, doing my best to read him, which became easier when he threw his head back and reached down to his cock. "I hope I feel as good in you as you feel in me. Jace Cruz, bet you've made a lot of women happy." "Hopefully the way I'm about to make a man real happy," I said, Dax's words giving me plenty of encouragement to feed my ego. I continued moderating my pace, waiting until Dax sped up his own pushes back against me. Then I leaned down and pressed my chest against his back, wrapping my arms around him, setting one hand on his abs and running it up and down, appreciating Dax's figure as I pushed in and out. I kissed his shoulder blade, then ran my nose against his flesh until I reached his neck, which I kissed too. He reached back and set his hand on my head, stroking gently as I continued appreciating that hole gripping my cock, working me up in the best of ways as we moved in sync, each of us reading the other just right to push at the most opportune moment. As he leaned back, I moved with him, following his lead as he positioned himself upright. "Oh, fuck," he muttered, his fingers curled in my hair, my face pressed right against his ear. He turned toward me. "How you liking that ass? Can't you tell? I want to hear you say it. Tell me that's not the best damn ass you could have had for your first time." I couldn't suppress my smile. "Yeah, feels like it was made especially for me." He snickered and said, "Feels like this cock was made to hit all the right places. So fair is fair." He turned even more and pressed against the back of my head, reeling me into him, and I submitted so easily to his desire, taking that kiss that stirred swirling sensations in my head and chest. I only pulled away long enough to check the condom to make sure it was still secure on my cock, then slid my hand up from my waist to his face, running my fingers through his scruff, enjoying how it felt on my hand and face. "You mind if I ride it?" he asked. "Topping from the bottom?" He smiled. "I just want to show you what I expect you to do for me." I followed through with his request, and we wound up with me lying across the mattress and him squatting over me, descending onto my shaft, taking his time as he'd done before, though now it seemed much easier for him to work into a stride with me. On his knees he lifted his ass and lowered it, serving that hole up to my dick as he massaged a hand across my chest. As his eyes rolled back, I asked, "You think you could get used to this?" He grinned. "Now don't get too cocky on me." "I'll show you cocky," I said as I hooked my arms under his legs. Leaning up, I kissed him as I repositioned, sliding my legs behind me while pulling his forward until I was able to lay him on the bed. The pressure rose so quickly within me it caught me by surprise. "Oh, stop, I said. What's wrong? Charlie horse?" I was amused by his assumption. "No, I just think if either of us move right this second, I'm gonna shoot." "Enjoying it that much, huh? It's okay. You can tell me how good my ass is to you." He took his dick in his hand and jerked on it. Wait, I said, taking his hand, and he stopped. I licked my own hand before grasping his cock and stroking him myself. "Figure this works the same as mine," I teased, keeping my body stiff while still inside him. "Now don't move, or I'm gonna come, okay? I want you to blow first. I'm a polite southerner, after all." He didn't have the opportunity to give me hell about my comment. He was too busy twisting and turning, calling out my goddamn name as the cum shot out, a bit hitting his neck. "God, you can shoot like crazy," I said, fucking jealous over the fact. It took me a second to realize I was pushing in and pulling out of him again, just slightly, my body clearly working toward its climax despite my hesitation, my desire to see him get off first. I leaned down, pressing up against him, wanting to feel that cum on me. "Oh, my prostate's so fucking sensitive," he said. "You want me to pull out?" "No, come in me, Jace. Give it to me." His words, the need and hunger in them, did all the work for me as that pressure climbed to the point where I thought I was going to jump out of my skin, and I felt my dick pulse, my body lurching forward. I growled like an animal as I gripped the back of his head, kissing him through my climax as every nerve in my body quaked with an excitement unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. We continued kissing, each of us recovering from our highs, breaking away just to tell him, "I like being dirty with you, Dax." Chapter 21. Dax. "I like being dirty with you too," I said, enjoying the way he was still inside me. I'd been so tense at first, and it had really smarted when that first laugh had made me take him a little too quickly. But Jace was good with me, had taken his time when I needed him to, and then hadn't held back when I was ready for so much more. He was, as I should have expected, fucking amazing. Jace set his hand against my cheek, pinching my flesh gently, then offering another kiss. It was brief, but oh so satisfying. We hit the shower again before heading downstairs. Jace trolled through the pantry for some grub, settling on making us spaghetti. I'd insisted I could just grab something on the way back to the hotel, but persuasive as I knew I could be, I didn't put up much of a fight. Hell, I enjoyed hanging with the guy, and after what we'd done, I wasn't in a rush to get away from him. He took a bite of spaghetti, eyeing me to the point where I finally asked, "What?" "Just still can't get that ass out of my head." "Well, just remember our deal." Nah, I think I'm good." "Kidding. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word." I wasn't too worried about that. And also, if he'd changed his mind, I would have respected his wishes. I twisted my fork in the spaghetti, collecting some and popping it in my mouth. As I chewed, Jace said, "You should stay the night." I started to laugh and nearly spit out the noodles. Putting my hand in front of my mouth, I recovered and quickly finished chewing and swallowing. "What?" I finally managed to get out. "Stay over. You don't need to get back to your hotel, right? Pretty soon you're going to be asking me to go steady with you. Come on, it's not a big deal. It'd be like a sleepover. Didn't you ever have sleepovers when you were little?" "Sort of." "How do you have a sort of sleepover?" "When my mom was in rehab, I had to stay with her friends and I'd get to hang with their kids. I guess that's kind of a sleepover." "Oh shit, Dax, that sucks." "I said I stayed with her friends. Not that I was on the streets," I replied, surprised by his reaction. I was fine, although I could tell by his expression that he was skeptical, which was fitting, considering I was lying out of my ass. "Told you I didn't have the best mom in the world." "But you said you still talk to her?" "Yeah, she's better now. She's been clean for 5 years, and as long as she stays that way, I'm fine with keeping her in my life." "I'm sorry. No kid should have to deal with that." I understood why a guy with a mom like Nance felt that way. "You mind if we change the subject? I'm having too good a night for Serena to spoil it now." I could tell he was forcing his smirk, but I'd settle for that as long as we didn't have to talk about her anymore. Didn't want to focus on my past any more than I had to. "Then come on," he pressed. "You gotta be tired. I'm beat, and you can just admit you like spending time with me." "Well, you're right about me being beat, and you're lucky you're dealing with an arrogant fuck, because otherwise I'm not sure I'd be able to tolerate being around your big head." That sounds like a yes to me. It was amazing how easily I caved to him, not only with that, but with bottoming and even just wanting to spend more time with him. "As long as you're not expecting this ass again," I said, and he beamed, making me that much happier. Jesus Christ, what the hell was I thinking? Staying with a client for some adult sleepover? Most guys I was eager to hit and quit, but Jace was fun and the most no-hassle guy ever. Our whole situation was effortless pleasure. I could vividly imagine all the red flags and warning bells we'd set off, but I just couldn't see Jace causing any drama. "Great! I rented this romantic comedy at Redbox that I haven't watched yet, but I've had it for like a week." "Is this some Bridget Jones's Diary crap?" A smile played on his lips. "We can switch it up, if you'd like." No. I want to see what Jace Cruz considers a good movie. Then I'll run and leak that to the press." Beaming, he took his empty plate and pushed to his feet. He still had on just the towel around his waist, and I appreciated the view of the V dipping beneath the material. Oh yes, it was going to be a fun night, all right. Jace skimmed the local paper set on the table beside him as he devoured a stack of pancakes, not seeming to give any thought to the carb tower smothered in maple syrup that smelled so good I was half tempted to give up my parfait and dive in with him. Although the way he was eating, as though he hadn't eaten in weeks, I figured he was liable to fork anyone who tried to disturb him. I took a sip of my coffee, enjoying the way we'd eased into the morning. The night with Jace had stayed totally cool. We'd finished our dinner, then headed up to his room. Keeping space between us on the bed, we watched a rom-com that wasn't even fit for Hallmark. It was fun giving him hell about it, and watching him shamelessly enjoy the tripe. And I enjoyed it simply because I was viewing it with him. The laid-back way we spent the night, without cuddling or any mushy stuff, assured me there weren't any feelings coming from Jace outside of the friendship forming between us. In the morning there wasn't any weirdness. We got up and dressed, me working a bit of a walk of shame when we hit up the local diner for breakfast. "Big plans today?" I asked Jace. He shrugged. Probably gonna head up to see Nance and Keeg, hang with them some. You? I'll be reviewing the photos from the shoot yesterday and selecting the best ones to use for promo, and then your interview should be going live later today, which Carter and I will be blasting around to different news sites. Is it really news if that's what they're talking about? Have you watched the news these days? You might actually be more newsworthy than some of the crap they talk about. My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I retrieved it to see Carter was calling. Speaking of news, I think I'm going to get the latest deets from Carter. Say hey for me. Hey, Carter. Jace says hey, too. Figured he'd get a kick out of that, and maybe give me a little bit of hell for sleeping with a client, which I was more than fine with, considering he'd already caught us. So you're still with him? I'd expected him to sound playful, cheeky even, but he didn't sound like his usual self. He sounded concerned. Yeah. Why? Has there been an emergency? I haven't seen any other calls from you. Could you define emergency? His voice got so high at the end of his sentence it was like he was singing a Mariah Carey song. The fuck is going on, Carter? Spit it out. He hesitated a moment. Is this about Haxmore? The shoot yesterday? Is TMZ saying one of my clients is birthing an alien baby? What is it? The quieter he became, the more my concern intensified. I think you might want to see it. I'm sending a link. My phone buzzed nearly immediately, as if he'd already had it ready to go, and I clicked it, my browser popping up. I waited for the website to load. Not TMZ, but just as bad. Glitz and Glam, a major trash site that enjoyed leaking the latest and most notorious gossip about celebrities. I went through my dossier in my head, trying to imagine who this was going to be about. I swear, if Toby Jackson went on another bender, I'm going to lose my shit, I muttered, reflecting on one of my less savory baseball player clients. Several images loaded. I couldn't even read the headline, because all I could see was me and Jace in the pond. Lips locked, my back facing the camera, though fortunately not displaying my ass as it so easily could have. The blood drained from my face. Holy fuck, 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 fuck. What's wrong? Jace asked. I couldn't even get words out. All I could do was spew a series of curse words as I read the headline, HottieFirefighter caught with former child star. Dax. Carter's voice came from the receiver. Dax, you still there? This isn't happening. It can't be happening. I was going to wake up in Jace's bed and realize it was all some awful nightmare. Dax, please tell me what's going on. Jace insisted. Give me 1 minute, I said through my teeth as I clicked on the link. The original image of Jace with the Shar-Pei was on the screen, the caption talking about his rise to stardom as the video presented a slideshow of photos from his Facebook page and a clip from his video about his endorsement deal. Dax, what are you watching? New pictures reveal Jace Cruz and former child star Donnie Gibson, the caption read as the slideshow revealed a pic of us from the day before. Damn it, I shouted, gripping my phone. I wanted to thrash about, to launch into a tirade, but as I glanced around the diner, I noticed I'd already attracted too much attention. Putting the phone to my ear, I said, Carter, I'll have to call you back. Okay, talk to you soon, he said, in that way he did when he could tell I didn't need to be fucked with. Served me right for having a fucking good time. What is it? Jace asked, clearly dumbfounded. He deserved an explanation. He deserved answers. But I needed to throw up. I'll be right back, I said, hardly able to speak the words as I dashed off to the restroom. I locked myself in a stall and leaned over the toilet, taking my time as I relieved myself of what little of my parfait I'd managed to get down. My nerves were shot. One moment I was filled with hot rage, and the next trembling as my thoughts were forced back to my past. I slammed my body up against the stall door and bashed my fists against it. Fuck! I called out in a long curse that left me out of breath as I dropped to my knees. Outside the stall, the restroom door creaked open, and the sound of footsteps silenced me. Then I heard a knock at the stall door. In that moment, I wasn't a 29-year-old man anymore, with years of professional experience, having championed all the bullshit of my childhood and become a self-made man with an entire life that had nothing to do with my past. I was just Donnie, fucking Gibson. Chapter 22. Jace. You okay, man? I asked as I rapped on the stall door again. As I waited for a reply, another guy entered the restroom and eyed me curiously before approaching the urinal farthest away from the stall Dax had confined himself to. Dax muttered to himself on the other side of the stall. His words were incoherent, but even the guy at the urinal turned, seemingly disturbed by how Dax was golluming his way through sentences. The guy gave up on his mission and, without so much as washing his hands, headed out. Probably for the best. What the hell had happened? We'd had an incredible time the day before, and an even better night, and then breakfast seemed nice and pleasant enough. What sort of work crisis could have made all that vanish in a moment, leaving him totally incapacitated? I continued waiting, figuring Dax had to come out at some point. After a few moments, the stall door opened, and Dax leaned against the side, looking miserable as fuck, his face white as a ghost's. "We need to talk," he said. We headed out to his rental, which we'd taken to the diner. He sat in the driver's seat, and I sat in the passenger seat. He finally pulled out his cell, looking at it before saying, "There are pictures of us from yesterday, in the woods." "Nudes?" I asked, suddenly realizing why he was so mortified. I could just imagine Nance, Keegan, and my buddies seeing naked photos of me spread all over the internet. God, that would be embarrassing. No, they're not quite as bad as they could have been in that department. He handed me his phone, and I glanced over the ones featured on his screen. We were stripped down at the drop-off, kissing, playing. The most anyone could see was a hint of Dax's ass crack, which looked sexy as hell. I wondered about everyone knowing I was messing around with a guy. I didn't figure any of them would give many shits. We all had plenty of gay and bi friends. Well, I guess I'm out now, I acknowledged. I'm so fucking sorry. I could hear the worry in the timbre of Dax's voice. At least with me. I'm out as fuck in my life, but you had a right to do this at your own pace. I'm fine with people knowing. Hell, it's kind of nice that I don't have to run around town telling everyone that I like guys too. That was a shitty thing they did. No one should out anyone who isn't ready. I didn't say it wasn't shitty. Just no skin off my back. He stared at me, jaw dropped, eyes fixed on me like he couldn't make sense of what I was saying, although I could tell it was only because he had so much to process. "So that's it?" I asked. "That's it?" Based on how offended he sounded, I realized I shouldn't have acted so dismissive with something he clearly had strong feelings about. "No, Jace, that's not it. This isn't how I live my life. I wasn't kidding when I told you I don't want to be in the spotlight. I don't want the focus on me. I feel like a fucking moron because I should have known better. I thought we could have a little fun, a tiny bit of fun before you blew up and became everything I know you're going to become. I knew it would just be for a minute because as soon as the lights got too hot, I would be off in LA and you would be running around the country and no one would know the fucking difference, but god damn it!" He bashed his hands against the steering wheel. "Jesus, Dax. I'm sorry. It's not you, Jace. You haven't done anything wrong. In fact, there are too many things right with you. That's the problem. If you weren't so amazing, they wouldn't be interested." "You think I'm amazing? Talk about an ego boost." "Yes. Otherwise they wouldn't want to leech everything good and decent right out of you. But you are. And that's why they're all looking at you. And apparently looking even more than I realized if someone sent a fucking pape out to get shots of us in the woods." His face was bright red. The rage this had all stirred clearly bringing up way more than I could have possibly known. But one thing came to mind. "Is this about your mom? Your feelings about all this because of what happened with her?" He scoffed. "Jace, check out the article with those pictures. I'll tell you what you need to know." I scrolled to the top of the page and just had to skim the caption before my jaw dropped. Holy fucking hell. Seeing the name at the top of the screen took me totally by surprise. Suddenly, I discovered that I had known Dax even before I'd seen him at the station, but not as Dax Monroe. "You're little Donnie Gibson?" He cringed at the name, but I couldn't figure out why he would have such a dramatic reaction to this. Little Donnie Gibson was a beloved character in a primetime series that was on when I was younger, in the early 2000s. He played the adorable and always quirky adopted kid in the family sitcom The Gibsons. Hell, the guy was as much of a household name as Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen. I'd never known what had happened to him after the show. Crazy to think he grew up to be the first man I fucked. "No, I'm not little Donnie Gibson," Dax spit out. "Little Donnie Gibson was a character on a canceled series from God knows how many years ago, a series that ruined my childhood and plagued me into my teens. I'm lucky I grew out of those chubby cheeks. Between that and the facial hair, I don't get recognized much. Never would have had a reason to either. But now my face is being plastered all over the net in association with one of the hottest up-and-coming Instagram celebrities to date. So I'm kind of having a shitty morning." He sighed and relaxed back against his seat, his expression somber. Clearly there was a lot more to Dax Monroe than I'd realized, particularly what complicated his relationship with his job, although it did put a lot of things we'd discussed into perspective, especially his feelings about fame, and what it could do to a person. Between his mom and his own celebrity status, I could only imagine what he'd gone through, considering it had taken him from being such a fun-loving guy to being this train wreck sitting beside me. His phone vibrated in my hand, and he noticed immediately. "Who?" he asked. "Haxmore," I said, reading the name. He took his phone back. "Ah, fuck." He set it down between his legs. "I'm calling him back. I just need a minute to think this through." "What's there to think through?" "Well, considering PR is my forte, I can tell you right now, no one wants to follow the one-night stands of HottieFirefighter. You were perfect when you were this eligible bachelor who could have been with a guy or a girl." Technically, these things are still true, and we are more than a one-night stand at this point. Not what I meant with either of those things. It's all about the public's perception of you, and God knows how much little fucking Donnie Gibson has tainted this cool reputation you have. I can promise you, you're not going to look like a stud when you're running around with some former celebrity. Haxmore is going to rip me a new one over this. Shit! I wanted this fucking account so bad, and then I had to be the one to fuck it up. I understand you're trying to process a lot of things right now, Dax, but I think it's probably best if we head back to the house. We can mentally regroup, and then you can figure out the best course of action. He grew quiet, pressing his hand against his face and dragging it down, pressing down on his nose, and having learned the truth about his former celebrity status, I now had the vivid image of little Donnie Gibson doing the same thing. "You're probably right about that," he said with a sigh. "Maybe I should drive, though," I suggested, seeing as Dax didn't look like he was in the right mental state for it. He surrendered the driver's seat, and I drove us back to my place. On the way there, his phone vibrated again, and he answered it, putting it on speaker. "Hey, Elliot, I assume you're calling because of the leak from Glitz and Glam, and yes, I've seen. I'm going to call Haxmore. Have you talked to him already?" "No, Carter got a hold of me first, so I let it ring. I'm sorry this happened, man." "What do you think Haxmore is going to say?" "I don't know, but I think I fucked up this whole deal." "You know I have your back. And based on these photos, it looks like HottieFirefighter has your back too, but Elliot, you're on speaker, and Jace is in the car with me." "Oh, sorry about that." "It's all good," I chimed in. "I'm waiting until we get back to Jace's place," he continued, "and then I'm calling Haxmore from there. Just keep me in the loop," Elliot added. Dax hung up, and we didn't chat the rest of the way back to my place. I tried to give him enough space to think. As soon as we got out of the car and started up the drive, he took a long, deep breath and said, "I guess I'm going to bite the bullet and try to mitigate this as best I can." "You want me to back you up? We can put him on speaker. I mean, based on these pictures, not like they'll be surprised if we're together." Dax bit down on his bottom lip. He was so tense, so stressed, and I wanted to give him the kind of ease I'd offered him the night before. "Might as well," he said, "if he wants to find a way to pull out over this negative press." Better we figure out now what the hell he thinks about it all, and we deal with it. We headed inside and settled in the living area, Dax sitting on the couch as he dialed Haxmore's number. Setting the call on speaker, he placed the phone on the coffee table. Mac walked over to him and hopped up on the couch, resting his head on Dax's lap, and Dax petted his neck, like he needed the companionship. I took a seat on the adjoining love seat, readying myself for whatever the fuck was about to go down. I just hoped that Haxmore was a little calmer than Dax. Whatever the outcome, I would be fine. Worst case, we lost this deal. It would suck to have to face Fever Fight without having the money I'd committed to offering them, but if Haxmore wanted to walk away over some stupid photos of playing around with a guy, that was on him, not me or Dax. "Dax, where the hell have you been?" Haxmore's voice boomed when he answered. "It's Dax and Jace," he announced. "We, just slept in, I guess. I take it you've seen the glitz and glam post?" "Just finished looking at it." "What the fuck kind of angle is this?" His words were severe, almost threatening. "Did you two pose for these? Is this some marketing scheme I've been left out of? I don't want you guys running some campaign where I don't have any say in—" "Jarek, I promise you, there's no campaign behind these photos. I'm not even sure who took the pictures, but I have an idea of who leaked them." "So, wait. You and Jace are a real thing?" "We're not a thing. We're kind of a thing," I interjected. "Well, are you guys a thing or aren't you? You'd better tell me you are, because this is the best goddamn publicity we could have hoped for." Dax's brows tugged together. "Best publicity?" "Of course. Haven't you seen all the reblogs and reposts on this? You know how excited everyone is that he's gay?" "Bi," Dax clarified. "Bi, gay, whatever he is, they're loving it. And that he's with little Donnie Gibson, which, by the way, I can't believe never came up in our initial meetings. There's a card you need to always pull out at cocktail parties." Not a name I've used in a very long time, and typically shy away from even when people recognize me. "Damn, I used to love that show," Haxmore went on. "And what was that catchphrase you'd say?" "What's eating your Tootsie Pop?" I said without even meaning to. It was just so embedded in my brain from watching that show that it slipped out, and I knew it was a mistake to utter it the moment Dax turned to glare on me. "Sorry," I mouthed, raising my hands like he was holding me at gunpoint. "Yes, that's the catchphrase from the show," Dax practically spit out through his teeth. "God, that was a cute series," Haxmore said. "I can't believe you look so different now. Oh, you were an adorable little fella." He said that in about as condescending a tone as possible, the sort that made me vividly aware of why Dax had spent so much time distancing himself from his child star image. Dax buried his face in his hands. "Yeah. Fortunately, I don't look enough like that kid version of myself to get recognized much outside of my circle of friends or those who happen to be in the know." This conversation was definitely not making him feel any better, but from the way Haxmore was talking, it didn't sound like the deal was off, which I figured would at least offer Dax some relief. Haxmore went on. "So you guys were out in some secluded area in the woods, taking a dip, and some other stuff by the looks of it, and someone snapped these pictures?" "That's what happened," Dax admitted. "Damn, this campaign is skyrocketing our brand straight to the top. He already has his own papes chasing him around, and we haven't even launched a single part of our campaign. With this new angle, the publicity we're getting from this secret is already blowing him up to another level. We're gonna have the biggest launch anyone's ever seen. But, Dax, obviously you have to be part of the deal, too." "Huh?" "Come on, look at those pictures. The chemistry, the sparks. There's fire in there. You know how people work. Little Donnie Gibson meets HottieFirefighter. Come on. This is what they want more of. This sells. This is hot. We gotta work this. And you know it. Don't play hard to get." "Jarek," I said, realizing that Dax wasn't doing much to help himself by that point. "We need to talk it all over with Elliot. Do you mind if we get back to you about it?" Of course, of course. Farrah just told me that Jenna Marbles and Connor Franta are talking about it on YouTube, and they're having a discussion about it on CNN. Did you hear that? CNN!" He laughed. "God, this is juicy. You guys let me know how much to throw Dax into the mix, and we'll keep this ball rolling and take over the whole goddamn world together." "All right, thank you for discussing this with me, Jarek." Dax hit the end call button and leaned back on the couch, staring up at the ceiling. Good fucking God. Good fucking God? You should be relieved. You made it sound like he was going to sack us, but he's ecstatic. I'm sorry. I'm just having a hard time thinking through all this. The pictures, being out in public, Haxmore being excited about it. And did you say we were a thing? I moved over onto the couch, beside him. Mac's gaze shifted between us. "We are a thing," I told him. "No, we're not." "Wait. What do you think a thing means?" "Maybe you should tell me what you think a thing is first," Dax asked, eyeing me suspiciously. "Why are you saying it like that?" "You're not thinking that we're like all having feelings for each other or wanting to do anything more than what we've done." "What? No, but I figured we are at least friendly, with clear benefits, which would be a thing." "Okay, if that is a thing, then we are that thing, but only that thing." "I'm glad we had this important discussion," I mocked, really just trying to get him to lighten up once again. But Dax glanced around the room and shook his head. Chapter 23. Dax. "I'm sorry, Jace. I was struggling to even think straight since I saw the news on my cell. I wasn't able to focus on figuring out what was happening at the moment when I kept going back to being that 10-year-old kid, lost and confused about all that was happening in my life. I know this can't be making much sense to you, and I'm not doing much in the way of helping with that," I admitted. "Yeah, you're definitely not doing that. It's just, what to you and Haxmore's cute little Donnie Gibson was part of a long series of events in my past that I like to pretend never happened." Jace narrowed his eyes as though I'd lost my mind. "Okay, I may not be the smartest guy in the world, but I've managed to pick up on that much already." "Fair enough." A lot of things were going on in my head when I saw those pics. It would be one thing for anyone to have to see photos of themselves making out plastered across the internet. Anyone would have the right to be upset. But it was another to see you outed without your consent, and then me being outed for something I've spent my life divorcing myself from. Then I was thinking about Haxmore, and that if he cut out of the deal, you wouldn't be able to give any of that money to the center like you wanted. Jace rested his hand on my leg. "It sounds like the money is staying right where it is. So why don't you talk to me about this Donnie Gibson stuff, and why it's fucked with you like this?" I could tell he wanted to support me when I was feeling wrecked by my past catching up with me. I was used to compartmentalizing it, acting like it was another life away, but there it was, flashing right in front of me the way cameras once had in that period of my childhood when I attended premieres and award ceremonies with my mom. Considering what had already been made public, it was bound to come out, so I figured now was the time to be straight with Jace. I wish I could say it was a remarkable story, but it's a cliché in Tinseltown. Mom grew up on a ranch in Minnesota. She had big dreams, like so many who hurry off to Hollywood, only to be met with disappointment. But she got some lucky breaks, and the fact that she even had a hit in the 90s was somewhat of a miracle for her. It was like she'd died and gone to heaven. She was so big, she'd special guest on all the popular series of her time and hit the talk show circuit. She was spoiled rotten by producers and dated some sexy male stars. Like most people who get a break, she thought it was a done deal. She'd arrived, but she didn't have the foresight to realize that these tides come and go so quickly. For her, even quicker than some. When she was trying to break out of TV and into film, she made some bad career moves and pissed off the wrong people. That on top of lavish expenses left her with debt under one arm, and a kid under the other. Sounds like a tough hand, Jace said. Well, might have been a tough hand, but Mom was good at bluffing. The actress in her, I guess. She found an agent manager, and they started dating when I was a kid, trying to get her back in the game. And if she was in the game, I needed to be in it too. It was a family business, after all. That's what she'd say. As far back as I can remember, she was carting me off to talent shows. I needed to sing, dance, and act. While most kids were learning to tie their shoes, I was landing my first commercial agent. I got a break in a commercial, and then a casting director saw me and brought me in for a TV pilot. That show didn't get picked up, but they wanted a new kid for another pilot, and they chose me. And that was the Gibsons. We had an okay contract for the first season. But after that, Mom's boyfriend, not the same guy, but a guy who basically played the same role in her life, handled the contracts and got me loads more money. A dream come true, right? I let out a bitter chuckle at the thought. Doesn't really sound like it was ever your dream. It would have been easy to agree with him. But when was life ever easy? In some ways, it was. I wanted it because she wanted it, and I wanted her to be happy. But the attention she craved, the premieres and award ceremonies she loved attending, I didn't enjoy any of that. Even the acting itself wasn't for me. I'd say the nice part was the friends I made with the cast and crew, because that was more stability than I'd ever had before, and the longer I was known, the less Mom was around. The thing I did for her seemed to keep her away more. She was off trying to revamp her career, but it wasn't happening. She landed some dead-end jobs, but nothing ever went anywhere. And it was hard on her. She wound up spending what she believed was our money. Wish she would have bought cars and clothes, but heroin was Mom's drug of choice, though when asked in interviews she'd swear it was just coke. Lies. Lies and image, that was all Mom knew. Desperately seeking the attention of her public. That was what she'd learned to survive. If they like you, you get everything. If they don't, you get shit. The more I told Jace about her, the more I figured he must have observed the apparent disconnect between someone like Nance and someone like my mother. It was only going to go downhill from there. I don't think I knew real terror until I came home at 13 and found Mom lying in the bathtub, fully clothed, looking like she'd been in a bar fight, blood rushing from her nose, her neck caked in vomit. I thought she was dead. Luckily, she just OD'd. 13? Dax, I can't even begin to imagine how horrible that must have been. Why was I sharing those things with him, this guy I barely knew? And yet, I knew it was because of all the people in my life. Jay seemed like the least likely to judge me for the past. Even in the short time we'd known one another, I knew that much. The circumstances surrounding the endorsement deal were the only reason a guy like him was in my life. Because Jace Cruz was a rarity in my world. Perhaps any world, really. I was in season 3 of the series when my mom went to rehab for the 4th, maybe 5th time, I confessed. I couldn't tell you for sure because at that point she was out of my life more than in it. I was staying with an actress from the show because she was the only one who'd watch me. That's what my mom called it when she'd drop me off for a night of babysitting and just leave. Gone for weeks or months. Sometimes on a drug bender, sometimes for rehab. I never really knew which or when she was telling the truth. Jace stroked my thigh gently, like when we fucked and he was offering me that soothing assurance of his soft caress. As much as I prided myself on being able to take care of myself, in that moment, it felt pretty damn good to have his support. I can see where your perception of the industry and fame comes from, he said. That was just my first taste of what stardom did to a person. Not only what it did to her, but to her friends too. It's hard on a person when they're given so much, only to have it all. Appreciation, affection, money, pulled out right from under them. It's a jarring thing for a person when that's all they ever wanted in life. Everyone wants those things, Dax. He was right. But it was hard for me to explain what I meant. You'll have to see what it's like when it happens to know, really know, the damage it does to a soul. I can't tell you how many guys I've seen fall prey to the la-la land machine. Insecurities mixed with money and drugs is a terrible combination, and it's all too common. And the worst part is when the fall is the hardest, when the failure is tremendous. Everyone's watching, writing up articles about you and interviewing those around willing to rat you out for a couple of bucks. It's all a grand production to the public. As Jace had mentioned, he'd seen enough specials and documentaries and tabloids to know, at least in part, what I was talking about. Still, it was one thing to read about it or watch it on some crafted cable network's docudrama. It was another to watch them unravel right before your very eyes, as I had with my mother, as I had with so many others. Then why work in PR? It clearly affects you. You're obviously bothered by what it does to people. I guess I always had it in my head that I could maybe help someone else through the wreckage. Hasn't been my experience, but occasionally I've been able to help people navigate that chaotic world, or in some cases help people pick up the pieces when the spotlight's moved on. Sounds like someone else runs into burning buildings for a living. I had to laugh. No need to make it sound more heroic than it is. For the most part, it doesn't get that bad, and most of the time the public's moved on by the time these stars are at their most self-destructive. But I've learned I have a knack for it. I know this world, how it works, what it's all about. Being realistic and not some starry-eyed kid makes me good at my job. He eyed me skeptically, as though he knew my reasons didn't explain it all. It's complicated, Jace. I have a very complicated relationship with what I do, but obviously there's more keeping me there than making me leave. Besides, as many disasters as I've met in my day, I've met some okay guys too. I winked at him, and he smiled, the first since things had turned so serious after I got the news, though chatting with Jace had helped calm me down. You're easy to talk to. A good listener. Another thing I don't see a lot in my job. A lot of people just like to hear themselves talk. Well, they're missing out on that sexy resonance of your voice, then. I appreciated everything Jace was doing. That he was listening. It was helping me find my bearings, sort my way through the madness of everything those photos and the headline had stirred up. Regardless, thank you for listening. I think I'm coherent enough to come up with a game plan now. Figure out what the hell I'm going to do. Are you considering what Haxmore said? About signing on to do promo stuff with me? Hell no. That much I already know. But I need to get my thoughts sorted around all this and get things squared away with Elliot and Carter before I have any more discussions with Haxmore. Then you and I will need to have a talk about this mess when I can think straight again. I'll be ready when you're ready to talk. I offered a little scratch against Mac's neck, glad that, like Jace, he'd been there for me during my mini breakdown. Jace and I didn't talk much more before I headed out. I was too busy trying to sort through my thoughts on everything that had happened. When I finally made it to the door to leave, Jace told me, "Just remember what you said about me being a good listener. I'm here if you need anything." Thanks, man. And sorry again for any awkwardness with your family or friends. Least of my worries. Like when he disregarded my concern about him being outed, I was shocked by how comfortable he was with himself. That seemed to be the least troubling thing on his mind, and there was something refreshing about that. It reminded me how few shits Jace gave about other people's impressions of him, which I knew was one of the things that fascinated me most about him, because I was from a world where that was the most important thing to people. With his hand on my shoulder, he said, "You got this, man. Now come here." He pulled me in for a much-needed hug. I wasn't the kind of guy who ever needed anyone to be there for me, but in that moment, I was glad Jace was. When I returned to the hotel, I met up with Carter in my room, and we perused the media together, catching up on the delicious tea circulating about Jace and myself, the fresh Instagram star, and the has-been child star. Lil Donnie Gibson, all grown up. How he looks today, and you'll never guess who he's dating. Lil Donnie Gibson has a big new hunk. Carter read the headlines he'd already saved on his computer, and kept on as I was similarly inundated with the glowing coverage about our secret tryst in the woods. It was the best-case scenario, and it would have been easy to go along with Hacksmore's plan to milk the coverage. But I knew this business. How quickly the tables could turn. How sharp the fall could be. No, that wasn't for me. But what about Jace? I liked him, and I wanted to continue having fun with him, but now that everyone knew, could I even have that much? Could I endure the public's gaze, live under scrutiny for something that had been so enjoyable in secret? I knew what it was like to be lured into the spotlight by the promise of having all one's dreams come true, to be so close that you felt the intensity of the heat. But what drew me now into the spotlight wasn't dreams of stardom and fame. It was a man I grew increasingly drawn to with every passing day. But I knew the consequences of getting too close to that spotlight. One way or another, you got burned. Chapter 24. Jace. "Hey, Nance," I called as I entered the house, heading through the hall into the kitchen. "Hi, Jace," Nance called back as she rounded the corner, all smiles, but I knew her well enough to sense her tension. I hadn't mentioned anything to her about the article Dax had shown me, or the many more I'd discovered after he'd left my place and I'd started Googling myself. Based on how many of my friends had messaged me their support on my drive over, I had no doubt Nance and Keegan had already heard the news. After all, gossip spread through Fever Falls like a flame across gasoline. But my fixation wasn't with my own involvement in the news, but Dax's. It was hard seeing him so worked up. And once I'd learned how it connected to his past, it was so much easier for me to understand why. His notoriety clearly reminded him of his shitty childhood, of being left by his mother who was off pursuing her self-destructive impulses. In different ways, we'd both been on our own when we were kids. I had been abandoned by parents I'd never known and lived at the shelter, and Dax had a mother who had been more consumed with nurturing her needs than caring for him. I continued toward Nance, knowing we needed to have this conversation. I would have called, but this was something I preferred to handle face-to-face with the people who were most important to me. I entered the kitchen, and Keegan eyed me as he sat on the table, iPhone in hand, about as incapable of hiding his surprise as Nance. "Dude," Keegan said, "are you—" "Wanting us to make some lunch?" Nance interjected. "I can make sandwiches, or we could go out. Unless you don't want to go out, then—" "You guys, we can go ahead and get this conversation out of the way," I said, trying to set them at ease. "I figured someone had probably mentioned it to you. That's why I headed over." Nance breathed a sigh of relief. "Apparently, I'm bisexual." "That's fine," Keegan said. "You could be just about anything other than a Dodgers fan, and I'd be cool with it." "Keegan," Nance said severely, "you would need to learn to see past your brother's love of the Dodgers." "Call me ignorant, but no, God didn't make anyone a Dodgers fan." His lips curled into a smirk, and we all shared a laugh. "But seriously," Nance added, "you know we love you, no matter who you want to be with. Are you okay? I hear there are some pretty scandalous pictures online. I haven't seen them, but—" "I saw them," Keegan said. Nance turned to him. "I told you not to look at them." "Oh, is it a crime for me to see what everyone in this town is looking at?" He turned his attention to me, adding with a thumbs up, "Looking good, bro," and making me laugh. "Thanks, Keeg." "You guys," Nance said, rolling her eyes. "So you're not feeling horribly exploited or disgusting or like you hate the world right now?" "No more than usual." "Whew. Now I guess I can take off my mothering hat. I was so nervous. Barb Kenmore called me after she read the article." Keegan made like he was about to vomit. "You remember her from when we were co-presidents of the PTA? Well, she must have figured it was something I should have been worried about, and she was asking me what our friends would think about my parenting and allowing you to be corrupted by Hollywood." "In your defense," Keegan said, "in those pics it was hard to tell who was corrupting who." "Be serious, Keegan," Nance followed up. "But Barb kept on like that, and I finally had to tell her to go F herself." "You used the F word?" "I said, go F yourself." I was in stitches. You didn't have to do that on my behalf, but the support means a lot. And I guess that means we don't have to put up with Barb at any barbecues. Absolutely not. I'm sorry if it causes you guys any issues, though. Figure it's going to be the talk of Fever Falls for a bit. We'll be just fine, Nance insisted. Don't give a thought to that. What are you guys talking about? Keegan asked. I'm going to be in college next year. I already get made fun of for this gap in my front teeth and because sometimes I forget to wear matching socks. He looked so serious as he said the words, but then quickly batted his hand in front of him and rolled his eyes. Come on. You think I give any more shits than you do about what they say? Keegan, don't say that word, Nance chastised. He sighed like he was exasperated. Sorry, he murmured. Nance smiled and shook her head. She made us sandwiches for lunch, and I chilled around the house through dinner, responding to texts from surprised and concerned friends and a call from Ash and Bo, who gave me a few opportunities to crack jokes about the whole thing. Mads even texted to say, well, hope Jace Cruz can satisfy men as well as he satisfies women. Keegan and I eventually headed out front and shot some hoops for a bit. I found myself continually checking my phone to the point where Keegan asked, Waiting for your boyfriend to text? He was kidding. But it was kind of true. Not that Dax was my boyfriend, but I was hoping he would message me. I didn't know him as well as I wanted to, but I knew enough to know he didn't open up much. I'd caught him in a moment of vulnerability where he'd offered up so much about his past, so much he'd clearly wanted to keep from everyone, including me. So many of the missing pieces to the puzzle that was Dax Monroe started to fit right into place, making so much fucking sense. Behind all that bravado and charm was a kid terrified of losing his mother, and what he was only willing to cop to slightly. Behind those hazel irises was a man who tried to help others navigate the destructive world he'd been thrust into on his own far too soon. It reminded me how lucky I was to have a family who loved me, to still have Nance and Keegan, and to know that the incredible man who'd been my father had done everything in his power to be there for me when I needed him, until it was out of his control. Once Keegan and I were winding down, Nance came out and played a game of horse with us, after which Keegan went inside. We played another round before she recovered the ball and approached me. I could tell, knew her well enough to know what she was about to bring up. There was an unmistakable expression on her face, and in it I saw our past with Crawford. How are you feeling? She asked. Good. Real good. She checked back at the house, as though to make sure we were alone and that Keegan wasn't about to run out. You know your dad would be really proud of you, and wouldn't have ever cared who you love, right? God, Mom, we gotta do this now, I asked as the tears stirred, the way they tended to when he came up in conversation. Of course we gotta do it now. I just know he'd want me to say it for him since he can't. I never could have doubted how he'd feel. He was too good a man. Kind. Loving. Compassionate. Most of my beliefs came from his encouraging me to think outside the confines of other people's ignorance and biases. Keeping the basketball under one arm, she reached out her free hand and took mine. Jace, all either of us have ever wanted is for you to be happy and know you're loved. Ah, come here. I hugged her, feeling her trembling, knowing she was reflecting on the love we both missed in that moment, the love that was stolen from us. I know that, and I love you all so much. You guys have my whole heart. We held each other for some time before Nance collected herself and headed inside. I checked my phone again and saw a message from Dax. What are you doing tonight, Batman? Chapter 25. Dax. I stood on my hotel balcony, overlooking Fever Falls, the mid-rises, neighboring bars, and homes illuminated with streetlights as the sun finished setting on the horizon. Fever Falls was like a mini Chicago, but there was something pleasant about its size. Clean, not too much noise, not too quiet either. I sipped the vodka tonic I'd made myself, then set it on the cement ledge, and took a breath. I'd spent the rest of the day in my room, not able to make heads or tails of how we were going to handle this situation and what my part in it would be. For someone whose life was about making plans, I didn't have a clue. All I knew was that Haxmore, Elliot, Carter, and I had a meeting at noon the following day, and I needed a game plan. Despite my discussions with Elliot and Carter after my identity was exposed, I hit a wall. Couldn't think straight, so I messaged my personal Batman, asking him to meet me at the hotel because I needed to talk to someone, and as I'd learned that day, he was a good listener. A knock at the door caught my attention, and I headed inside to answer it. Jace stood in the hallway, dressed in a form-fitting polo that stressed the details of the physique I knew was under it. "Rough day?" he asked. "I've had worse." "Come on in." I escorted him inside and led him to the minibar. "What can I get you? The company's paying for it, so just say the word." "Jack and Pepsi works for me." "You got it." I fixed him a drink and passed it along to him. "I was enjoying the view of your little town before you got here. If you'd care to join me." "It would be my pleasure." Jace's relaxed attitude, that cool demeanor he exuded, helped soothe my nerves, which had been on edge all day. He didn't rush me, or reach for answers the way Elliot and Carter had. He was just present. We headed onto the balcony, where I could collect my thoughts a little bit. "Did you talk to your family about the pictures?" I didn't want to pry, but I was genuinely curious. "I did. Nance and Keegan were really cool about it." "Figured as much, but you never know with stuff like that. You'd be surprised by some of the people who can have a gay hairdresser, backup dancer, boss, or father, but God forbid it be their own kid. My mom, for instance, had plenty of gay friends, but she didn't want it to ruin my career. That's what she was most worried about." "World's a crazy place sometimes," Jace said before taking a sip of his drink. "Tell me about it." I glanced over the ledge of my view of the city, taking it all in. One minute you feel like the world's your oyster, and the next like you're trapped in your hotel room because you don't want to hear anyone shouting at you to say a catchphrase or sign something. "You been in here all day?" Jace asked. "Yeah. I have this idea in my head that I'm going to walk out there and have to hear someone call me by that name again. I've spent a lot of years cherishing my anonymity. Where others wanted fame, I just dreamed of being able to walk into crowded rooms and disappear, blend right in. I doubt you blend in anywhere, Dax." The way he said it, scanning me over, brought back that feral desire he stirred almost effortlessly with as little as a simple glance. It's different, though. It's nice when you're out and someone you don't know treats you like a stranger, rather than acting like they know you, really know you, when you've never talked to them in your life. "I kinda get that," Jace said. "Oh, you'll definitely have more than your share when this all keeps on." "What was that like? You told me a lot about your mom and what happened with her, but what did it do to you?" It was effortless for my mind to go there, since that's where it had been all day. It was a lot of pressure on a kid. Every agent, every casting director, every producer, every reporter, every fan, they all had an image in their head of exactly who I was, and I didn't think it was very fair when I wasn't so sure. I went to a casting session for a film when I was 14. It was supposed to be the next break for me, a TV movie. I was coming into my own, maturing. I don't know what I did in the audition, but the casting director said, "You came across a little gay that time. Can we do it again?" I didn't even know that part of me yet. I was a fucking kid who didn't know shit about who I was, but I remember thinking, this isn't about me. This is about this thing they think I am, Lil Donnie Gibson. And I didn't want to be something for them, I just wanted to be me. Whoever that was. Jace looked off the balcony, staring into the distance as though thinking very seriously about what I shared. "I get that," he said. "My father, Crawford, arrived on a scene and this guy told him his wife was stuck inside. First floor in a back room. Of course Crawford didn't flinch any more than I would have. He and his crew rushed inside and, like the heroes they fucking were, found her. She'd lost consciousness. So they carried her out, Crawford at the back, where the fire was creeping up on them. The floor gave, and Crawford pushed them forward so it wouldn't take the rest of them with it. But he got trapped in the basement. He didn't make it. Oh my God, Jace. I couldn't believe he was sharing that. But even more confusing was how the fuck petty shit from my childhood pertained to something so horrific. Just like that, he said with a snap of his fingers. Because that's how it goes in our line of work. You sometimes have only a few precious seconds, and that's it. And a fire doesn't give a fuck how much a person gives or cares or loves, or how many people need that person to keep going. I could feel his heart wrenching as he forced the words out. Crawford, Mackenzie, Cruz, he added. Mackenzie stuck out. Mac? He nodded, as if he couldn't bring himself to say the words. Then he coughed, seemingly trying to create a distraction from his moment of weakness. Some of the guys from the station told Nance first, and she just fell apart, and then she pulled Keeg and me into the bedroom. I was 16, he was 8. Neither of us knew what was wrong, but Keeg was already crying because Nance was. All I knew was that I had to be tough. Someone had to be strong, because that's what Crawford's always did. If shit went down, he was a fighter. And I would be too. When she gave us the news, I knew it was my job to be strong, to be there for our family, especially since he couldn't. Not that I didn't cry that night, because I did, but I fought, and I did my best to be strong for them, to help them through it all. It didn't take long before I started hearing people around town talking about how cool I'd been, how strong, and really it just ate away at me, and I knew none of these people knew who the fuck I was. He looked to me, a tear stirring in his right eye. So I know about people not seeing the real me. I'm not saying I'm not tough. I know my strengths, and I can handle a lot of shit, but sometimes I try so hard to be that because people want me to be that for them, and I'm just like, fuck, I'm only human. Well, that definitely surpasses my childhood bullshit, I said, chuckling at how stupid I felt for having made such a big deal about my past when his was so much worse. Most of all, though, I was stunned he'd shared it with me. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make you feel like yours wasn't important. I approached him and hooked my arm around his shoulders. I know that, Jace. Thank you for sharing. He took what I thought was going to be a sip, but then downed a good 3 gulps before setting his glass on the ledge. Maybe you were the smart one. You got out of the role of little Donnie Gibson and discovered who you were. Me? I've been playing cool, easygoing Jace Cruz since I was 16. His gaze shifted to my lips, and I couldn't help myself. I lurched forward and kissed him. I just wanted to make him feel better, to bring him some ease. Jace kissed right back and pushed against me, guiding me back against the balcony window. He seemed to lose himself in our kisses as easily as I did. I could hardly think straight as we started tugging at each other's clothes and making our way back inside. It was so natural the way we stripped together, kissing between each awkward removal of another article of clothing as we made our way to the bedroom. His kisses were softer, more sensual than they'd been when we'd fucked around before. I felt like this was the real Jace, the one he often shielded from others, and in the same way, all my walls had come down after I disclosed my secrets. Once there was no reason to hold them up. Chapter 26. Jace. Dax's kisses brought me some relief from the visceral pain searing through me. The memories I'd shared with him stirred so much emotion. Only by seeing the piece of Dax he tried to conceal from the world could I turn and face that part of myself, something I've never spoken about, not even with Nance. As much as I enjoyed spending time with Dax, it was in that moment that I felt like we really saw one another. He saw beyond the strength I always attempted to embody, and I saw past the confidence, even arrogance, he displayed. And in that instance of vulnerability I rarely shared, I felt free, uninhibited. By the time we entered his hotel bedroom, we'd abandoned most of our clothes. He still wore trunk boxers, and I still had my jeans on. I pushed him, his back accidentally hitting the door frame. "Ow," he whispered, laughing. I moved my hand from his back, reaching out and pushing the door closed behind him as I guided him against it, my lips firmly on his as I enjoyed that sensation of his scruff, which I felt like I'd become obsessed with. He grasped my nape, keeping me close as he massaged his tongue in my mouth, and I reached down and pressed my hand against his crotch, stroking. I felt his smile against my face, and then he turned us, urging me toward the adjacent recessed wall. He was so assertive as he slid his hand beneath the back of my jeans, under my boxers, gliding his palm over my ass cheek. I pulled away and looked into those serious eyes, and he bent and scooped me up off the floor. "Oh, wow," I said. "Look at you being the boss." "I'm always a boss." He threw me on the bed so that I bounced, and I laughed as he crawled onto the bed, moving toward me. "You're eager." "You're sexy." He hooked his thumbs in the waistband of his boxers and slid them down to reveal his erection, navigating them down his thighs. When he got them past his knees, he slid them back with one hand and removed them nearly effortlessly before tossing them off the bed. No sooner had he finished that than his lips were on mine again, and he pushed me back against the mattress. I felt him undoing the button of my jeans, and we worked together to pull them off. Soon his cock was up against my body, and mine against his as we pushed together. I loved the sensation of him thrusting against me, feeling his abs and chest close, his bangs falling on my forehead, his legs interwoven with mine. I savored every wet, warm kiss he offered. His kiss trailed down my chin, to my neck, and I relaxed as he made his way down, his hand sliding in sync with his mouth as he found my cock and took it in his mouth, working with a skill I could only envy. "God, I need to remember that for when I blow you," I told him, and I guessed he took that as confirmation of his impressive job, because he worked even harder. He released my shaft from his mouth before gripping it in his hand and flicking his tongue eagerly just beneath the head. "Holy fucking hell," I said, reaching down and grabbing the back of his head. He stopped. "What? You don't like that?" "Are you kidding me? That feels amazing." "I'm just teasing. I can tell you're enjoying it. You do this thing where you jerk your hips just a little bit. It's hot." I snickered. I hadn't even realized I was doing that. Dax went on with his work, driving me fucking crazy, and I recognized the move, a sort of mini thrust, like my cock was trying to climb with the intensity of my excitement. The pressure mounted to the point where it became unbearable. I cringed as I ached. "Dax." He pulled my dick out of his mouth again. "Damn, you're pre-coming like crazy down here." I glanced down at him, at the drippage on his bottom lip, which he licked right off, closing his eyes like he wanted to savor every drop of me. He pushed onto his knees, taking my legs and pushing on the right one as he guided me onto my stomach. I felt him crawling up my body again until his cock lay in the crack of my ass, and he pushed his body against mine, kissing my neck, behind my ear. He ran his hands along my arms until his hands were on mine, our fingers interlocking, him holding them against the mattress, totally dominating me in that moment. He jerked his hips forward, and I imagined what it would be like to have him inside me. It was such an intimidating thought, a reminder that as much as I prided myself in my confidence with most things, there was this thing I was so uncertain about. Dax released my hands and slid back down my body, kissing along my spine until he reached my ass. He ran his nose along the flesh of my left ass cheek, kissing, licking, sucking gently, before pulling my cheeks apart and running his tongue from the base of my balls to my hole. I laughed. Couldn't fucking help myself because I'd never considered letting anyone play around back there, but my sense of humor didn't discourage Dax. He licked with a ferocious intensity, and I felt the pressure of his finger pushing into me ever so slightly, just a tease, but enough to let me know that I really wanted to try this with him. He pulled his finger out, and I heard him licking before I felt it along with another wet finger pressing into me. He didn't rush, allowed me time, and I didn't resist, letting him massage his way inside me. I moved my hips, enjoying the sensation of the pressure combined with the stimulation of my cock against the sheets. Then I felt a slight tingle which erupted into a web of nerves that rippled with life through me, radiating out to my fingertips, making me gasp. "There you are," he whispered. "Fucking A. You never had anyone work your prostate before?" No," I confessed, and he continued playing with it. He had total control over my pleasure, my satisfaction, as he teased and toyed with that spot that could clearly so effortlessly excite me. The energy pulsing through me was so intense that I clawed at the bed, feeling like I was about to burst out of my skin with eagerness. I could hardly concentrate until I realized that between what Dax stirred within me and the way I was thrusting, "Dax, I'm gonna—" "Flip over and let me see." I obeyed. As long as he held my pleasure in his hands, I was totally subservient to him. He was my fucking master as I rolled over, his fingers still within me, shifting as I repositioned. Another quick shift of his fingers was too much for me, and as I reached for my cock, I didn't have time to stroke it because it was already a geyser spraying across me. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," I said as I gripped it and pumped the rest out. "So fucking hot." Dax rose to his knees once again and stroked his own cock. "Shoot all over me. I want to see how far you go." He flashed me a smile as his cum shot across my body, mixing with mine, the warmth spreading across me. I ran my hand through it, massaging it into my skin before Dax descended onto me, pulling me close, getting our cum all over him too. As we kissed, I rolled on top of him, devouring his mouth. Relaxing from the thrill of that high, I tore away from his lips long enough to catch my breath. Chapter 27. Dax. "God fucking damn it," Jace said. "You liked that a lot, didn't you? Are you kidding? That was amazing. I could just imagine what it'd be like to have a cock in there." "Well, you still owe me that," I said, winking. He laughed. "Yes, I do. Gonna give you my V-card." "Your V-card? Well, at least your booty V-card, but I'll gladly take it." "Yes, you should take it." We kissed again. I hadn't meant for it to last very long, but I took my time, worshipping his mouth. His lips felt so good against mine, and I loved the way his breath hit my face. When he managed to pull away from me, he leaned back and gazed down at me, and I couldn't stop smiling. I was cocky, knowing all that he'd let me do with him. "Thank you," Jace said. I winced, surprised by the comment. For taking my mind off all that stuff we brought up tonight. I should be thanking you for taking my mind off everything. I've been in such a fucking crazy state of mind all day, making probably way too big a deal out of shit from so long ago. It helped to enjoy this with you." And I was relieved to know I could provide him with a similar sense of ease. He started to roll off me, and I rolled with him, so we lay on our sides, gazing at one another much longer than we'd done in the past. But it was nice. Neither of us talking, just being present, knowing so much more now about one another. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "In this moment?" I was trying to be cheeky. Apparently Jace wasn't letting me get away with it because he said, "I'm being serious, Dax, about everything that's going on, with what happened with those pics and with everything we talked about." Better. It all just blindsided me. Haven't had much time to process it, although messing around had lightened my mood a bit, helped me think straight. "Just like with my shit, it's in the past," Jace said. "We can sit here beating ourselves up over it, or we can move on. Trust me, I know I'm not holding little Donnie Gibson right now. I'm holding sexy, confident, cocky as hell Dax Monroe." I laughed at his words, but he was right about that. He was right about a lot of things whenever we chatted, although that was likely part of what made him fit for his job. He could handle insanity, find a way to focus in some of the most difficult, life-altering situations I could imagine. Admittedly, I began, it's been a bit of a struggle to remember I'm not that confused kid anymore. I know who I am these days. It'll be annoying as fuck to have to hear the name again, but I have a whole life I've built for myself that has nothing to do with that. I inspected Jace's expression. What about you? How do you feel about everything we talked about? With your past? I'm never going to be able to look back on any of that and feel good about it. That's not how I meant it. Are you okay with this endorsement deal and being this image other people have of you, like you have your whole life? He shrugged. It's not like I'm living a lie. I am who I am, and no, I don't wear my heart on my sleeve all the time, but I don't think I'm a bad person because of that. No, you're not, Jace. You're a really awesome person, but it has nothing to do with your being easygoing. It has to do with the way you look at the world and the way you care about others. I'm all right, I guess. You're better than that. But I'll let it slide this time. I have too much other shit to figure out before tomorrow. And boy, did I ever. Don't make it too complicated, though. If you don't want to be in the spotlight again, just tell Haxmore that. He might be annoyed, but it's not up to him. That's the easy part, I said. I already know I'm not going to use this for publicity. I don't want us running around, pretending there's something here that just isn't. You really think there's nothing here? He arched a brow before offering a suspicious glare. Not what I meant at all. There definitely is. I'm having a lot of fun, and I really like you, Jace. Enough that you're blushing as you say that. Wow. My cheeks were warmer than I ever wanted to admit to myself, and I pushed at his shoulder, saying, "Shut the fuck up. It's okay that you like me a lot. I like you too, Dax. I shouldn't enjoy you saying that as much as I do." I tucked my head against the sheets. That's the issue. I'm trying to decide about us. What do you mean, decide? I like messing around with you, but I don't want to complicate either of our lives by keeping something going that maybe we both need to walk away from. I hadn't wanted to say those words, but it was the thought that kept playing in my mind. What if I told you I don't like that option? Jace asked, his jaw tensing. Then I'd admit I don't like it either. He breathed what seemed like a sigh of relief, which made me feel more at ease than it should have. Come on, Dax. The worst that happens is we have some fun with each other. Papes catch you in some pics with me sometimes until people get bored and move on back to Tom Brady or whoever the fuck is more interesting, and then we have some big clusterfuck of a fight because you are just so obsessed with me and I can't get you off my back. Oh, really? I'd be the one obsessed with you. What if you're the one obsessed with me? Well, come on, that's not believable. You ass, I said through another laugh. No, the real worst is we keep this going and wind up hating each other so much, but we're stuck because we have a deal and have to do it anyway. And then we have this hateful, bitter public feud that everyone and their mother's getting off to because it's entertaining. He eyed me suspiciously. You really think either of us are the type to be running to the press if things go south? I know that's not the case. Because he wasn't from a world where people did that kind of shit to serve their own interests. However, that's mostly what I'd seen throughout my life. I had to remind myself that Jace wasn't like the rest. He was special. And maybe that was part of what made the whole situation even more concerning. I enjoyed liking Jace Cruz. Jace added, so the real question is, can you deal with all this baggage I got with me right now? A part of me feels like I already am now. Even if we stopped whatever this is, we're still in this deal together, and the media will be the way they're going to be. The only way around the predicament we were in was if we stopped hanging with one another or fucking around, but I didn't want to stop, not when we were having so much fun. What are you saying? Jace asked. We're clearly a thing, I acknowledged, referencing our playful back and forth from earlier that day. So maybe we need to plunge ahead into the limelight as we are and let it blow up in our faces. I like the idea of you blowing up in my face, then maybe gravitate to in my mouth, Jace quipped. I growled as I set my hand on his hip and slid it around to his ass. And then maybe back here. Hold up, I don't even know what that thing is going to feel like in me. You had a good preview. I had a great preview. We shared a laugh, and Jace added, and I'm looking forward to the main event. Well, you do owe me a solid. A solid sounds like what you owe me. He reeled me in for another kiss. I pulled away, still grinning from the sensations he'd stirred, coupled with the absurdity of the situation we found ourselves in. I'm in a lot of trouble with you, Jace Cruz. Trouble with me can be fun. I don't doubt that. My gaze drifted to the sheets as I considered what it would mean if we really went down that path. Still wondering if I can handle it all. Jace said, "Get your ass up." I rolled onto my back. What? We're going out. Going out? What is totally blowing your mind about what I'm saying? Am I murmuring? I chuckled and sat up to face him, assessing that sneaky expression he wore. Come on, he added. News has spread around this town by now, if not from the press, then through talk, so if you want a sample to see if you can handle it, now's the time. Where are we going? Fever. The restaurant? No, that's Fever Pitch. The club is just Fever. That's right. That's the place you told me not to go when you wanted to meet up with me that first day. Isn't it a little confusing to have two places with Fever in the name like that? Sometimes if you make a date for Fever Pitch, they wind up at Fever, which is kind of funny since Fever is our local gay club. Oh, really? So you want to take me out on the town? Show off your new summer fling to everyone? He beamed. Yeah, I'd like that a lot. I've only been for a few friends' birthday parties, but I'd be curious to check it out now that I'm messing around with a guy. His expression wavered. If you're okay with that. I don't want to push you, but I figure it'd be a good experiment. Gives you a chance to decide if you're in this or not. It's not a terrible idea. I'd locked myself in my room the moment everything had blown up. I'd been so worried about being recognized that I hadn't faced that demon from my past yet, but Jace was right. If I couldn't do that right then, I certainly couldn't keep on messing around with Jace. I considered the repercussions, but the news was out. Whether I was in Fever Falls or West Hollywood, I was going to have to deal with it at some point. Let's do it, I said. Are you really sure about this, Dax? I don't want you getting in over your head. We're both in over our heads right about now, I admitted. But better to be in over your head with someone than by yourself. Trust me. Jace moved forward quickly and pressed his lips against mine. We enjoyed the moment before showering up and getting dressed to head out. Walking to the club, I could feel the discomfort in the back of my mind, shouting, "Don't do it." This part of me that wouldn't have even considered this before Jace came into my life, but there was something almost empowering about going out, about taking back control after all these years. Little Donnie Gibson didn't define who I was. I was Dax fucking Monroe. When we entered the club, a wide-open space with a couple of bars and boxes set up where bare-chested guys in jocks and thongs were dancing, I took it all in. The place was as packed as a gay club in WeHo or NYC might have been, but I figured it was because this was the only club option for the residents of Fever Falls. Damn, you got a lot of gay guys in this city, I told Jace. We have more than our fair share. I wasn't sure if I was just making it up in my head, but we kept getting looks. I wondered how many of them were checking out HottieFirefighter, how many of them knew about my Little Donnie Gibson reveal, and how many were just checking us out the way they might have any other night. We headed to the bar to order drinks, and the bartender's eyes opened wide as he exclaimed, "HottieFirefighter and Little Donnie Gibson," confirming my worry about just how many people had discovered the truth about my past. Jace checked my expression, as though wondering if I was going to have a nervous breakdown over being recognized. "You got us," I joked, but I suddenly felt like I could actually breathe again. There it was. Someone recognized me as Little Donnie Gibson, and my world didn't come to an end. I wasn't that confused kid all of a sudden. I was still me. And it was no longer a fear lingering over my head. It was here. It was real. and it wasn't that bad. We took a selfie with the guy before taking our drinks and heading alongside the wall. "It's a good night, apparently," Jace said, glancing around the place. "Wonder if this is what it's usually like? Like I said, I've only been here a few times before with friends, but figured since we were suddenly out publicly, this might be fun." "Hey, excuse me," an attractive Twinkie guy in a neon pink thong said as he approached from the side. "You guys mind if I get a selfie?" "Pleasure's all ours," I said, working to make sure Jace understood I was in this, at least for our little test that night. It was going to take some adjusting, but in some ways it was like riding a bike. Not only had I ridden one myself, but I'd been teaching others since I was just starting out on my own. When the guy got his pick, he headed off, and Jace said, "That's something I'm still getting used to." You do get used to it, though, but it doesn't become less inconvenient. Sometimes you just have to find ways of making it more difficult for them to ask for pictures or signatures. "Oh, really? Any suggestions, Pro?" I laughed, thinking about the context, both in the bedroom and with his recently discovered notoriety. I took his hand and said, "Come on." I guided him through the crowd, onto the dance floor. I noticed some more glances, but I ignored them as I turned to him and danced to the beat. "What are you doing?" "This is how you get away from it. They're less likely to bother you while you're dancing." "Isn't that clever?" Jace asked, his lips curling into a smile as he started bopping to the beat. He took to the music about as quickly as he took to messing around with a guy, and I used the opportunity to show him my own moves. We gravitated toward one another, and I slid my hand around his waist, tugging him even closer. We danced together at the club as well as we did in the bedroom, staring into one another's eyes, his look as intense as ever. The rest of the club seemed to fade away, leaving just the two of us. "I know a fire when I see it, Dax Monroe," Jace said loud enough to compete with the blaring music. "And your eyes are lit up with one. I could say the same about yours. Never seen a fire before I didn't want to put out. Well, I've already put out." "And didn't that just make the fire worse?" I quipped. Jace laughed and added, "I guess if we're going to do this, might as well go down in flames." I leaned forward and kissed him. Even though the music was loud, I could hear some of the people around us chatting, but I didn't give a shit. I was having fun. There I was, at a gay club with Jace Cruz, standing in a crowd that likely knew about my past, and I wasn't freaking out. I was still just me. And whatever happened, just like in the past, the spotlight only shone on particular individuals for their 15 minutes before moving on to someone else. I could do it again. It wouldn't necessarily be my favorite thing in the world, but if it meant I got to explore more with Jace Cruz, I was in. As I pulled away from Jace and opened my eyes, a flash filled the room. Someone's iPhone camera, I figured. Jace glanced around, searching for the culprit. "Haxmore will be pissed when I tell him I'm not going to help out on the deal. But I'll pitch it that he's going to get what he wants out of it just by us being out and about together. But I'd feel gross and unprofessional participating any other way, and I don't want to turn this into any more of a show than it already is. I understand that. If there is some benefit to seeing each other, I don't want it directly tied up in any sort of contract or bound by some agreement we don't have any control over once we sign papers. I would rather let it be what it is. I think that's the only way I'm going to maintain any semblance of sanity in all this. I respect that. I respect you, Dax." A serious practicality sparked in my mind. "There is one thing you might not like. If we're doing this, it's probably best we don't mess around with anyone else while this is going on. I'm not demanding exclusivity because I feel like you shouldn't be able to fuck around. I don't give a shit. But I know how the press can be if they find out either of us are messing around with other people, and oh, I get that. And I definitely don't need Nance and Keegan reading about that, so I'm game for that if you are." He seemed surprised by his response. "Damn, Dax Monroe. I never thought anyone could make me go exclusive, but guess it just took a special man." I laughed. But considering the kind of man Jace was, that meant a lot to me. "So you're really in this? Whatever it is we're doing," he added. "The thing?" I teased, recalling his verbiage earlier that morning. "Yeah, I'm in the thing." "Good. I could use a PR guy on speed dial. I need the help." I rolled my eyes. No, you don't. But I'm happy to pretend you do. I claimed his mouth once again. We really were in over our heads. But as I'd mentioned to him before, it was definitely better if we were in over our heads together. Chapter 28. Jace. It was settled. Dax and I were officially a thing. Neither of us knew what that thing was, if it was just a flirtation, or if we could be regular fuck buddies or what, but we were both in it to see where it led. Selfishly, I was relieved because, considering how Dax had freaked out over the exposure we'd received, I figured he would bail, that it might be too much for him. But despite how that part of him was something he struggled with, he'd pushed through like the Dax Monroe I'd come to know over the past couple of months. Dax had met with Haxmore once again, and they'd sorted through the mess together. A few days later, as scheduled, Dax and Carter headed back to Los Angeles, but Dax had assured me he'd be back. And I believed him. Just like the first time my picture had gone viral. The notoriety that had come along with those pics of me and Dax circulating the web had peaked and waned, and people approached me for selfies and signatures far less frequently. With the spare time I had on my hands, I needed to do something. Keep busy. I wasn't the sort to sit around, so I hit the gym, spent time with my buds from the station, and volunteered at Fever Fight and for various projects where I could be handy. Zed needed a shelf built in his new apartment, Nance needed help cleaning the shed out back, and Benny at Fever Pitch had asked for help resurfacing his roof, which I'd signed on to help with when he mentioned he was struggling to come up with the money for the project. As helpful as I was trying to be, there were some other, more personal interests I was tending to as well, and fortunately, I had just the friends I could talk to about it. You mind if I ask a weird question? Ash, Bo, and I sat on the back deck of Benny's house, having just finished a few hours of working on his roof. They'd been kind enough to lend me some help that afternoon, and, in return, I'd offered them some of Nance's leftover barbecue from a few nights earlier. Shoot, Bo said, then took another bite. Ash eyed me suspiciously. I guessed because after my query when he was working on Nance's car, he knew the sort of question I could ask. How do you bottom good? Bo jerked forward as he started to choke on his chicken. The fuck? He asked between coughs as he recovered from what must have been more of a surprise than I'd figured it would be. Ash gave him a few pats on the back. You all right? I asked. Yeah. Bo chuckled. Just not the question I was expecting. So, Ash began, like he was considering what I was asking. Is it bottoming good or bottoming well, or bottoming best? I don't know. I wasn't that great in English. We understood the question, Ash said with a smile. I assume this is because of a certain little Donnie Gibson, Bo added. I'd already talked with Ash and Bo about the whole situation with Dax, his feelings around all that, and how we were planning to proceed. Ash had been awesome about helping me out with my newly acquired fame around town, and being a couple, I figured they could give me some guidance on how to deal with seeing someone while dealing with all the other stuff that came along with my endorsement deal. But my curiosity wasn't exclusively about the dynamics of our predicament. It has a lot to do with him, I replied. I kind of owe him. Owe him? Ash asked. Look, you don't owe any guy. Dude, whoa. Hosing that down before anything gets started. We made a little fun game where he would bottom for me, and I'd bottom for him. He wouldn't actually ever make me do it if I didn't want to, but I do, and I would like to be good at it. He was really good, and it had me wondering what makes someone the best bottom. Well, you've come to the right couple, Ash said. Oh, Mr. Best at everything, Bo teased with an eye roll. If you insist. God, I love these guys. So, good bottoming, Bo said. They both pondered that for a moment. What? How is that a hard question? I pressed. They glanced at each other, and Ash said, You just kind of do it and figure it out, I think. Most guys aren't trying to be the best bottom. Speak for yourself, Bo teased, and they shared another laugh. Seeing how amused they were by my question, I assumed I had my answer. I'm overthinking it, aren't I? Just a tad, Ash said. I get it, though. I was nervous first, too. I don't do it very often, but I enjoy it when I do. I like sharing that with Bo. It's been on my mind since we kind of did some stuff back there, and I did enjoy him doing other stuff back there, and then he went out of town, and now... And now you're ready to just give it up to him? Bo asked. Pretty much, but I don't really know what to do. Put your hips into it, Ash said. Just work that a little bit. Don't be over the top with it and end up thrusting him off the bed. Give a good push back. Try to milk that dick. Give those cheeks a good squeeze when you need to. Now I feel like I should be taking notes, Bo said, eyes wide as he listened to his boyfriend sharing his secrets. And don't worry about recording until you get into a more serious relationship, Ash added. Recording? I asked. Gotta watch film to improve your game, he replied with a wink. Bo elbowed him in the chest. We don't have to share all our secrets. Nothing wrong with the guy wanting to be prepared, Ash said. Very true, Bo added. Jace, have you played around with a dildo before? What? No. Bo looked to Ash again, then shook his head, turning to me. Oh, sweet, innocent Jace. If you want to really know what you're getting yourself into, go to the adult store, grab yourself a dildo of his approximate size, and play around for yourself. It'll be less of a shock when you have him in there, and then you'll be able to have some fun with it and not be so stressed about that. Ash nodded in agreement. Huh, not a bad idea. We're pretty good at this friends thing, Ash said, with as cocky a shrug as he could manage. Yes, you are, I agreed. And then the conversation transitioned back to more usual subjects. However, even as we got back to work, I was already searching on my phone to see how late the adult store on Peachtree Way was open, and once we finished working on Benny's roof, I headed on over, perusing the selection and finding what seemed to be comparable to Dax's size. When I got home and unboxed the thing on the bed, Mac watched me from the corner. The way he was looking at me, it was like he knew how I was going to use it. What? I'm curious. I eyed the thing again. Damn, I can't decide if this is the right size or if Dax's cock has gotten way bigger in my head. Although I was pretty confident that was the right size, particularly by the way my hand fit around the girth. I slipped my phone out of my pocket. Dax had texted me while I was on the roof with the guys, and I told him what I was up to. I noticed he'd texted again. Carter and I have a premiere at Grauman's at 8:30, and then hustling at some party later. Thinking of you. Inspiration struck, and I messaged him back. Have fun. Thinking of you, too. If only he knew. I set my phone on my nightstand. Now this is the part that Sharpay's got to step out for, I said, as I set the dildo on the mattress and led Mac downstairs, and then I headed back into my bedroom. I stripped down, grabbed some lube from the nightstand, and slathered it on the fake dick. I looked at the head of it. Okay, maybe not taking it all right away, I thought, starting with just fingering my hole. As I did, I chuckled. What the fuck am I doing? I asked out loud. Never imagined I'd be lying in my bed, playing with my hole so that some guy could fuck me. But there I was, not only curious, but eager to experience that with Dax. He was fun, playful, hot as sin, and just playing with myself like that reminded me how much fun we'd had in his hotel room, got me all worked up. As I became more comfortable with 2 fingers, I decided it was time to start with the real challenge. I stared the thing down and took a breath. Okay, fake dong. Let's see how this is going to play out. I positioned the head between my cheeks, working its way in steadily, very slowly, and muttering, "Thank God I'm practicing," as I realized how awkward it would have been to have to make sense of this on the fly with Dax Monroe. I slid it farther inside me, inching it in until I felt that familiar sensation Dax had aroused against my prostate. Oh. How the fuck could something have felt this good inside my body, and I'd never triggered it until Dax? Damn, I said, still adjusting to the pressure, but also reveling in the pleasure radiating through me. My body quaked as my dick grew rock hard. I grasped it in my left hand while moving the dildo back and forth with my right. Hot fucking damn. I could get used to this. Chapter 29. Dax. Tuxedos and elegant designer gowns packed the room of the star-studded gala premiere. Elliot and I had been hired to wrangle up a few of the stars present for the occasion, so now we did what we did best, rubbing elbows and keeping up good relations. Our industry was all about image, which made showing my face on these sorts of occasions of the utmost importance. Various parties schmoozed and sleazed their way around the place as I chatted with Emilio Kruger at CAA, who was saying, "Yes, you have to consider going back into TV. Oh, no, thank you, but that ship sailed a very long time ago. I can find 4, maybe 5 producers who would eagerly create a reality series around you and HottieFirefighter." "I think I could chat with the same 5 producers, Emilio, but I appreciate the offer." I struggled to shake him off my tail when I heard, "Oh, Dax!" Carter wedged in between us. "Do you mind if I steal him, Emilio, just for a minute?" A minute at an event like that meant nothing, as there wasn't likely to be much time for us to re-encounter one another in the sea of attendees. Lucky for me. "Ah, looky, Carter said as he snatched 2 glasses of champagne from a nearby waiter's tray. He turned and handed me one. Always eager to be fashionable at whatever hot event we attended, he sported a tailored navy suit with a matching vest, a white hanky tucked in his breast pocket. "That's 3 times I've saved you tonight. Don't make me have to grab you a 4th. He winked, knowing very well his job was to save our asses when Elliot or I got held up for too long. "So have you seen Frida Inc. yet?" he asked, angling his head and gazing at me with eager interest. He was referring to Fred Morin and Ada Warner, the duo rivals of our company. Since I'd returned to Hollywood, I'd heard through the grapevine they were rumored to have hired the pape who got pics of Jace and myself to leak to Glitz and Glam. I wouldn't have put it past them, of course, since surely they were as bitter as I would have been had the shoe been on the other foot, although neither Elliot nor I would have ever stooped so low as to have leaked those kinds of pictures to the press. But being that Fred and Ada were friendly with the CEO of Glitz and Glam and other unsavory media outlets from which their own careers were born, it didn't shock me when I heard the rumors. Carter and I made our way around the gala before I ran into a potential client, one Elliot suggested I offer my information to. We chatted for some time, and he asked if I'd be available when he returned from his tour. As soon as he went on his way, I pulled out my phone. "Give that to me," Carter insisted. "What?" He held out his hand. "I can put it in my calendar, Carter." "You're going to put it into your personal calendar, but I can put it in our shared calendar and pull up the dates when he's back in the States so that we're all on the same page. You can take 10 minutes to do this, or I can do it in 2. I relinquished my phone, knowing perfectly well he could do it better. "Spanks you very much," Carter said. "Oh wow, still on Grindr. I would have thought your new boyfriend wouldn't be okay with that." "Oh shit. We did discuss we should not see others while this is going on. We're exclusive, but only by necessity. You think I'm going to risk DMing some guy so that they can send my cock pics to Glitz and Glam?" "I can see that headline now. Little Donnie Gibson's not so little." He winked. "What would you know about little Donnie Gibson?" "Dax, I've seen you in jogging pants, come on. But even before that, you know I'm a very good judge of character," he said, stressing character in a way that there could be no confusion about what he really meant. "Whatever, just go ahead and delete that app while you're in there, will you?" "All over it," Carter said. "Oh, and your man just sent you a message." "What does it say?" "Looking forward to seeing you, Hollywood." "Oh, that popped up earlier. I just haven't opened it yet." I was playing it cool, but the fact that Jace would be landing in LAX in a few days for his first major photo and commercial shoot of the campaign excited the hell out of me. "Playing hard to get, are we?" Carter asked. "Carter, if you ever have a man like Jace Cruz interested in you, I suggest the only place you be hard is in your pants." "As always, I like your style, Mr. Monroe." I scanned the room briefly, checking out my periphery when I noticed Fred and Ada across the room. "Frida Inc. at 1 o'clock, I muttered. He turned. 1, not 11, I corrected. "Oh, yeah." As soon as he fixed his line of sight, they spotted me, and Ada, sporting a smile nearly as white as the dress she wore, headed our way. Donnie Gibson, she shouted as she and Fred approached. Freda stinks, I said as I extended my hand to keep their usual hug attack at bay. Ada was persistent, though, and took my hand before offering her usual hug, and Fred responded in kind. Such an incredible gala, isn't it? Ada asked. And you must feel like such a celebrity all of a sudden. The way she beamed, it was as though she was flaunting the fact that she was responsible for my new celebrity status. Those papes, Fred added. What jerks, huh? It's funny, isn't it? One day you're expired milk and the next year chic cottage cheese. Well, I'm sure you can't fault your good friend for sharing them with the world. I loved a good gala. Nothing like a little game of kiss, kiss, kill, kill. Donnie, I hope you're not insinuating that we would have had anything to do with what happened, Ada said. Ada, we've known each other long enough. You must know by now. My name is Dax. I'm only teasing, she said, batting at my shoulder in a way that grated on my fucking nerves. Dax, paparazzi run after stories about new celebrities all the time, even in sad cities like Fever Falls, if you insist. But, oh well, I suppose I still have the winning account, so I shouldn't be bitter. That's right, little Donnie, Fred said. You just go and be the biggest little Donnie in the world. I sneered. Oh, I do enjoy our little playful rivalry, but just so you both know, if I do find out either of you were in any way responsible for those pictures— Dax! Fred gasped. No. Let him finish, Ada said, her expression stiffening, her faux smile transforming into a smirk. I want to hear what he's going to do to us if he finds out the truth. Steal an account out from under our noses? I could read their guilt all over their arrogant expressions, and I wanted to fucking give them a piece of my mind, though I recognized this wasn't the time or place. I'll get the last laugh, you guys. Well, we'll enjoy ours while we can, Ada said, and she and Fred shared another. Lovely catching up. She winked, and they headed on their way. Fucking assholes, Carter muttered as he perused his phone. No. My phone. What the hell are you looking at? You left your messages with Jace up. What the hell? It's only been 2 weeks. Are you checking up on each other on the reg? I snatched my phone from him. Yes, we've been chatting on the reg. What about it? He stared me down, simpering. I'm not saying anything. You don't have to. You're wearing it all over that goddamn smug face of yours. Donnie and firemen sitting in a tree. Carter, Kissing. Stop it right now, I said through my teeth. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes little Sharpay in a baby carriage. He burst into a laugh as I finished rolling my eyes as overly dramatically as possible. Daxy boo. My muscles locked as the sound hit my ears. 4 o'clock, Carter said. Wait, no, maybe 8 or 10? I kept glancing in the wrong direction. Jesus Christ, Carter, how bad can a person be at this game? I finally spied Serena at my 2 o'clock, I stressed, annoyed. Oopsies. Serena pushed a hug on me. She was dressed to the nines in a red gown that matched the bright lipstick she wore, and her dark hair was done up. I thought you said you weren't coming, I spit out. I said I wasn't invited. But then I thought, oh, they'll let little Donnie Gibson's mom in. You always knew how to work an angle. Just like old times, I said, not intending any sort of nostalgia as much as digging at the way she used to take advantage of my success. You look fantastic, Serena. Love the dress. Oh, thank you, Carter. It's so good to see you again, looking as dapper as ever. She must have noticed my expression because she quickly changed her tune. Oh, Dax, don't act so upset that I'm here. I won't be in your hair. You know Mommy has to do her own schmoozing. I rolled my eyes at the thought of her running around, trying to impress all the a-holes she'd want to help her nab a new part in some crap-shoot TV or streaming movie. But I do want to meet this HottieFirefighter you haven't told me anything about. You should have brought him with you. This would have been a great place for him to get some more exposure. I doubt he needs any more exposure right now. Well, I guess you would know, seeing as how you're the big-shot PR guy, she said, an obvious dig, considering she must have known she was right about the exposure. I swear, you're acting like all the attention is a great imposition. But you just need to play it to your advantage. Make hay while the sun shines. I'd called her after everything went down and discussed my predicament with Jace, but being who she was more interested in me finding the angle that would benefit my career most. I'm clearly just getting under his skin, Carter, so I'll be on my way, but Dax, we need to have lunch and catch up. Of course, I said, realizing how much tension filled me since she'd started chatting with us. She offered another hug before heading on her way. Carter started to say something, but I blurted out, "Just leave it." We finished up at the party, and I grabbed an Uber back to my place, texting Jace, "Gala went amazing," which, outside of Freda Inc. and the run-in with my mother, it had. I expected no less. Heading home, but good luck saving the world tomorrow, Batman. Night, Hollywood. Night. It wasn't the first time we texted each other goodnight, and I didn't imagine it would be the last. We continued our occasional texts over the next few days, and soon enough, I was at LAX searching for my big hunk of Jace in the arrivals lane. He was impossible to miss, standing on the curb next to a rolling bag with a duffel bag strapped to his shoulder, tucked close to his waist. I pulled up alongside him, and as he spied me in the car, the corners of his lips perked right up, which made my dick twitch. I opened the trunk for him to load his bags, and then he slid into the passenger seat. "Hey, man," he said, draping his arm around my shoulders, moving in for a hug, which I awkwardly accepted. Then he changed his trajectory, his lips mashing down on mine. Instinctively, my hand found its way to the back of his head, keeping him close, tasting that mouth and those lips my body apparently had missed even more than I'd figured, his sweet smell igniting those familiar sparks that had me itching to get him out of those goddamn clothes. He leaned back and inhaled deeply. "Wow," he said, making me feel like he had missed me just as much, and I shouldn't have liked it as much as I did. He gazed at me, and my attention was captivated by his dark blue irises, their appearance mesmerizing as ever. The way he smirked at me, it was like he had some secret on me, or maybe he knew the power he possessed over me. It was beyond his confidence when we'd initially met, although I wondered if that was all in my head. We swung by his hotel to drop off his bags, then headed to my place. We spent most of the time catching up, him telling me stories about Nance and Keegan, about the guys at work, elaborating on the adventures we'd already discussed via text message. I'd forgotten how much I enjoyed the resonance of his voice, the way he said his words through the corner of his mouth. Every movement was something worth cherishing all over again. Chapter 30. Jace. I was nearly as excited to see Dax's place as I'd been to see him. That potent passion erupted once again as our lips locked, my body ravaged by the intense stirring of sensation that always seemed to accompany my time with him. And even as he showed me around his place, I was struggling to keep my distance, knowing the moment I caved to him, I would easily want to lose myself to the curiosity Dax had stirred, the same curiosity I'd been experimenting with on my own for the past 2 weeks since he'd returned to his place in West Hollywood. "And here's the upstairs," Dax said as he guided me up the spiral staircase to the second floor. "This is my office." "You just trying to sneak me closer to your bedroom?" I teased. He spun around before the office doorway and sized me up. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I asked. "How am I looking at you?" "Like you're trying to figure me out?" "I feel like I'm pretty easy to figure out at this point." I kept stepping closer to him, but then stopped myself short, batting off my desire to have those lips, not on my mouth, but around my dick, to have his body pressed up against mine. That cock. To see that cock again, to feel it for the first time inside me. His gaze shifted to my lips. "I think you need to give me that tour of your bedroom." I took a step, and it was all that was necessary for my chest to be pressed up against his, to be staring into his hungry eyes. I do owe you something, after all. A lock of his dark hair curled over his forehead, the way it did sometimes. He tilted his head, his smile expanding. Well, aren't we suddenly greedy for it? If only he knew about the preparations I'd made for that moment. It made me smile, knowing he didn't have a fucking clue, maybe a little bit. So what are you going to do about it? I'm going to take you out to eat. What? I asked, surprised by his response. I'm going to take you someplace nice, fill your belly, and then I'll feed your hole. You trying to wine and dine this ass? I can get to know your ass later, but right now I'd rather take you on a... He hesitated for a moment, but then went on. A date. A date? I was so shocked. He might as well have decked me. Surprised myself too with that word. But is that a terrible thing? I mean, if you don't want that, then we can just go in the bedroom. I'm totally fine with leaving things where they are. But also, I acknowledge that since I left Fever Falls, I've kinda missed you. Minus the kinda part. I raised my hand to Dax's face and stroked the back of my thumb down his scruff. I've kinda missed you too, Dax. Minus the kinda part. I winked at him, then kissed him again. He slid his hand around my waist, tugging against my back as I wrapped either arm around his shoulders, reeling him right on in as we embraced. His words confirmed what I'd been feeling too, and one of the reasons I believed I was so willing to hand my ass over to him, to offer it up at his convenience. I liked Dax Monroe a hell of a lot. I'd never met anyone I liked the way I liked him, never enjoyed a mouth the way I enjoyed his. The text message exchanges over the past 2 weeks hadn't been nearly enough to sate my interest. No. I wanted him in my arms, clinging to me like he did as we savored each other's mouths outside his office. Dax cupped his hand against my face, and as our lips pulled apart, I didn't budge, just stayed right near him, enjoying the sound of his breath as I rubbed the tip of my nose against his. As I pulled back, I noticed his eyes were still closed, and he must have sensed my movement because he opened them and seemed surprised at my catching him in such a vulnerable state. Only missed me kinda, huh? I asked. He laughed, slipping past me. Okay, tour's over. There's a great steakhouse not far from here. This is already starting off as the best work trip I've ever been on. He stopped on the steps. Where would a firefighter take work trips? We have training and conferences we get to do around the country sometimes. Learning something new about firefighters every day. We hopped back in his car and headed to the steakhouse, where we ordered drinks and food as we continued easing back into our conversation, this time about our itinerary for the rest of the week. We'll have an acting coach on set to help you for the commercial, just in case you need it, but we're obviously going for the same cute type of stuff we did in that initial video we recorded, so be yourself. You've said that way too many times, almost like you're worried I might be someone else. He laughed. It's just something we usually have to tell talent. Oh, now I'm talented, I winked. Well, I'll be the judge of that later. Again, I found myself eager to show him some of the talents I'd discovered since we'd last seen one another. Of course, I appreciated that he didn't just take advantage of my offer, that he cared enough to bring me out on a date first. So you go on a lot of dates? I asked. Is this what they're like? I don't date much. I dated mostly in my early 20s, so it's been a minute. Yeah, I don't do this much either. Ever, really. Ever. In high school, of course I did, but outside of that, not really. As you know, I've had plenty of fun, but I like to keep it that way. You? I had a few guys I was into, but usually they were model, actor, celebrity types. We'd keep it a secret, and since they were as ambitious as I was in this industry, it seemed perfect because it meant I could be as career-oriented as I wanted to be without any consequences, but it was always just fun. As soon as one of us got bored, which usually happened pretty fast, the other was already out the door, so I never saw a point for anything more than that. It's a hell of a lot easier that way than the breakups I see go down with my friends. Not saying with all of them, but when it happens, it can really pull people apart, you know? You say that from experience? Not with breakups, but... Oh, Dax said. His expression sobered, as though he knew I was talking about Crawford. Sorry. I didn't mean to take things to such a serious place. I opened my mouth to go on when someone, I assumed our waiter, approached the table. But it was a young guy in jeans and a polo. Hey, you guys mind if I take a picture with you? The guy was practically shaking, as though he'd had to work up the courage to approach us. Dax and I exchanged a look, and I could tell Dax was no more ready to deny this guy his selfie than I was, so we took a break from our conversation for the picture, and afterward the kid thanked us and left. I'm not taking you to Sunset Strip or Rodeo Drive, by the way, just in case you were hoping to swing by either, Dax teased. No need to get all the tourists worked up like that. Aw, come on. You gotta take me to the touristy stuff. He smiled. Of course I will. Just giving you shit. I think we can tolerate a little selfie signing appearance. Better than them finding us out at Fever Creek. Well, I wouldn't have skipped out on Fever Creek for anything, Dax offered. That beautiful smile plastered across his perfect face. I should have guessed you were some kind of star. What? He asked, his expression twisting up. You look like a movie star more than some slick PR guy. Well, it's in my genes. Didn't ever get around to telling you about my dad. No, you haven't mentioned him. Gotta keep a few secrets up my sleeve, Batman. I was intrigued, but didn't push. Like all the best things that seemed to happen with Dax, they happened in their own good time. We got to talking about Elliot and Carter, what they were up to, and when I'd see them again. Dax filled me in on some of the latest industry gossip he seemed particularly excited by, and I did my best to act interested since I could tell it was what he dealt with on a day-to-day basis. We shared some vanilla ice cream with hot fudge, and I noticed Dax didn't fight me the way he had before. I didn't make a big deal of it, only enjoyed the way he closed his eyes and relished it, tongue running up the side of the spoon as he savored it the way I wanted him savoring my body that night. After we finished, we drove back to his place. I could tell by the way he kept glancing over at me that he was thinking about what I'd offered him earlier, that he couldn't get my ass off his mind any more than I could get the idea of him taking it off mine. He took me up to his unit, neither of us seeming confused about where this was leading. You want a drink? He asked as we stepped inside. I closed the door behind me and shook my head as I approached him. Thanks for the... Before the word date could escape my mouth, his lips were on mine, and I struggled to recall what the fuck I was even about to say. He spun me around, guiding me into the living area and shoving me back onto the couch. I sat so willingly, shifting and lying back as we made out, his tongue a wild fit in my mouth. His knees depressed into the leather cushion beneath me as he seized hold of my face, offering me a taste of all I'd been missing. As I felt him unbuttoning his shirt, I assisted, and we worked together until he leaned back, the shirt falling open. The room's lighting cast sharp shadows under his pecs and abs, leaving me to enjoy the fruits of his labor in the gym. I slid my hands around his hips, massaging my thumbs against his body as he removed the shirt and tossed it onto the other end of the sectional. I leaned up and hooked my arms around him once again, seizing his lips, and he released a soft moan that only intensified the feelings surging through me. Okay, we need to get to the bedroom, I said, when the words could find their way free of his mouth. Otherwise, I'm gonna fuck you right here. He slid off me and stepped onto the floor. I followed suit, but I couldn't help myself. As he waited, I moved forward quickly, wrapping an arm around him and hoisting him into the air, throwing him over my shoulder. He was laughing all the way upstairs. I thought you wanted me in your ass, he said. Well, no need for either of our asses to be neglected. Dax continued laughing as I hurried into the master bedroom and threw him down on the sheets. We stripped down, watching each other like we each wanted to take in the show. Dax leaned back and opened his nightstand, retrieving the condoms and lube. I enjoyed the curvature of his ass, his skin tight against his muscles as he stretched before rolling back and setting the magnums and bottle beside him. His hard girth lay angled against his stomach, and I went right for it. as though my mouth was fucking magnetized to that thick shaft. It filled my mouth right up, and I enjoyed his taste and the way he ran his fingers through my hair. "Fuck," he moaned. I grasped his shaft and pulled back to release a groan, my frustration with how much I'd missed having him in my mouth. How could I go from having never experienced sex with a man to being enamored with a man's cock? It wasn't just about being with a man. It was about being with Dax. Like every part of him. Every line, every whiff of his cologne and scent, every sound he offered from his eager lips, all got me so worked up. And the more I got to know him, the stronger my addiction to him became. I kept working him up until he grabbed the sides of my head and pulled me off his cock, sitting up for a kiss. He pushed me back, and I went effortlessly as he climbed onto me. He snatched the lube and a condom from behind him and worked the condom wrapper while making out with me. Like an expert fucksman, he reached back and rolled the condom on me before slathering some lube on his palm. Then, reaching back again, he soaked the magnum. He pushed a hand against my chest and forced me down against the sheets, looking particularly clever as he got on his feet, knees bent, squatting over my pelvis as he gripped my cock and positioned it against his hole. A wave of ecstasy pulsed through me, from my hips to my chest, swirling, expanding, shooting through me, as though my body just wanted me to have my cock up in him, giving him what I now knew felt oh so fucking good. "Trying to teach me how you prefer it when you top?" I teased. "Just being greedy right this second, but if you walk away with a lesson, I guess it's a win-win." I could hardly enjoy my laugh as he sat down, my dick pushing up in him. He rolled his head back, biting his bottom lip, which just made my dick expand even more within him. "Fucking A," I said, as I rubbed my hand against his abs, down through his subtle, happy trail to his firm cock, which was shifting up and down slightly even as he remained still, trying to refamiliarize himself with my girth. I stroked his cock, but noticing I could use a little more lubrication, I pulled my hand back and licked it before returning to my work, pumping him. My movement seemed to encourage him to move up and down, pushing off his feet, which helped him slide up and down with relative ease. "Oh, fuck," I murmured. He opened his eyes and gazed down at me like he knew what he was doing to me. "How does that feel?" "Just hoping it feels half as good for you. But by the look on your face, I guess I don't need to be worried about that." "Yeah, it's pretty good right here, too." He leaned forward, planting his hands down on either side of me and granting me a kiss. Then he rode me, speeding up his movements, showing me all I had to compete with. "For preferring to top, you sure do seem to be enjoying this," I said. "I've known a few guys who would do this, and as you can tell, it feels fucking great. So, you're welcome." I laughed, but just as soon I felt something shift on my dick, that distinct sensation that could only mean one thing. "Oh, fuck, Dax, I think the condom broke." "Damn," he grumbled, turning back and sliding off, revealing the condom, which had pushed to the base of my cock. He added, "I assume you get tested?" "Yeah, everything was good last time I checked a few weeks ago." "I was just at the doctor's last week, so all good here, too," Dax assured me. "But looks like the gods have spoken, Jace, destroyer of magnums." He removed what remained of the condom from my dick, set it on the nightstand, and retrieved a fresh one. He bit into the wrapper and tore it open, then slid it out and rolled it on his dick. I watched in anticipation. After he lubed up, our gazes met. The typical cockiness I was more accustomed to with Dax Monroe had diminished, and he appeared far more serious than usual. There was an intensity about him that was surprising, and a hell of a turn-on. Crawling over me, he kissed me again. "I'll go slow," he said, reminding me of one of the reasons why I was willing to share this with him, because as much of an ass as he could be on occasion, I knew he was a considerate man at heart, even if that wasn't how he wanted the world to see him. He kissed my cheek and then moved down to my chin, my neck, my body, resting his hand on my chest, He circled his thumb around my nipple as he continued traveling down my body, then hooked his arms under my legs and pressed his face up against my ass, offering me some stimulation with his tongue. I wasn't as uneasy about it as I had been that first time. My dick hardened even more with the intensifying anticipation of what he was about to offer me, and just as he'd said, he worked me up with his tongue, then his fingers, before pushing onto his knees and leaning back, positioning my legs to offer my ass up to him as he pressed the head against my hole. It reminded me of when he worked my ass with his fingers, and then the pressure I experienced with the dildo. He monitored my expression as he pushed inside me. "Seems like you're already enjoying it," he said in almost a whisper. I couldn't tell if it was the timbre of his voice or the way his cock was in me, but a sweet sensation rippled right through me, sending a current through my arms, tingling at my fingertips. "That good?" Dax asked. "Really good." He rested his hand on my abs, running it in a circle as he made his way farther inside me. I closed my eyes and steadied my breathing the way I'd needed to so I could take that dildo deeper. It helped me relax faster. But another slight movement forward, and I felt my entire body tense up, my muscles stiffen. I waited, anticipating pain or discomfort, but Dax halted his movement and... nothing. "Still good?" he asked. "Yeah, I think I was just getting a little nervous." He leaned down, resting his elbows on either side of me and propping himself up to look into my eyes. "It's okay to be nervous, Jace. Just tell me if you want to stop." "No way in fucking hell do I want you to stop," I said, but I appreciated his being so understanding for my first time. He ran his thumb along my jaw, offering another kiss. I slid my hand along his side, down his back to his ass, and gripped it, pulling as I was ready to take even more of him, and he went with it so easily. It was impossible not to feel his thick shaft push past my prostate. The energy emanating in my solar plexus was like a lightning storm surging through my body, making my hips quake in eager anticipation for more, which Dax provided as he continued sliding in. Escaped my lips as I pulled away from our lip lock, but surely he could tell by the way I clung to his ass, urging him deeper, that I wanted more. I fucking needed his cock inside me. He gripped my nape and gazed at me, and I felt as though I was losing control to the pleasure overtaking me. "You look so beautiful taking my cock," Dax said, which made me chuckle for a moment before I felt compelled to rear my head back and call out my enthusiasm, how good it felt with him working up in me. Jesus. It hadn't been that good even with the dildo, and it felt so much better having him inside me, triggering all those pleasurable sensations that roared through me, bringing me to fucking life, assuring me of all I'd been missing out on by not exploring this other side of myself. His fingers slid along the back of my head as he kissed down to my nipple, running his tongue around it, teasing at it in a way that stirred a similar eruption of passion within me, mixing with all that he'd already worked up from the way his cock was up against my prostate. My balls grew heavy, the pressure building up within me until I was in a heightened state of arousal, all my nerves on edge. I wondered how much more pleasure my body could endure when Dax offered a thrust that had me rolling my head back as I climbed even higher, calling out his name because I couldn't fucking help myself. He continued flicking his tongue around my nipple, and as I arched my back, he slid his hand around to the small of my back as he thrust. I'd had fun with the dildo I'd played around with, but it couldn't compare with how Dax was able to get me going with the way he moved his body. I clung to his ass cheek, encouraging him through every push. He stopped working my nipple with his tongue and asked, "How does it feel?" He must have known because I wasn't trying to hide my enthusiasm or how easily he had me bending to his will. I had to take a breath to respond. Pretty fucking incredible. "So you like bottoming for me?" He thrust as he asked, sending those same sensations racing through me once again. I gasped, "Fuck yeah!" I couldn't help but answer. He sped up his pace, and I absorbed each push with enthusiasm. Soon I found myself clenching my cheeks, trying to milk that cock the way Ash and Bo had encouraged me to. "Holy fuck," he said. "Weren't expecting that, were you?" I said, feeling like I had the upper hand all of a sudden. "I'm gonna get on my knees." He pulled out and let me change position. When my hands pressed against the mattress and my ass pushed out to him, he slid back into me. It was much easier since he'd worked his way in, and I eagerly received his cock. Now, as he pushed, I found my own rhythm, matching his moves, pushing back as we worked together, my efforts aiding his movements against my prostate, making me climb in the best sort of ways. "Come on, you can fuck me better than that," I goaded, and Dax gripped my shoulder, giving it to me good. I leaned back and reached behind me, gripping his head and pulling him close as I turned and kissed him, enjoying every pulsating sensation shooting through my body, making me tremble with enthusiasm. "I'm about to come," Dax warned. I sneered with a sort of cruel awareness that I was responsible for how hard he was inside me. Dax licked his hand, reached around, and grabbed my shaft, and fuck! I was already feeling that pressure, but he knew just how to work it to put me on edge, too. "Looks like I won't be the only one," he continued. "Ah! Ah!" I cried out as my body convulsed, and I was besieged by a network of nerves that overtook my movements and set me into a series of spasms as he worked the cum right out of me. "Fuck, Dax!" He pushed his face up against my neck, his lips beside my ear as he whispered, "God, that's a hot load," he said, his breath working up my nerves and his cock slamming against my hypersensitive prostate. He grunted, and I could tell by the way his body stiffened like a fucking board against me, his grunt transforming into a moan that dragged out, that he was spewing into the condom inside me. I worked my ass as best I could, like I'd seen in the porn videos I'd watched when I was trying to figure this stuff out. Holy fuck, Jace. Pride swelled within me as I knew I was owning that cock, milking it with my all. Dax collapsed onto my back, and I bowed forward, allowing myself to catch my breath, too. He continued pumping my cock, and the stimulation was overwhelming. I snatched his hand, too sensitive. "Sorry," he said. Didn't even realize I was still jerking. He laughed against my back, and I could hear every bit of satisfaction in it. Pretty damn good for my first time. Wasn't I asked, already knowing by his reactions throughout that I could totally own this bottoming thing. Chapter 31. Dax. Holy hell. I lay beside Jace, panting, shocked as fuck. "How did you know how to work your ass like that?" I couldn't help but ask, considering he went from not knowing a goddamn thing about anal to rocking my world. "Did you like that?" Jace rolled toward me, a smug grin on his face, as though he knew what he'd done. "Did you mislead me about your experience with guys?" "Fuck no. But I've been doing my homework. Asked some of my buddies about it, grabbed a fake dick from an adult store, and watched porn, though that was kind of for homework and for pleasure. I've been missing out on this whole gay porn thing. Not that I didn't know it existed, but, well, you're a quick study." I was impressed, but also somewhat jealous that Jace could go from being totally clueless about having a dick in his ass to owning that like a champ. Although I was starting to discover that the one thing that shouldn't have surprised me was that Jace was always full of surprises. "Speaking of studying," he said, pinching at his right nipple, "the way you were playing with my nipples? Damn, man. Glad I could contribute something." I rolled toward him, and his gaze drifted to my crotch. "You contributed more than your share. You're good at what you do. I give you props when you earn them, Dax." "You get all the props for that one," I had to admit. He beamed, obviously proud of himself, as he should have been. I leaned in and took another kiss. He rested his hand against my face, and we just enjoyed one another's mouths, savoring the moment nearly as much as we had savored our fuck. When we pulled away, I caught my breath. My gaze shifted down to his hips as I thought about how good it felt being inside him. "I hope you're not planning on sharing that ass with anyone else anytime soon," I said. "I feel a little possessive over it now that I've been in there." "Well, that was the deal. I know." That was everything I could have wanted it to be, and so much more. That's kind of how all this is turning out for me." I rested my hand on his arm. I gotta admit, there's this part of me that's sort of worried about how this is all about to blow up. But something about doing it with you makes it easier. He set his hand on my hip and scooted closer until our bodies were pressed against one another again. As much as I know I'm in over my head, it has definitely been easier knowing I got a pro here with me. We'll get ready. It's time for lights. Camera. Action. Jace finished before stealing another kiss. What we'd experienced up to that point had been a preview, nothing more. Neither of us could have known what was in store for him, and him less than either of us. But the glimpses he'd received had been beneficial and would help him during his initiation into his official 15 minutes of fame. During the next few weeks, the billboards went up and the commercial began playing online, via YouTube, social media, and various streaming services, before receiving a national broadcast. We had the sort of snowball effect most wannabe celebrities dreamed of. However, what most never understood was how quickly a snowball became an avalanche, and with Jace, as I'd expected, he blew up faster than the Geico Gecko or Progressive's Flow. His initial rise to stardom had been the perfect beginning to a fabulous launch, and being back in the spotlight hadn't been the nightmare I'd envisioned it to be. It was hard to obsess about public opinion when I would find myself waking with him in a hotel room, or my place, or his place. The honeymoon period was an exhilarating high. I didn't care about seeing my name being tweeted or blogged about when I knew that no matter what they fucking said, I got to spend my days with him. Whatever spell he had over the media and his adoring fans, he had over me. I couldn't imagine it was nearly as bad for the rest of them, because being kissed by Jace, being in his arms, made his effect on me all the more powerful. It was effortless to find reasons to be together the first couple of months. He had plenty of events and obligations I was required to attend with him, and when we'd spend a few days or an entire week apart, we texted each other in the meantime. One of the events Jace was contractually obligated to attend was a major fashion show that Haxmore was hosting in New York City, another of many star-studded events I accompanied Jace to since we'd begun. He just had to show his face and snap some pics with Haxmore and some of the models. In some ways, his job at gigs like these was like being a costumed performer at a theme park. After he finished his responsibilities, we reconvened with Carter near the bar. "I'm totally going after that WME agent, Brant Regan," Carter said. "Are you seriously trolling a fancy party like this to satisfy your dick?" "My dick? Are you fucking kidding me? It's this ass I want Brant to serve." Jace was all smiles. Oh, I know the feeling. His eyes were on me as he said it, as if letting me know how much he wanted it later. Eagerness swelled within me. Because he was trying to catch some days back at the station, I had only managed to schedule his flight for earlier today, meaning we hadn't gotten to mess around yet. Carter glanced between us, his expression stoic, as he said, "You guys just do whatever in the bedroom, don't you? Flip-flopping all over the place, cuffing each other to headboards, swinging around in slings." "Carter, can you be professional?" I said with a tone. "Is this some sort of role play? Because I can get into that." "Oh, don't look at me like that, Dax. I'm kidding. Can't you take a joke? But if your man doesn't think it's a joke, maybe we could work something up. Inside me." Jace couldn't keep a straight face through Carter's offers, of which there'd been more than enough since he'd been running around with Jace and me through the publicity circuit. "Hey, can't blame a guy for trying." "I think it's time for you to ghost this conversation and go chat up your WME agent," I told him. "Ghost this conversation? What the hell do you know about ghosting? I can't imagine that either of you know what it's like to be ghosted on Grindr." "I've never been on Grindr," Jace noted. Carter's jaw dropped, and he seemed to be taking a moment to think on that. "Oh, Jace Cruz, only you can make innocence look so goddamn sexy." "Brant Regan is waiting," I encouraged. "Fine." Carter groaned before heading on his way, leaving Jace still chuckling at the exchange. "He's a good guy," Jace said. "Yeah, just enjoys getting under my skin, but that's why I keep him around." "Well, seems like he would prefer to have us a few other ways." "Probably more than either of us can imagine." "Maybe a few we can try to imagine." "Minus him," Jace said, leaning in and planting a kiss on me. I could hear a few people awing at the sight. but it didn't spoil the moment. I had found all this far easier to manage than I'd initially expected. Jace made everything easier. We stuck around for about an hour longer, and once we finished our obligation at the show, Haxmore had a limo take us back to the hotel. I hadn't bothered to get my own room on this occasion, as I knew I'd be spending my time with Jace. We struggled to keep our hands off one another through our shower, but finally he pulled away and said, "It hasn't been that bad, has it?" "What, the event? I thought it went well." "Why?" "That's not what I meant. The event went great. But I meant everything you were worried about when all this started." "Funny you should mention it. I was thinking about that tonight. No, it hasn't been nearly as bad. I hadn't realized how much like riding a bike it would be for me, and really it's easier because this time I know I'm not alone." Jace beamed as he rested his forehead against mine. "It's easier sharing it with you, too," he whispered as the shower spray slammed against us from the side, running down our bodies. As much as I panicked, I wouldn't have missed these nights for anything, I confessed. We embraced and shared another of so many kisses before he finally pulled away and said, "I think I'm going to slip out and go find us something to watch on TV." "You didn't want to make other entertainment arrangements?" I said, in as seductive a voice as I could muster. "I figured we could wind down before we wind back up." I enjoyed a laugh as he slipped out of the shower, grabbed a towel, and headed into the bedroom. I finished up, then joined him, a towel around my waist. He was under the covers, flipping through the channels on our wall-mounted big-screen TV. "Found it!" he exclaimed upon my entry. "What?" I waited to see if I recognized the movie he'd selected. "What the hell is this?" "Renee Zellweger?" "You said you haven't seen Bridget Jones's Diary, so—" "Did I say that, or did I say I have no desire to see it? I'm having a hard time remembering," I teased. "Come on. It's a fun movie." "Well, if you can explore butt sex with me, then I guess I can fucking concede and watch a goddamn Bridget Jones's Diary movie." "Wait, you know you have to watch all three of these, right?" He had me laughing again as he slid up beside me and slung an arm over my shoulders, reeling me in close. "Come on, you'll enjoy them, Dax." He kissed my forehead, which reminded me that any excuse to be close to him was enough to get me to endure a lot, and to love every moment of it. As always, we shared an incredible night. But then we had even more time apart. It turned into a long stretch, nearing 2 weeks, which put me on edge, though not nearly as much as my mother's increasing interest in our relationship. "Dax, it's time I meet this HottieFirefighter," she insisted as we chatted on the phone one afternoon. I'd made the mistake of taking her call, perhaps because of the euphoric state I was in. Jace and I had just scheduled my visit back to Fever Falls, and unlike so many other times, it wasn't business-related, but because we wanted to spend more time together. Now I sat in my office, looking out over the various condo and apartment buildings, cringing at my mother's request. It was something I'd been trying to avoid, though it was inevitable. The more time we spent together, the more I wanted him around. Jace had surprised the fuck out of me, in the best sort of ways. "Serena, you'll be fine." "Oh, come on, Dax. You expect me to just read about the two of you on Glitz and Glam or Twitter? These reporters keep asking for a comment from me, and what about interviews? I can't just sit around and do nothing." "As we discussed, you won't say anything." My words were severe, but I didn't care, because she needed to understand that we weren't her meal ticket to her next job. "You haven't said anything to anyone, right?" "Of course not." "I wouldn't do that." "You promised." "What if they want to interview me, though? You know I'm still a TV icon." I rolled my eyes. "Serena, well, my promise might waver if I can't even meet him." I grumbled. "Dax, I've never met anyone you've been interested in, because I've never been interested in anyone, which is why I should get to meet this Jace Cruz. I'll be good. Just let me have this, please." As always, Serena had a way of forcing me to let my guard down. As much of a problem as she'd been throughout my childhood, she was my mother, and despite her struggles, she had done her best to remain a part of my life. "I'm going to visit him next week, so if you're free then—" "What day? I'll be there." I was hoping the last-minute nature of the visit would make it difficult for her, but it was evident by the way she said it that she had every intention of meeting Jace sooner rather than later. I'll keep you posted. Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you, Daxy-Boo. I groaned, and as soon as she hung up, I checked my messages and saw that Jace had texted, Mac wanted me to let you know he misses you, and I guess I'm missing you some too. The way his message warmed my heart was more gratifying than it should have been. I didn't fight it, the way I had sometimes. I couldn't deny that I wanted to see him again, and not just because we had the hottest sex whenever we got together, but because I enjoyed chatting with him about his week, his family, his life. I wanted to catch up with him and find out what I'd missed, even in the short time we'd been apart. I texted him back, Hope you're ready to meet my mother. I would have thought it weird or too soon, but considering I'd met his mom right when Jace and I started chatting, it was almost long overdue. His reply came quickly. Really? I could tell by the emotion it stirred, eagerness and exhilaration, that we were in serious trouble. But as with every other decision I'd made, I embraced it because if trouble meant getting to spend more time with him, I was ready for a train wreck. Chapter 32. Jace. As I helped Nance prepare the meal for when Dax and his mom arrived, I was practically skipping around the kitchen from excitement. It had been 2 full weeks without seeing Dax, and despite how much we chatted via text or on the phone, it wasn't the same. I liked having him around, and the fact that he was bringing his mom into town assured me that the time we shared meant as much to him as it did to me. I dodged Mac as I pulled the casserole out of the oven and set it on the counter beside the sink. Keegan snickered at the table. Are you whistling? He asked, glaring at me, but smiling as though he could read the hell out of me. Oh, I guess I was. I checked Nance's expression. She didn't say a thing, just grinned along with Keegan. They'd both caught on to my enthusiasm, and I wasn't ashamed of it either. I'd never been so goddamn happy before Dax. I loved my life, but Dax brought a new level of joy into it. I enjoyed the time we'd spend together, discussing movies and TV shows, catching up about our lives. Every time he smiled or tucked his head low, revealing that vulnerable part of himself he didn't seem to show many, it filled me with such life. I checked my phone once again. No new messages. Dax had texted 15 minutes earlier that they were on their way, so they would be here any minute now. As I whipped the potatoes, Nance and I chatted about the fire station's annual car wash that Dax and I would be attending the next day. The doorbell rang. Jace will get it, Keegan called from the table, and Nance erupted into a fit of laughs as I dashed to the door and opened it, eager to greet our guests. A little plastic surgery wouldn't kill you, Serena was saying, and then she flashed a smile. Dax was all tension and nerves as he stood there, hands dug into his pockets, shoulders squared off, his eyes wide. Having heard that bit, I could only imagine the conversation they'd had on the ride over. His mom wore an ivory dress with a trim white belt around her waist. She had some sort of fur draped across her shoulders. Her hair was dark as Dax's, with a few blonde highlights weaved into it, and only because of her mention of plastic surgery did I take note of the fact that except for her smile lines, nothing was defined as she stood there, beaming at me. Well, if it isn't HottieFirefighter, she said with a light-hearted chuckle, enchantee. It didn't take much effort to envision this slick woman in the prime of her career. She offered a hug like a woman who could work her way around any flashy Hollywood event, unlike me, who always felt like a penguin in the suits I had to wear, and like I was always saying the wrong things. She seemed to know she fit right in. Dax eyed me uneasily, as though he was nervous about the introduction. I imagined him feeling the same way as a kid. As much of a stud in real life as you are in your pictures, she noted as she pulled away. I'm Serena Victoria Middleton Stewart, but you can call me Miranda. Is Miranda your real name? She put her hand to her chest and let out a long, drawn-out laugh. No, my real name is Catherine, but Mother was terribly uncreative with names. What sort of major stars are named Catherine? Dax started down the list. Katharine Hepburn, Kate Hudson, Kathy Bates. Serena rolled her eyes, telling me, "He just looks for opportunities to jab at me." He was like this as a kid, always biting at me. But it was great training for my little Chiweenie. "Please, come in," I insisted, feeling as though if I didn't offer quickly, Serena or Miranda or Catherine might have talked herself to death before even stepping past the threshold. We started past the foyer, then through the hall and into the kitchen. "So you prefer to be called Miranda? Dax always calls you Serena." "It's just easier to use our pseudonyms at events if we use them regularly. Lord knows I didn't name my son Dax. You know it's harder for child stars when you have to rebrand and such." "Wasn't rebranding, Serena, just trying to have a life." "Dax isn't your name?" I asked. And he looked surprised by the question. "No, it's Donnie," Serena replied by proxy. Donald, really. They named his character after him. TV producers sometimes do that with kids because they think it's easier for them to respond to their character names. But I don't see the reason. He's an adult and hardly responds to his real or chosen name when I'm the one calling. After this delightful intro, I'll take note to respond less, Dax added. "Isn't he funny, Jace?" The tension in the air was palpable as we stepped into the kitchen and I made introductions. Nance and Keegan approached, exchanging handshakes while I made up for a missed hug from Dax, pulling him in warmly and stroking his back, wanting to feel his body against mine as much as wanting to soothe him through what I could feel was a strain on his sanity. "You have such a spacious home," Serena told Nance. "I'm lucky to get a condo the size of this kitchen in Beverly Hills." "Thank you," Nance offered. Serena spotted Mac and put her hands to her cheeks in an over-dramatic gesture. "And this must be the famous Sharpay. Oh, come here, you beautiful thing, you." She stooped down and offered some scratches around his neck. Mac greedily relished the attention, rolling onto his side and then his back. "Looky there," Dax said. "Same effect on dogs as men." "They're one and the same as far as I'm concerned. No offense, Jace." "Please note there are 3 men in the room right now," Dax stated. Serena huffed as she pushed to her feet. She turned to Nance. "He's always like this. I swear I can't say anything without getting nipped at." "Mom, can I take the murdered animal draped around your neck?" "Murdered animal?" She offered another laugh. "Oh, please, I donate to PETA. This is faux fox, Dax. Luxury isn't nearly as violent as it used to be. No, I'm waiting for the day when we have to lease live foxes and wear them to premieres." As she spoke, she removed the fur and passed it on to Dax. "I think you'd look stunning wearing a starved tiger," he said through his teeth as he took the piece and carried it to the coat closet by the foyer. "Isn't he charming?" she said, narrowing her eyes as though unamused. I noticed Keegan's expression as he stood before her, his eyes wide, his mouth hanging open. I couldn't deny she was a captivating figure, and she'd clearly cast her spell over him. She generously offered to help Nance in the kitchen and then set the table with us, never lacking for words. She was an expert when it came to keeping a conversation moving, and while she offered insights about herself, she continually asked about our lives. Not necessarily interested, but as though she knew that was how one was supposed to behave in social settings. As soon as we were all seated at the kitchen table, she said, "If you want to say a prayer, I don't mind. I attend Mass every Saturday." "No, you don't," Dax said through his teeth. "Well, I have a Bloody Mary by 11, so I can at least say I take communion." Keegan howled at the joke, catching us all off guard. "Good one," he said, snapping his fingers and pointing to her as he grinned ear to ear. "Oh, thank you. I had an agent tell me I was good enough to do stand-up on Johnny Carson, but he said I couldn't be a beauty and funny without getting typecast as one or the other, and you know what they say. People always remember a beauty, but they never remember who told a good joke." "No one says that," Dax insisted, looking tense as ever beside me. "I just did," she announced with triumph. "Perhaps that's why you think I need a little eye work?" "Eye work?" Nance asked, seeming horrified by the suggestion. "Here we go." Serena threw her hands in the air as though surrendering to his accusation. This is the part where he tries to make me look like the worst mother in the world. Hollywood isn't like other industries. You're in front of the camera all the time. The paparazzi are constantly hounding you, if you're one of the lucky ones. And when you're standing next to a man like Jace, sometimes you have to keep up appearances. I was just saying that I thought a little filler would help, and at the most, a smidgen of eye surgery. I don't know why people get so worked up over these things. Let's be honest. If I looked in the mirror and recognized some part of myself from my 20s, I'd demand a refund. Oh my, Nance said. Serena laughed. I'm just being flip. Of course I recognize my eyes, past the tinted contacts. But Dax, the bags aren't that bad. I was simply offering a suggestion if you wanted to take it. A little tuck there, and maybe that nose job that would make the end a little sharper. You know that look's never gone out of style. I rested my hand on Dax's thigh. I think you have a beautiful nose, I told him. And I could tell by the way his shoulders relaxed, his smile returning, that he appreciated the sincere compliment. Oh, Jace, Serena said, reaching to me and taking my chin in her hand. You are the sweetest thing ever, aren't you? And proof that love truly is blind, or at least in need of a vision prescription. Ladies and gentlemen, the world's worst mother ever, Dax announced, gesturing to her. Nance eyed me uneasily, and I chuckled awkwardly. It was easy to see why Dax had a hard time dealing with Serena, although knowing what he'd shared with me about their past, about the darkness they'd come through, I had to remind myself that despite the hard times they'd had, or this persona Serena shared with us, there was more to their relationship than the dynamic I was witnessing. They'd made it through tragedy and hardship, and clearly there was a reason why she was still in his life. I couldn't say the dinner got any easier for Dax. He and his mother kept sparring throughout, acting out a family battle, but Nance and Keegan seemed more entertained by it than anything else, transfixed even, as though we were witnessing drama on a reality TV series. After dinner, Keegan accosted Serena in the living room, wanting her to detail her past in Hollywood, while Dax and I managed to escape onto the back porch. I kissed him, pushing him back against the wall. I savored the moment before pulling away and gazing at his eyes, sealed shut. But then they opened, and his smile, which had been scarce throughout dinner, returned. How you holding up? I asked. Much better now. Surely you can understand why you haven't met her already. She's definitely charming to everyone but me. She came all the way out here to meet the man in your life, so at the very least she's supportive. Supportive. He snickered. Yeah, I guess. She wasn't this way when I came out. I don't think she was the worst anyone could have been about it, but as you can imagine, it wasn't about how I felt. It was about what we could tell other people, how I should keep it hidden. I didn't even want to be in the business anymore. But it was all, what if you try to make a comeback, or the press will try to make this about me and what I did? Wasn't the most encouraging conversation in the world. I'm sorry. As I'd noticed throughout dinner, and from what I knew of their relationship, I could see in his expression in that moment his genuine desire for the love of his mother, to have her in his life. Sometimes I have to remind myself it's not what it once was. She's gotten help. She hasn't been using. And this is quirky compared to what it used to be. Well, if it makes you feel any better, this nose is fucking gorgeous, I said as I stroked my thumb across it. And under your eyes is just fine, too. I kissed them gently, one at a time, before pulling away and gazing into his much calmer expression. And I don't care if you're a Donnie or a Dax. You're still a sexy motherfucker. I'm surprised I hadn't already mentioned that about my name. Guess I just want to forget about that part of my life. Thanks for not making a big deal out of it. Thank you for bringing your mom here. It means a lot. I kept telling myself it was just to get her to quit harassing me about it. But I know the real reason. Which is, I wanted her to meet this pretty, incredible guy I'm falling for. He snickered, but then his gaze returned to mine, his dark eyes glistening with the porch light. I'm falling for you, too, Dax Monroe. There was something so exhilarating about confirming our feelings, yet so relaxing at the same time. This sensation stirred in my gut. Jesus. Was this what butterflies felt like? It's hard to be surprised by it when you are the way you are, Dax added. I never believed a man like you could really exist. I didn't know a man like you could really exist either, I admitted, but I'm glad you do. We kissed again, Dax relaxing in my arms, allowing me to slide my hand around his hip, to his ass, which I hoped to be inside of later that night. As I pulled away from our kiss, I rubbed my nose against his. The most beautiful nose ever, I muttered, and he laughed. A stray impulse seized control of me, and I added, my boyfriend's nose. His expression sobered, and he licked his lips. What was I saying? I'd never had a boyfriend before. It was the first time, outside of the speculation in the media, that either of us had brought the word up in relation to what we were doing, and as I said it, it felt so fucking right. Yeah. Your boyfriend's nose, he said. Surely by the fact that he was standing there, having come all the way to Fever Falls to visit me without a work-related reason, we were stating something we both already knew. But it meant the world to me. Dax had taken me by storm, amid the chaos my life had become. What were we doing? I wasn't sure, but all I knew was I wanted it so badly. Our mouths magnetized together once again. I hadn't realized how good it would feel to use the word. Boyfriend. I had a boyfriend. I had Dax Monroe, and he had me. Why did that feel like fucking everything? Chapter 33. Dax. When I opened my eyes and saw Jace curled up against my body, his head resting on my chest, I thought it might be a dream. If it was, I didn't want to disturb it, to rouse myself, so I enjoyed gazing down at him, appreciating what his weight felt like against me, how good, how right it felt when our breathing was in sync. Gradually, as my thoughts collected, I remembered the night before, when he met Serena, and how incredibly he'd handled himself. When we established we were boyfriends. I, Dax Monroe, had a boyfriend. How crazy was that? He stirred against me, his eyes opening, and he shifted his gaze up to me, smiling. I hoped because of how enjoyable our evening together had been once we'd gotten to his place. He said, affirming my confidence in what we'd worked up in the bedroom the night before. Still thinking about my dick inside you? I asked. More like having my dick inside you, but the other was perfectly lovely too. He winked. Ooh. It's that signature wink from the commercial, I teased. Nah, that one looks more like this. He demonstrated the subtle difference between the one he had just offered and the one he'd shared with the world through the commercial, and I laughed. So relieved to know you have a wink saved exclusively for me. Mac approached the bed and got up on his hind legs, his front ones pressing against the top of the mattress as he stuck his tongue out and glanced between us. Jace and I looked to one another, exchanging smiles before we forced ourselves to get up. We slipped into the shower, and afterward headed downstairs and worked together on breakfast. He made sausages while I prepared the quiche. I wasn't much of a cook, but I'd picked up a few things in our time together and had found this particular recipe online. We downed breakfast quickly before getting ready and heading down to the station. Jace had asked me before I arrived back in Fever Falls if I'd be interested in participating in the annual fire station car wash with him. The money they raised went to support the Fever Falls Equality Center. Jace had assured me it was a sight to see, but I couldn't have realized how much until we drove up alongside the lot beside the station, which was jam-packed with vehicles. The men and women were stripped down, all in sexy shorts, the girls in bikini tops. Zed was scrubbing the roof of a truck, and Ash turned the hose on him. which made Zed laugh as he retreated quickly, dipping his sponge in water and tossing it at Ash, who caught it effortlessly while continuing his attack. Everyone was having a good time, and since the scene looked like the beginning of some epic porn film, a crowd had formed around the event, people holding their phones up to take pics and vids. I had to ask, is it always like this? Oh yeah, and it'll get even busier. If you're thinking about keeping your shirt on, think again, because they're going to want to see all that sexy Donnie G is working with. He reached over from the wheel and pinched at my abs. Sexy Donnie G, I chuckled. Now there's a nickname I can get behind. We parked and joined the crew around the car wash, and I could tell by the spectacle that we were going to be getting some views online. I'd figured there'd be press around to snap some pics of Ash Carmichael and HottieFirefighter, but short of having the local news present, this was about as much coverage as the event would need to generate online interest. One of those rare instances that seemed to orchestrate itself, that didn't need to be coordinated with thousands of dollars to set up the perfect photo op, though considering how perfect it was, I figured anyone who caught wind of this would think it had been so cleverly planned. While the crowd with their cameras made me uneasy at first. Like with everything else, I slipped right back into the habit I'd developed in my childhood. Jace and I stripped down along with everyone else and started cleaning cars with Ash and Bo and some of the other guys at the station. My blossoming relationship with Jace made it easy to forget the cameras and the attention, since he was distracting enough to make everything else background noise. We relaxed into the fun, something which was pretty effortless, considering how silly we all felt because of the spectacle. Jace and I scrubbed down an SUV together, him working on the back window while I worked on the front. And he gazed at me, casting that affectionate look on me, warm eyes glistening in the sunlight now sparkling across his impressive body. "Oh, Daxy Boo!" I heard behind me, and the enjoyment we'd been sharing transformed into anxiety as I turned to see Serena standing amid the crowd, dressed in a blouse and skirt nice enough to convince me she somehow got wind of the press and made her way down. Oh, Jesus. I groaned. "I'll be right back. It's all good, Dax." Jace was trying to console me, but I found myself growing increasingly agitated the closer I got to her. She was all smiles. The camera turned on her as she made herself the main attraction. "Mom." I hooked an arm around her, and as I pulled away, I shook my head enough to cast some of the water on my bangs on her. She blinked, my assault effectively focusing her attention on me. "Glad you could make it," I said, drawing her away from her audience. "I'll be right back, everyone," she announced. As we got out of earshot of the crowd, I asked, "How did you even know this was even happening?" "Nance mentioned it last night when you guys went out on the back deck. She said how glad she was that you guys were doing this, so I just figured that you would use the opportunity to get yourself a little spotlight action." "Is that why you came down here? For some photo ops with us? Is this all just a publicity shoot to you?" "Well, I did hope to maybe turn a few heads, but I didn't come to Fever Falls for that. I genuinely wanted to see you and Jace." I eyed her suspiciously. "Dax," she said, her mouth gaping, "you are my son, and I care about your life. Do you expect me to just be invisible now that you're getting publicity again? That's not how family works." "I don't think you get to be the one to tell me how family works." But she had a point. I couldn't just ask her to be in my life and, at the same time, to totally avoid the spectacle it had become. "Just let your mother enjoy a few selfies for the day," she begged. "Please." Despite my irritation, I could see her genuine desire to have just that, and knowing her past, knowing how far she fell, I had to concede. Regardless of all the time she hadn't been there for me, she had worked hard to bridge that gap. Besides, maybe she deserved a day of being the center of attention. Hell, it might get some of the attention off Jace and me. "Okay," I said, "you can stay. But be on your best behavior." "When am I not on my best behavior?" she asked with a wink. "Don't answer that." She hugged me before returning to her new amateur paparazzi entourage. I shook my head as I returned to Jace, who was spraying Zed, which seemed to be the theme of the day. Zed and Jace shared a laugh before Jace caught me in his periphery and turned, his expression shifting to worry. You guys okay? I'm less annoyed than I was before, but I think that's about as far as we're going to get. I watched Serena put on her show, posing for pictures, flashing her signature smile, reminding me of her golden days in the limelight. I was glad I let her have that, if only because it was her at her most natural. And only a cruel universe could have led us both to where we were now, me in front of the camera, the place I wanted to be least, and her always trying to get in front of it, continuing to chase the ever-elusive dream. "Wow, looks like Serena worked up her angle," Carter said as I chatted with him on the phone on the way back to Jace's place. "You've already seen it?" "Yeah, she's trending on Instagram, along with Jace and the other HottieFirefighters of Fever Falls. Elliot would have been pissed if you hadn't worked this car wash to your advantage, but clearly you did." Very unintentionally. "Keep being as unintentional as possible, then, I guess." I laughed. Anything exciting happening on the West Coast? "Well, I contacted Brant, that hot agent at WME, and planned to go out with him." "Oh? A date? Gross. Who said anything about a date? Being in a relationship has changed you, Dax Monroe." "Yes, it has," I acknowledged as I snuck a glance at Jace, who had his hand on my thigh as he drove us back to his place. His bangs were still damp from the car wash. "And it's official now, but don't tell the press." Carter audibly and incredibly over-dramatically gasped. "And speaking of which, don't go mentioning that to your WME trick, because I know for a fact they're in bed with Glitz and Glam." "So while I'm in bed with WME, I'm really having a menage with Glitz and Glam?" "Got it." "Pretty much. Now I'm going to get back to my boyfriend, and I'll be sending you and Elliot some ideas for those silly other clients we have to deal with on the side." "Oh my God, you just said the B word like it was nothing. That's it. I don't even know you anymore. I quit." "Later, Carter. Send me the deets on the wedding." I was laughing as I hung up. I like hearing you say boyfriend. Apparently you aren't the only one, but the only one who matters as far as I'm concerned. He smiled, but then his expression turned serious. "Are you cool with your mom showing up today like that? I mean, it clearly bothered you. A lot. If I thought she'd come down to see me, or to bring attention to the good work you were doing, or for any reason other than herself, I would have probably been thrilled. But," Jace offered the segue for me, "you saw her there, taking those pictures with everyone, dressed for a red carpet premiere, ready to get a little something for herself. In the back of my mind, while all this has been going on, I've been worried she would find a way to use it to her advantage, without regard for you or me. She's done it in the past, and I'm not eager to see it happen again." "That makes a lot of sense. But I do think she loves you. She's your mother." "She loves me. I know that. In better times, when I was a kid, when she was around, if I was having a bad day, she'd say, 'Let's get out the face masks,' and we'd do these homemade facials, and she'd make herself a cocktail and me a bowl of ice cream. We'd watch a movie together, and she'd work to make me laugh, just as hard as she works to charm a room full of people. When she did give me her attention, she had the power to bathe me with all the love in the world. But that almost made it worse when it all went away." "I know the feeling," Jay said. "Doubt I mentioned this, but I was on the football team in high school." "A big man like you say it ain't so." "Big everywhere it counts," he teased before his expression turned serious again. "Crawford couldn't make it to my games because he worked Fridays. I was good, or I felt like I was good. Eventually he managed to swap nights with another guy at the station to come see me. I think because he could tell how proud I was whenever I'd catch him up about it. Of course, the night he came to a game, I fumbled and fucked up in just about every way possible, and we lost 77-13. Needless to say, I was devastated because I knew his schedule. I knew that was the only game he'd likely be coming to all season, and I'd fucked it up. When I met him in the stands after the game, I didn't even want to face him. I wanted to crawl into a hole and die. But he slung his arm around me and said, 'Looks like I'm going to have to find someone to swap shifts with so that I can prove I'm not bad luck.'" Jace's chin quivered, his eyes luminous, as he choked up slightly. "The next game we stomped the other team's ass and I scored 2 touchdowns. He never missed a game after that. I guess he saw how important it was to me. Crawford could just read a person like that. And it must sound stupid how much it mattered to me when he came to my high school football games, but it meant the world to me. That's not stupid at all. He nodded, twisting his lips into a frown. But then we lost him. This man who gave us all that love. And then the rug was ripped from right under our feet. I could feel his pain once again, the despair of his loss as he spoke the words. Mine felt so trivial in comparison to what he'd experienced because, at the very least, I still had a chance to have moments where I could feel what I hoped was Serena's love. Anyway, he continued, shaking his head like he didn't want to fixate on that morbid thought. I can imagine what that was like with Serena, when she was having issues. Even when she wasn't. Sometimes it was just these things she did that got in the way. This selfish, showy part of her nature is the reason why we had so many problems when I was a kid. I don't want to be a tool she's using to get back to a moment she wishes she could freeze in time, one that can never be what it once was, at the same time. Because of our lives and all that's happened, I'm not sure I can tell the difference between her trying to be in my life and her trying to get back to that moment. A moment that was so toxic and destructive for us. We pulled into the drive of this townhouse, and he put the truck in park, twisting his body toward me as he took my hand. Dax, I got lucky as far as parents go. Maybe not at first, but it came around for me. I've seen a lot of shit through my friends and their relationships with their parents, and I can tell you, the worst thing is when a parent can just walk away without giving thought or care to the ones they leave behind. But Serena's here, and she was back in your life before all this, so she does want to be here for you. She's not perfect, but who is? I can tell she's got issues, but I do think she really loves you, if that's what you're struggling with. I appreciated his words, and while I could understand what he meant, it didn't change my frustration with the parts of her that had betrayed me time and time again, and how everything happening now brought back those moments when I was little Donnie Gibson and she was trying to desperately ride on my coattails. He unfastened his seatbelt and leaned into me. I did the same so we could share a kiss, which, as usual, eased me right up. His hand found its way to my face, his thumb running through my facial hair. He pried his lips from mine and said, I think sexy Donnie Gee needs me to make him feel better. Seems like the least my boyfriend could do. He made good on his promise as we headed back into his place, struggling to get up the stairs because our hands were all over each other. As soon as we reached the bed, I fell back, and he crawled on top of me, and we took care of what we both had surely been wanting to soothe. Seeing each other working all wet with sweat and water all day made us crave each other's bodies as much as ever. Chapter 34. Jace. I threw the ball, and Mac went racing across the dog park for it. Good boy, good boy, I called, before Mac gave up and started running back to me. Oh, no. Dax threw his arm over my shoulders and said, Well, I think he's getting better. At least he's actually starting off heading toward the ball. He'd seen my numerous failed attempts at training Mac to fetch, but I convinced myself we were making progress. As we trekked toward the ball, I said, I think we'd have more luck bringing Carter out here to play fetch. I have a feeling if you mentioned it, he'd be totally down for that. He'd be down all right, on his knees. As we reached the ball, I stooped down and grabbed it, popping back up and glancing around. Usually, the dog park in my neighborhood was pretty busy, but that evening there were only a few families. A man and a woman waved politely at us, and we waved back, but outside of that, it was all fairly quiet, fairly routine. This is nice, I noted. What? Having a quiet moment? Having a quiet moment? With you? Outside? I turned to him, just to appreciate that we could have that. He wore a red polo and shorts, his sunglasses on top of his head. Aren't you supposed to have these covering your eyes? I asked, reaching for them and starting to pull them down. Seems more fitting for today. I made like I was going to put them on for him, but stopped and placed them back on his head. Kidding. Don't want to block my view. I enjoyed gazing into those eyes, as I had so many other times before then, but there was something different about looking into my boyfriend's eyes that day. We'd shared the craziest of adventures over the past few months. He'd allowed me to explore some of the most satisfying experiences I could have possibly imagined. That slick facade he showed so many others had come down for me, and in its place was a man who had changed it all. I'd never been interested in dating before, and now I kept thinking about how much I wanted to pull him into my world and be a part of his. "What is it?" Dax asked, surely detecting there was something on my mind. He certainly knew me well enough by now. "Just appreciating how pretty you are, while we have the moment to ourselves. Also, thinking that you're going to be watching Bridget Jones' The Edge of Reason tonight." "Oh no, please don't." But even as Dax said it, I could tell by the way his face was all lit up that he really wanted to. "Yes, we gotta push you through these. And we'll have to start it sooner rather than later because, I have to be up early for work." "Yeah, that's right." He sounded disappointed, and I was bummed too. I didn't want to be on the clock when Dax was here. I was only working a few days, since I was still under contract with Haxmore, but it would have been nice to be able to cherish every moment with Dax, to have him without having to work around my job and all the events. "Well, at least I have Nance and Keeg to keep me company," Dax said. They'd planned to have a little day date at Willowbrook Park, something they'd done occasionally when Dax was in town. "Thank you for spending time with them," I said. "I like spending time with them." I could tell he meant it too, and like so many other things with Dax, he couldn't know what hearing that meant to me. Mac jumped up, putting his front legs on me and looking at the ball in my hand. "I think he wants you to throw it," Dax said. "Why? So he can watch me fetch it?" We attempted to get Mac to fetch a few more times before returning to my place to spend another magical evening together. Zed and I moved through the dense smoke filling the air. My sweat was a blanket covering my body. My breath only warmed my face mask even more as we searched upstairs through the east side of the two-story home for possible victims. To think that less than 12 hours earlier, my biggest worry had been trying to pin Dax to the bed to finish Bridget Jones' The Edge of Reason, and then pinning him to the bed for a whole other delicious reason. When we'd arrived on the scene, the neighbor said it was a family with kids and that the mother usually stayed at home during the day. No sign of her outside, but with a car in the drive, we'd headed inside to take a look for survivors. Zed and I used thermal imaging cameras to guide us through the space, cautiously navigating the second level, moving as fast as we could. Bo's voice came over my two-way radio, letting me know we were running low on time before they had to run the lines. As usual, when we had a high probability of a survivor, the crew wanted to give us a minute to search, considering if we ran the hoses too soon. The steam was liable to suffocate anyone in the house faster than the smoke that was already billowing through the space. As we headed into the master bedroom, I caught something on my camera. Sure enough, even over the sounds of cracking and crushing surrounding us, I could hear what sounded like a woman coughing. I alerted the guys on the radio, and they prepared for a window removal since we were rapidly losing the west side of the house. A crashing sound, like thunder, came from nearby, and I turned, searching for Zed, but only seeing the smoke. I knew he had to be in the room, but fuck if I could see him. "Floor broke, I'm stuck," Zed said over the radio. My feet froze in place. "We've got to run these hoses, guys." Bo's voice came through. "Zed? Jace?" I could hear the house being fucking torn apart, and it only became more difficult to concentrate. "My leg's jammed, and I can't see." I could tell Zed was panicking, the worst thing we could have had right then. "Don't move," I radioed to Zed, iterating what I was sure he already knew, but felt he had to be reminded of to keep from totally losing it. The smoke was too thick for me to see for shit without my camera, so I turned it and caught Zed's image on the screen. "Zed, Jace," Bo pressed. We didn't have much time. In a moment, my thoughts shifted back to my past, to losing Crawford. My anxiety intensified, thoughts of peril flashing through my awareness. What if this was the last job? Had I said I love you to Nance and Keeg? Had I said it to Dax? And the horror of him never knowing the depths of my feelings for him pulsed through me as I became vividly aware that if we didn't figure this out fast, the guys weren't going to be doing a window removal. They were going to be doing a body retrieval. Chapter 35. Dax. "Thank you guys for inviting me out today," I said, as I walked alongside Nance and Keegan on a path in Willowbrook Park. They'd been good about making me feel included, and it was nice to spend time with them while Jace was working. "You're gonna have to get used to us, it looks like," Keegan said matter-of-factly. "It's kinda strange, honestly. Bro's never taken to anyone like this before." "You think you should be telling me that?" I teased. "From what I understand, he hasn't been subtle about his feelings," Nance added. "Well, he doesn't beat around the bush about that." She giggled. "I don't imagine he does. You're a good man, Dax, just like he always says, and, you're always welcome in our home." "Thank you. I appreciate that." "Your mom can come visit, too," Keegan said quickly. "She seems cool." "Does she? Cool? Really? Why does that surprise you? She's funny, and she has interesting stories." "She's definitely quirky," Nance said, the stiffness in her expression suggesting she didn't quite take to her the way Keegan had. "Nance, come on. Be honest. You guys are nothing alike." "No, maybe not, but not so different either. We're both mothers who care about our children, who want to see them happy." "Not sure it's quite the same," I said, reflecting on some very different times with my mom. "It's nice of you to say that, but Serena's a special breed of parent that I think only exists in Hollywood. Some sort of cross between Mommy Dearest and Valley of the Dolls. Now don't be harsh. I'd be lying if I said I didn't know some of the gossip. But she seems to have everything together, and wants to be in your life. And you seem to want the same." You can think of it as parental probation." Keegan snickered. "She's got to finish pee-peeing?" he asked, stressing the pee-peeing. Nance worked to stifle her smile, but she couldn't resist. And neither could I. A ringing sound chimed, and Keegan pulled his phone out. "It's Bo," he blurted out, turning to Nance, his expression rife with concern. We stopped together on the path as he answered. Nance patted herself down. "I must have left my phone in the car," she said, her expression painted with worry. Nance and I waited in suspense as Keegan's face turned white enough to concern us even more. "Jace is hurt," he murmured, as though struggling to even get out that much. "But he's fine," he added shortly after, though it felt like far too long to hear those words, and I hadn't realized how fast my heart could beat until he offered that addition. A few papes, likely freelancers who lived in or around Fever Falls, waited outside the hospital. It aggravated me that they had arrived before Nance, Keegan, and me. Since the media frenzy with Jace had begun, I had been able to handle the press and the expected attention. But in that moment, getting to Jace was my primary concern. Keeg had said he was okay, but I needed to see that he was safe before I could feel it in my heart. As we headed inside, the papes called out questions, which only served to further disorient Nance and annoy Keegan. Up until then, the press had worked in our favor, been on our side. But I knew as well as anyone how easily that fandom turned on a person, because privacy wasn't a thing the public understood. Truly, once you stepped into the realm of public figure, even the law recognized a shift in your rights as a citizen. While Jace and I might have signed up for the attention, Nance and Keegan certainly hadn't. They were caught in the crossfires of this endorsement deal, and it tore me apart to see what should have been a private moment for them being invaded. "Nancy! Nancy!" a man with a camera called out to her to get a response. She glanced around, confused, but I was mostly pissed that whoever the fuck it was clearly didn't even know her well enough to call her what any of her friends would have. "Come on," I said, guiding her into the lobby, where we inquired about Jace, and then we were escorted to his room. As we hurried through the halls, I kept reflecting on visiting Serena in the hospital in the past. After ODing, I remembered being ushered to her room, fearing the state she'd be in. It aroused so many powerful emotions within me. And when the nurse opened the door, when I saw Jace chatting with another nurse as well as Ash, Bo, and Zed, I was so worked up. I wanted to kick Jace's ass for making me worry. It wasn't his fault, but I'd be damned if anything could have made me feel as protective over that ass in that moment when Keegan told us he was hurt. "Dude, I just feel like this is all my fault," Zed said. "Don't do this to yourself," Jace insisted before they all turned together to us. "Oh, a party? For me?" Jace joked, smiling. But I could see the tension in his expression as we approached, his eyes shifting between us as he seemed to be working to ascertain our concern. We hurried to the bed. Nance put her arms around him, and Keegan tried to act cool, but Jace pulled him in. While I waited my turn, Jace gazed at me and smirked, though I could tell by his somber expression that it was forced. "Oh, come here, Dax," Nance insisted. I joined them, offering a hug, touching my nose against the side of Jace's face. As worked up as I was relieved he was okay. "Sorry about the scare," Jace said. "Not sure where my phone is, but I was trying to call on Bo's phone, and apparently the reception is shit in here." Nance started to cry. "Come on, Nance. Aren't you going to rag on me about not cursing?" "You can curse today," she said as she sobbed. As I pulled away, I saw his eyes fixed on hers as he teared up too. I could only imagine what this brought up for them all, considering their past with Crawford. Even Keegan was having a hard time not getting emotional. "I think we're just going to step out for a minute. Give you all some space," Bo said, and he, Ash, and Zed slipped out the door. The nurse, who'd been in the room with Jace already, an attractive blonde, approached me. He lowered the clipboard in his left hand to his side and shook my hand with his right. "Hi, I'm Link. Wish we could be meeting under better circumstances." "Tell me about it." "How's he doing, Lincoln?" Nance asked. We took seats beside Jace's bed, and Link explained his condition. "He has a fibula fracture and needs a boot for his leg right now, but he should be good as new in no time. However, we're keeping him until we can get an MRI and scan for more severe ligament damage that might have occurred during the fall he took on the job." He turned his attention to Jace. "In the meantime, enjoy the pain management and free food, but don't be scaring us like that anymore. Okay, HottieFirefighter?" A boisterous laugh erupted from Jace at the play on his celebrity nickname. "Thanks, Doc," he said with a wink. "Go on now to the patients who really need the help. And maybe some eye candy." Link snickered. "All right. You guys let me know if any of you need anything. Nance, I trust he's in good hands." By the way she inhaled, it seemed as though she'd taken her first decent breath since we'd heard the news. The nurse's cool bedside manner had gone a long way in calming us down. "Thank you, Lincoln," Nance said, and he saw himself out. As soon as the door closed, she turned her worried gaze back to Jace and asked, "What happened?" It was the question lingering on all our minds. Jace took a prolonged breath, and I could tell he didn't want to get into it, but surely he knew there was no way Nance was going to let him get away with that. "The fire was creeping through the house pretty fast," he said. "It got up under the bedroom we were in, and as Zed was scanning the rest of the room with the thermal imaging camera, his foot pushed through the floor and must have gotten stuck in some wiring. He was panicking, and while the crew was working on a window removal for a victim, I headed over to help him. I managed to get his leg free, and as he lurched to get out, he sort of shoved me. I lost my balance, and there was a bed nearby, and my foot slammed against the edge of this wooden frame. Hit it just wrong, before I took a fall. It was more like the Two Stooges of firefighting than anything else." I could tell he was trying to make light of it for our benefit, something I could more than understand, considering how wrecked Nance looked over it. "The woman we were rescuing is in a room here too, and as you can see, Zed made it out just fine." "He should have been more careful," she said. "We all have our moments. Any other day, that could have been me." She nodded, likely knowing he was right, but it must have been hard for her to see her son injured in that hospital bed. "Anyway, we can all be appreciative that they're only keeping me for observation, so we got lucky." Luck. What kind of fucking luck was that? Although, knowing the details of how they'd lost Crawford, I knew luck was right. It could have been so much worse. He could have been gone. And that thought tore through my heart, terrorized my soul. In the time we'd been together, I hadn't had to deal with the real consequences of his job. Sure, I'd known he was working, but he'd always been fine. So in my mind, he could have had any job. And while I was nervous, until that moment, it hadn't really registered for me. I could only imagine what it did to Nance and Keegan, who still looked rattled, but as though trying to mentally assure themselves he was still with us. And that was what mattered. Zed swung by, profusely apologizing to Jace again, who generously talked him down from his guilt as they swapped stories about errors Jace had made in his early days. I called Carter and Elliot to give them a heads up about the news, and the hours ticked on by before I headed out to grab coffee for everyone. I noticed Bo and Ash in the waiting area, chatting with Serena. I checked my phone to see if she'd messaged. She hadn't. "Serena?" I asked, approaching them. "I came as soon as I heard." "Where did you hear?" She glanced around. "It's all over the news, Dax." "The news? Like the news? There was a bit on CNN, and a few local stations are covering it." Of course they are. How silly of me. I'd expected the local news and even the papes outside, but fucking CNN? As much credit as I gave to Jace before we'd begun his campaign, I had underestimated just how popular he'd become. Or maybe I was so rattled I wasn't using my goddamn brain. I chatted with Serena about his condition as she helped me grab some coffee. With one hand on my phone, I Googled Jace's name to see what the top stories were. HottieFirefighter injured in house fire. HottieFirefighter's injury evokes memories of adoptive father's passing. Shit, I said, realizing he and his family would end up seeing these sorts of stories. Up to that point, Crawford's passing had been an annotation to his story, a footnote even, not the center of attention. But apparently the media had found a connection worth mining, one I well knew was at the heart of serious pain within Jace's family, and for good reason. I tried to figure out how I was going to break the news to them as Serena and I headed back to Jace's room. I opened the door and spotted Keegan with the TV remote in his hand. His, Nance's, and Jace's eyes on the TV, their expressions revealing that they'd already discovered the news, in the worst way possible. I slid into the room, Serena in tow, to see the headline at the bottom of the screen. Jace Cruz hospitalization, a reminder of Crawford Cruz's death. Fuck. Chapter 36. Jace. Like when the accident in the house fire had unfolded, I lost all feeling as the news dredged up the nightmare from my family's past. I wanted to turn the TV off or break the goddamn thing, but there was no point turning away from it any more now than there had been all those years earlier. Keegan was the smart one. As the story continued, he excused himself to the restroom, leaving me, Nance, Dax, and Serena to watch the tragedy unravel. I couldn't look at Nance. I didn't want to see her reaction to the old photos they displayed of Crawford from various news clippings and even from his yearbooks. It was cruel to be trapped in that bed when all I wanted to do was run far away and break down. I heard Nance sniffling. I wanted to be in tears too, but I couldn't break. I wouldn't allow myself to. I could be strong like him. I could fight back the pain and the tears for them, no matter how hard it was. They needed Batman right then, not some crying-ass Bruce Wayne. However, considering how distressed I was from the events of the day and the news my family had just been assaulted with, it was hard to muster the strength. All this over some stupid accident, although I knew how even stupid accidents could be fatal in my line of work. As the commentators on the news station offered their well wishes regarding my condition, Dax asked, "Do you mind if I turn off the TV?" He sat in a chair between Serena and Nance. I noticed them entering the room. but hadn't realized they'd sat, clearly having been too absorbed in the TV and working to keep my shit together. "Please," I said through gritted teeth. Dax grabbed the remote attached to the arm of my bed and turned the TV off, leaving us in deafening silence. The air was thick with worry, like a fragrant cologne that made me cringe and feel unsettled, wishing I could have been anywhere else. "I think I'm just going to step out for some air," Serena offered, surely feeling like the odd one out since she didn't know us well enough to be privy to everything she'd just witnessed. But then again, neither did most of the people who now knew that part of my past. As she left, Nan set her hand on mine. "You should probably call the aunts and uncles. Let everyone know everything's okay," I told her, hoping she'd take the hint. Which she did, which left Dax and me alone with one another. He stayed put in his chair at first, giving me some space, before pushing to his feet and approaching. "I'm glad you're okay," he said in a low, breathy whisper. I could feel his concern, and as I looked at him, saw the sadness in his expression. It was hard, not just having to deal with the pain from my past, but knowing how much I'd worried Dax. When I was a kid, I was concerned about Crawford every time he went to work. I knew what it felt like to hear that he was injured, to fear that it could be the worst. And I knew how that affected Nance and Keegan. Now Dax carried that burden too, and it was all my fault. "I'm sorry," I told him. "Sorry? You don't have anything to be sorry about. Not that something happened, but—" I couldn't finish my sentence. How could I tell him that the only reason he had anything to be worried about was because he knew me, because there was always a chance that one day it'd be my face up there on the TV screen, and I'd be leaving him and Nance and Keegan, same as Crawford did? "I just meant sorry your day got interrupted over a fractured fibula," I lied. Dax took my hand, interlocking his fingers with mine. I felt like such a selfish bastard. I'd done this to him. Nance and Keegan were a part of my life because of their relationship with me, but by wanting to be closer to Dax, by enjoying every moment we spent together, I'd lassoed him into all this bullshit too. The worry, the fear, the possibility of losing me the way I lost Crawford. He'd snuck up on me, though. I'd considered the thought the more my interest in him intensified, but I never expected for our relationship to blossom and flourish the way it had. And in some ways, because of how it all transpired, amid this ridiculous celebrity status fiasco, it felt like this thing outside of my day-to-day life. We were just supposed to be having a bit of harmless fun. I was supposed to be able to play with that spark we'd ignited, watching as my feelings for him spread about carelessly like kerosene in hopes that neither of us would get burned. Hadn't I been around fires long enough to know that wasn't how they worked? Dax leaned down and rested his free hand on my face. "You need me to get you anything?" I shook my head. "I'll be fine." However, I could see in his concerned expression that he knew better. I was so forthcoming with him about so many things, but not that part of my life I tried to bury away, even from myself. "Would you mind checking on Keeg?" I asked. "Make sure he's all right." I wanted him to check on my bro, make sure he was okay. But I also needed a moment alone. "Of course." Dax offered a kiss, and even at my worst, even when I thought my soul couldn't recover, it brought me life. As soon as he stepped out, my face quivered, and the tear I'd been holding back shifted around in my eye. That was all I'd permit, though. I took a deep breath. I could fucking get through this. I'd been living with this for so long already. It was just another day without Crawford, I reminded myself. But damned if it didn't sting. And damned if I didn't hate myself for dragging Dax into it all. Chapter 37. Dax. I checked with the reception desk, asking where the men's restroom was located. En route, I thought about how distressed Jace looked over the reveal about Crawford's death. That was the media's game, It wasn't newsworthy until it struck a nerve, and boy did it ever strike one for the Cruises. It was apparent the news had rattled them, and for good reason. They'd seen the mention already, but having it pulled open and dissected under the guise of a human interest piece, that was a whole other ballgame. It wasn't human interest, it was intrusion. I opened the door to the restroom, and as I rounded the corner, I discovered Serena with her arms around Keegan as he cried. She held him close, whispering, "It'll be okay." I froze in place. The sight didn't just confuse me. It baffled the fuck out of me, seeing Serena acting so maternal, so understanding to a kid who wasn't even hers. I was glad someone was there for Keegan, but at the same time, why the fuck did it have to be her? I almost said something about her being in the men's room, but stopped myself because clearly she was helping ease Keegan's grief. I headed back out, my mind a swirl of conflicting thoughts and impressions as I struggled with what I just saw, the image of her nurturing Keegan through his pain superimposed with the image of the callous woman I so vividly remembered from my childhood, that shell of a person who never would have shown that sort of compassion for me in my moments of pain. I tightened my fist and tensed my jaw as my frustration mounted. I tried to reassure myself she was soothing Keegan in his time of need, and that was all that mattered. But it didn't relieve me of my anger, which seemed to only escalate by the second. I decided to grab myself another cup of coffee. Everyone needed their space, and I needed a chance to fucking sort through my thoughts on everything that was happening. Jace didn't become any more talkative throughout the night, though Keegan and Nance had clearly calmed down. Bo, Ash, and Zed eventually all headed home, and Serena agreed to check on Mac while I kept watch with the Cruises, despite Jace assuring us that we could leave. None of us were willing to go, likely because we were all detecting the same concerning behavior he'd exhibited since the news about Crawford had broken. Hours slipped by before I passed out in a chair beside Jace's bed. "Hey, man," I heard, waking to Jace standing in the boot before me. "We're breaking out of here." "Did the doctor say you could go?" "Of course they said I could leave. I'm not actually going to ditch. Come on. I want to get home." He was acting slightly more like himself than before, but I could still feel his tension and uneasiness. Nance and Keegan helped me get him to the car, and Keegan seemed far more relaxed and jokey than when he'd first seen the story break. I tailed Nance's car to Jace's place, and we got out and headed into his townhouse. Keegan played with Max some, to cheer himself up, I thought, before he and Nance headed out to swing by her place. She said she'd pick up some things for dinner, then return. But quiet as Jace had continued to be, I couldn't help but stay on edge. He got up from the couch and headed to the kitchen. "You need me to get you anything?" I asked, feeling hyper-protective. It was strange seeing him limping around in the boot, looking disoriented, not his usual easygoing self at all, and in the back of my mind I kept thinking that this was all my goddamn fault. If I hadn't rushed to Fever Falls to persuade him to sign on to that endorsement deal for Haxmore, he would never have accepted, and his family would have never been put on the spot like that. "I'm fine. I'm just going to get some water. No emergency here." As he opened the cabinet, I pushed to my feet from the recliner and approached the kitchen island. "If there's anything you need me to do, though, I can... Dex, I don't mean this in any sort of bad way, but I think I need to spend tonight on my own." "Oh." I couldn't help but sound disappointed, and as he looked at me, I wondered, did he think this was all my fault, too? I reminded myself that it had to be a lot for him between the accident and the news report. He was overwhelmed, and he had every right to blame me. An awkward silence stretched between us. "Yeah. Gotcha. A buzzing sound filled the air, interrupting me. I checked my phone. "You mind if I take this real quick? It's Carter." "Sure, Bud." Bud. He never fucking calls me Bud. Something was very wrong. "Hey, man. What's up?" "You guys okay?" Carter asked. "Yeah, we just got back from the hospital. We're at Jace's now." "Well, you might want to sit down." "For?" That WME guy I've been seeing? Are you calling right now to brag about your sexual exploits, Carter? Because I can tell you I'm not in the mood. No, I was calling to tell you that he said he heard that someone scored a pretty timely interview during this shit show. Who? Who do you think? There was no way. I'd just seen Serena consoling Keegan. And yet, my heart sank because suddenly everything made that much more sense. ABC's Melissa Fairfax ring any bells? Carter asked. I thought on the name for a moment. Melissa Fairfax, formerly with Glitz and Glam, a.k.a. friend of Frida Inc. Bingo! Serena's booked to interview with her this weekend. Of course she fucking is, I muttered. How could I have been dumb enough to believe she'd shown real compassion for another human being? She was only getting close so she could run off and jumpstart her own career. Carter allowed me some time to sort through the news. A lot of fucking processing going on that day. Thank you for letting me know. I'm sorry, man. I know that's not what you needed to hear right now. No, it's exactly what I needed to hear right now. It was almost sobering to have an explanation for what I'd seen earlier that day. Jace's glass overflowed with water from the faucet filter. He noticed as it ran over his hand, and he turned it off as I hung up. I didn't see a reason to leave him hanging. Serena's going to the press. With what? Telling them about how heartbroken the family is. Maybe act like she's closer to all of it than she really is. I don't know. Put on a show because that's what she does. That's who she fucking is. I don't think she's that bad. She wouldn't do that. You don't know her the way I do. The timing of all this, her coming here, and then this is just too perfect. Maybe she couldn't pass up the opportunity. Whatever the reason, she's already scheduled an interview with a woman who used to work for the company who outed us, which is too convenient if you ask me. This is all my goddamn fault. Your fault? Dax, you can't control what Serena does. Not just with this, with everything. This is what I was talking about. This is what this machine does. It doesn't care about people or feelings. It just destroys things. And no matter how good you try to be, no matter how much you try to use it to help others, it finds a way to tear you apart. I knew that when I asked you to do this. And you told me that. I didn't go into this blind. I shouldn't have ever come here. The way Jace was quiet after I said that left me wondering if he was thinking the same thing. I checked his expression, but it was impossible to figure out how he felt about anything that happened in the past 24 hours. I was frustrated as fuck because I was so used to being able to read him. He was an open book, and he'd slammed shut on me. Maybe you're right. Soft as he said the words, I could hear him choke on them. And the way his eyes teared up, I knew it was the truth. He might as well have hauled off and punched me in the crotch because that's how much it hurt. Overcome with emotion and the pain of feeling Jace shove me away in an instant was too much. I wanted to thrash about and destroy something, tear his living room apart. But I kept myself together. I've gotta go, I spat out, spinning around. I heard Mac whimper and Jace call out my name. I'm gonna fix this, Jace. I'll fix it, I said quickly as I headed out the door and to my car. Tears rushed down my face, streaming effortlessly. No, that wasn't me. I was Dax fucking Monroe. I didn't fall apart over guys. I handled my shit. I didn't need anyone. But I wanted Jace Cruz so fucking bad. It hurt. Chapter 38. Jace. Fuck. I was still so rattled from the accident and the fire, my night at the hospital, and from seeing Crawford's name and face put on display on the news that I'd been so fucking careless with what I said to Dax. I shouldn't have ever come here. I knew he was taking on the burden of all that had transpired. Yet all I could think about when he'd said that was how much better it would have been for him had he never come to Fever Falls to get me to work on this damn deal. He didn't want the attention, or for his mother, who God knew he already had plenty of issues with, to evoke memories of those hard times from his past. Just as bad. When I saw his worry about me when he entered that hospital room, I knew I'd done that to him too. When Dax said he shouldn't have come, I should have told him none of it was his fault, or that he was the best damn thing that had ever happened to me. But all I could think about was that maybe it was better that he left. I was just fucking up his life, and I could only cause him pain and agony if he stayed. I plopped down on the couch, sulking. Mac must have sensed my grief, because he climbed on and licked at my face, which made me aware of the tears streaming down my face. No, I won't. But they came, unbidden, escaping the way they'd been trying to during my stay at the hospital. Mac, I sure have a way of fucking things up. He rested in my lap, and I rubbed the back of his neck, then behind his ears. I should have called Dax, told him he was wrong and that he hadn't fucked up anything about my life. But really, he had. He fucked me up so bad in my head, but only in the best possible way. He came in through the back door, in more ways than one, and surprised the fuck out of me. Every moment we spent together made me feel more alive than I'd ever thought possible. Before I met him, I'd never felt like my life was empty, but even the silence that dragged out with him not around in that moment felt like agony. I wanted to call and tell him how sorry I was that I so recklessly spit those words out that made him feel responsible for my pain, but all I could do was imagine how much better his life could be if he walked away and never had to deal with everything that being with me entailed. I sat there for some time, agonizing over it all. A rattle at the door gave me hope for a moment, until it opened and Nance headed in with a couple of bags of groceries she'd picked up. "Hey, baby. How you feeling?" She shut the door behind her, searching around my place. "Where's Dax?" I turned away, ashamed of what a coward I'd been with the way I pushed him away. Gone. Probably forever. I was being over-dramatic. He was still in Fever Falls, and he'd left his things at my place, so he'd have to come back. But I wasn't upset just about seeing him again. I was upset because I'd finally realized that the best thing for him might have been to get out of town and never see me again. However, the thought that I might never get to feel his touch, hear the cadence of his voice, or enjoy a joke he texted made the burning sensation in my chest radiate through me, overpowering any pain I'd felt when injuring my leg. I needed to be alone. Even having Nance there was too much. I wiped at my face quickly, knowing I had to keep my cool while she was there. "Come on, Jace. Toughen up." "Is everything okay?" Nance asked. She started around the couch, abandoning the groceries on the floor. "I'm just sitting here feeling sorry for myself. I know you came all the way to play nurse, but you mind if I have some time to myself? A lot happened today, and I could use some time with my own thoughts." She glanced me over. "Okay. I'll head out. But you mind if I sit here with you for a minute?" "I'm worried about why you want to sit with me," I said, detecting suspicious motives in her expression. "You should be, Jace." She sat next to me and Mac, who still lay in my lap, and she stroked his coat with me. "I'm sorry for everything today brought up for you. Nothing you could have done about it, and Dax warned me about this very sort of thing. I guess since it hadn't come up already, I didn't see why it would, at least not like that. Or maybe it was just the timing with my injury and knowing you guys were worried about me. We don't get to choose how life happens, do we? Otherwise Crawford would still be with us, and you wouldn't have been in that fire or finding yourself completely head over heels for Dax." I didn't deny it, but I didn't say anything to give her more to work with either. I cared about him. Deeply so. More than I cared about anyone, but it wasn't until that moment in the fire that I really knew just how much. And it scared the ever-loving shit out of me. "You think you're so good at hiding how you feel, but you're not, Jace. Not with me. It's been too many years for that. I was so selfish, Nance, I confessed." "How?" "It was just harmless fun, and I've had fun with plenty of people before, But then this turned into more. I should have stopped it at some point. I should have walked away and let Dax live his life. I saw the look on his face when he walked into that hospital room. He was scared. Really scared. Just like you and Keegan. Not a day goes by where I don't worry that I'm going to do the same thing Crawford did to us. That I'm hurting you guys by doing what I do. Jace, I'm so proud of everything you've done, and yes, I'm terrified, more so because of what happened with Crawford. But I know with both of you there's nothing that you could do that could ever make you as happy as saving lives. I know that's why you do it, and I love you for that. She put her arm around me, and Mac, seeming to realize he was standing between us, stepped off the sofa and headed to his bed by the media console. She scooted toward me, pulling me in for a hug. And it all came rushing out of me. Every bit of emotion I felt, as though I'd been holding back, damming up, it spewed forth, and I wept as though I wasn't just weeping over Crawford or Dax, but over everything that had ever happened that I'd held back. I fought it, but it was pointless. I was hopeless. There it is, Jace. I knew you had it in you somewhere, she said, rubbing her hand over the back of my head. I'm sorry I couldn't be stronger. You don't have to be strong all the time, Jace. We can take turns. That's the whole point of life. I know that, but thank you for saying it. I just love you guys so much. I want to be here for you. You guys have my whole heart. Yes, we've had your whole heart for a long time now. So, maybe it's time we share it with someone else. Her words caught me by surprise. I always figured Crawford was one of the reasons you kept people at a distance, never got in any serious relationships, and I hoped that when the right person came along, you'd know it was time to let the walls down. She pulled away and took my chin, lifting it so I was looking her in the eyes. I batted at my tears, struggling against them still. Don't you think it's about time, Jace? She was right. She echoed so many of the things I'd been battling since all this crap from our past had been dredged up. Dax Monroe, what am I going to do about you? Chapter 39. Dax. I pounded on the door to Serena's hotel room so loudly, the sound echoed through the hall to the point where it even caught me off guard. My face swelled with heat as I tightened my fists. It was difficult to determine what was bothering me more, the events that had transpired earlier that day, Jace's rejection, or the thought of Serena preying on Keegan and the Cruzes in a moment of weakness. Regardless, she wasn't getting away with it. Not this fucking time. The door opened, and Serena stood there, her mouth and eyes wide in apparent shock. Jesus Christ, I thought I was going to have to Google hotel room invasions in Fever Falls, Georgia. Dax, what is wrong? Mind if I come in? I asked, forcing the words out as I struggled to maintain some decorum. She stepped aside and allowed me into her room. Not exactly the Ritz-Carlton, she said as I entered the single bedroom. It was just going to be for a few nights, so I got something cheap. I didn't come here to see your room. Well, considering how you knocked, I suspected my card might have been declined. What's wrong? Did something happen with Jace? It was just like my mother to find a nerve and dig right into it. Don't even say his name. I had to deal with one thing at a time. First, my feelings toward her, then the pain of knowing it was over between me and the only man I'd ever allowed myself to get close to. I think I deserve an explanation for this attitude you're bringing in here. I was just minding my own business, and did you agree to interview with Melissa Fairfax? Serena's expression sobered. My. Doesn't news travel fast? She glanced at herself in the mirror on the wall beside her, then averted her gaze from her reflection as though she didn't want to look at it long enough to judge herself for her crime. Answer me. Dax, what could that possibly... You did. And you won't fess up to it. God, just say it. Don't you see that's all I ever wanted? I don't want to play games or beat around the bush. This is just like when I was a kid. Talk to me, for Christ's sake. Be honest with me for once in your life." "Yes, I did agree to an interview, Dax. How did you even find out about it?" "My assistant gets around," I said quickly, before getting to the heart of my discord. "Fuck you, Serena. Fuck you to hell. I told you not to take any interviews, and then the moment you found a way to get yours out of this, you jumped at the opportunity." She opened her mouth like she was about to defend the undefendable, but she sealed her lips just as quickly, as though she was going to let me finish my thought before interrupting. "I should have known when you wanted to meet the guy," I went on. "When the fuck have you ever wanted to meet anyone I was seeing? Of course, since he was some hot Insta-celebrity and you found a chance to throw yourself in front of a few cameras, that was enough for you. And now you have this big interview where you can have the lights and cameras all over you and all the attention, no matter how cheap of an excuse it may be. All that I can look past. All that I can fucking chalk it up to you being exactly who I always knew you were." The fury within me climbed effortlessly as I recalled her time at the hospital. "But if you think you're gonna go on primetime and give some sob story about how you were there to console Keegan in his time of need, if you reveal anything he told you in confidence about his dead father, I will fucking ruin you. Do you understand that?" A single tear escaped her right eye and rushed down her cheek. "Cut the act, Mom. The cameras aren't in here." I made sure to stress the title she was so unworthy of at so many points in her life, but especially in that moment. She folded her arms and shook her head. "A part of me really wanted to stop you from making an ass of yourself, but then I thought, no, I want to know what you think of me. And there it is." Her eyes continued to water, and though I blamed it on performance, I knew she wasn't that good an actress. "You really think that's the kind of person I am? That I would exploit that poor family for another minute of fame? You did it to your son." "I loved it, Dax. I loved everything about this business, and I wanted to share it with you. Was that a crime?" "No, that wasn't a crime, but leaving me for extended periods of time so you could shoot up heroin with your boyfriend of the moment, taking my money so that you could afford your own life, those things were disgusting." "I wasn't a good person back then, I know that. And I wasn't good to you. I was a wreck, and most days I hardly even wanted to stick around on this planet, let alone get my life together. I needed help. But the thing about heroin is, the thing that makes it so goddamned good, is that the whole world can come crashing down around you and everything feels like it's all right. That was why it was so hard to let go, because everything was quiet and serene. And I didn't even know how bad it was, even when it was the worst. It was paradise. While you were in paradise, your son was in hell, but don't worry, I'll be fucking fine. I've been doing just fine all this time." I started past her for the door. "Dax," I spun around. "All I ever wanted was that for once in your fucking selfish life, that was all about the roles and the men and the drugs, you would choose me." I started to turn again when she took my arm. "No, Dax, that isn't true. I did choose you." "I'm tired of your lies," I said, defeated, and continued toward the door. "No, no, no!" She sprang to the desk and snatched her phone before sliding between me and the door. "Serena, get out of my way. I'm done with you." "No," she said, whimpering as she thumbed around on her phone. "You wait right here." With a trembling hand, she offered it to me. "What the fuck?" I brushed it off, grabbing the door handle, but she threw herself against the door. "No, Dax, you look at this, just look." I took her phone, seeing an email thread with an ABC email address. "Sorry, but due to recent events, I don't think I'll be able to attend this interview after all. Thank you for considering me, XOXO Serena." I checked the time, and it was the night before, when she would have found out about Jace's injury. "I did say yes to the interview," she confessed. "They asked after the pictures at the car wash, and I was greedy." Her tears continued down her face. "Sometimes your mother likes to think she's still in those days when the phone never stopped ringing, and for just a moment, when they emailed, I thought, oh, they saw pictures of me and remembered that I'm somebody, that they'd want me to talk about my life and the good times. I really did think that. But as soon as I heard about the accident, I knew they were just going to want me to dish on you guys, and I wasn't going to do that. I never would have done that, and with Keegan, it kills me that you think I could have betrayed him like that. We had such a beautiful conversation, and he's such an honest and open kid. I would never have revealed anything about him or exploited him." Hearing her words, and seeing the evidence that, at the very least, she really wasn't the monster I'd stormed over there thinking she was, I gasped with relief as my own tears flowed freely. God fucking damn it, Mom. I did choose you, Dax. I chose you when I decided to get clean, really get clean for the final time, and I know I should have done it sooner. But I am trying so fucking hard. Don't leave. Don't go. You're the only thing I have left in this world that matters, the only thing that was ever real. And I'm sorry it took me so long to figure that out. I hooked my arm around her and pulled her in for a hug. She wasn't the best, and things between us weren't and likely never would be perfect. But between hearing her say those words and knowing she hadn't cruelly betrayed me for the sake of her career brought me so much relief that for a moment I felt like I had an ally. "Don't leave," she begged. "You should have just shown me this when I nearly beat down your door. You weren't really telling me what you were so upset about, or listening. But you have to believe that I'm in your life now because I want to be, because I love you." I pulled away and wiped the tears from my eyes. "Thank you for saying that, Serena, or Miranda, or Catherine, or whatever the hell name you decide you need to go by." She laughed, batting at her own tears. "Well, I'm here for you now, Dax, or Donald, or Donnie. I'm here for you and Jace. Just me, I think. Jace, well, I think he realizes exactly how in over his head he was with the machine." "Oh, Dax." She wiped at my face, removing a stray tear. "How are you feeling?" "Pretty shitty," I said. "I think I might have made a mistake." "What mistake, Daxy-boo?" "I think I might have fallen in love." She wrapped her arms around me again, and I held her close, for the first time in so long, really feeling like we were on the same side. After sharing a few shaky breaths, she pulled away again. "I've been in love enough times to know the difference between what I had and what you and Jace share. It's wrong to need a man, but it's not wrong to want to share life with someone who really makes you happy, someone who you don't need." "That's what I pay Carter for," I joked, trying to cheer myself up. But it didn't work. "As hard as it is seeing you like this, it does give me some hope." "The fuck?" "Hope. That I didn't totally fuck everything up. Keep you from ever trusting or loving another person." "I liked me better when I didn't trust or love anyone," I said. But I knew that was a lie. Because even after Jace had pushed me away, I knew that even if he never wanted to speak to me again, being with him, the time we shared, had been the most magical time in my life. "Come on," Serena said. "Let's watch a terrible movie, drink martinis, and put on some mud masks." And as only Serena could, despite our past and differences, she found a way to my heart once again. I'd really like that. Chapter 40. Jace. Stepping into fever pitch, I made my way through the crowd until I spied Dax at the bar, martini in hand. I approached, noticing a few glances from the tables and booths. Some I recognized from around town, some I didn't. The ones who seemed to have caught the news wore familiar expressions. reminding me of the way people had looked at me after Crawford had passed. Just another reminder of the painful memories evoked by my accident. I reached the bar, and Dax, who turned to me, "Dude, what are you doing?" he asked, pushing to his feet. "Should you even be running around town right now? Give me a break." "Wait, I think I already got one. Now sit your ass back down, or I'm gonna start assaulting you with some more dad jokes." His concern transformed into a smirk, and he returned his ass to that stool. "You're lucky you're charming, even in that boot." He took another sip of his drink before setting his glass on the bar. "Hey, Dallas, you mind grabbing me a—" Before I had a chance to finish my sentence, Dallas was already handing me a cold one. Dax glanced between us. "I take it this is more than a serendipitous moment? A little birdie might have given you away." "Thanks, Dallas. Anytime, man." Dax shook his head as though he disapproved, but his persistent smile assured me he was glad I'd showed up. As Nance and I had been finishing off a good bit of pie, Dallas had messaged to let me know Dax was hanging at the bar. Nance hadn't hesitated to fetch me an Uber to get my ass out there to see my man. If he'd still have me, after what an ass I was at my place earlier. I took a sip of my beer, and Dax said, "You'll be glad to know Serena isn't doing the interview. She never had any intention of doing it after she saw you were injured." "That sounds more like the woman I met." "I'm starting to realize that myself," Dax admitted, and I could tell by how he said it that it surprised him. "I think she showed more compassion when I talked to her today than I've seen from her in our whole life together. I was going to text you about our talk tomorrow, but felt like you could use some space. Sorry if it felt like I was kicking you out earlier. No need to apologize. It was fair. It wasn't fair. It was a dick move I pulled. I did need space, but that wasn't the way to get it. Shutting down, leaving you in the dark like that, that's not me. It's just... a hell of a lot happened over the past few days. The past few months, really. It's crowded my thoughts and left me confused as fuck. I don't blame you. I know what it's like when the press gets on a roll like that, when the media strikes the most sensitive nerve at just the right time. They did that for sure." I sighed, reflecting on the pain I saw in Nance's and Keegan's expressions when we watched the story unfold on the hospital room TV. Dax snickered, but it seemed a sort of bitter amusement about something. "I really thought when I met you, and you told me what you wanted to do with giving all that money to Fever Fight, that it was going to be different. For the first time in my life, I believed something could withstand this whole system. Me, the guy who's played a role in this kind of performance so many times, seen what happened when the curtain opens and we get to Act 3, I actually had some fucking hope. I thought if anyone could survive it, you could, because I'd met a real-life superhero. And then, the very thing I feared, well, it happened, and ripped right through your family in the process. Hey now, don't underestimate the cruises. We can take a good beating. Nothing we haven't lived through before. Nothing we're afraid of now." He beamed as our gazes met, the first time he'd looked me in the eye since I arrived, and I reveled in the sensation stirred by being lost in his gaze once again. He seemed just as distracted as I was for a moment, then shifted his look to his drink, and as if trying to remember what we were talking about, said, "No, I don't doubt you all are plenty tough, but it certainly wasn't a fair fight, and it never is when it comes to the machine, because it's a beast that doesn't think or care. It has no compassion, it just destroys." "Dax, you talk about it like it's some kind of monster, but it's not a monster. A fire's a monster that can drag the people you love out of your life. This is just people being curious and intrigued about shit they have no business knowing anything about, but only people. It sure can feel like a fire when you're in the middle of it and it's shredding everything you love to ashes." "Maybe so. But some story about my father can't kill me. It might hurt like a motherfucker. It might dredge up every terrible thing I've ever felt in my whole goddamn life. But it's going to take a hell of a lot more than that to take me down." I noticed a guy at the end of the bar watching us. Like some of the other people in the restaurant when I first arrived, I figured he knew the story that had been playing on the news. I think this is the part where we head somewhere a little more private. Dax scanned the room, surely picking up on the same attention I was as I surveyed the space. Privacy sounds nice right about now. I went ahead and booked a hotel room nearby. A hotel room? Jesus, were you just going to leave your shit at my place? I was going to come back. At some point, Dax sat, glancing around uneasily, then pushed to his feet and started over like he was going to help me up. The whole point of this boot is so I can do this on my own. I got this. I appreciate the thought, but I'm good, Dax. We headed out together, and as we Ubered back to his hotel, we remained quiet. You sure you're okay? He asked, leading me into his suite. Cornering him at the door, I said, Dax, come on. He quieted, pursing his lips together in a way that was, oh, so adorable, in a way that made me want to kiss him that much more. I missed you, I spat out. I've been gone for maybe a few hours too long, of me wondering when I'd see you again, if I'd see you again. What? Were you going to ask me to box up your stuff and send it back to West Hollywood? I would have sent a label, he joked, though I felt like there was too much truth in it. Seemed like you didn't want me sticking around. But I missed you too. Stupid as that sounds. I grinned because, damn, I couldn't help it. This might be an awkward moment for us, but I think I need to prop my leg up for a bit, I confessed. Oh, yes, of course. He led me to the sofa and laid out some pillows. I felt silly with my legs raised and lying back. Dax grabbed a chair and slid it over to me, then sat beside me, close but definitely not close enough for my liking. So, about you missing me, he teased. I thought about what to say, about the conversation I'd had with Nance. I wasn't sure how to explain any of it to him, so I just went right for it. Nance came over after you left, and we got to talking about Crawford. I should talk about him more, but the truth is it's the hardest thing that my family's ever had to deal with, and it left a hole in my heart. I'm not sure even I realized how big it was. In some ways, I do think I've been pushing people away all my life, trying to keep them at a distance because, in the back of my mind, I always feared that if I loved someone too much, I'd wind up getting hurt like I did back when Crawford passed. And also, if I added another member to my family, that was someone I could wind up destroying as much as I got destroyed the night I lost him, and I would never wish that sort of pain on anyone. Dax inspected my face, as if searching for something, maybe trying to ascertain my feelings about everything I shared. I like to think I'm a pretty brave guy, but in one area, I've been a coward. It's not some fluke that I've never had a serious relationship, and I don't think it's been that way for you either. No, not a fluke. I spent my childhood around people who were always looking out for themselves, sucking the life out of me. I didn't ever think I could meet anyone who actually gave me more life, and then I met you. I'm not going to sit here and hem and haw around it, Dax, because I'm not that kind of guy. I'm in love with you, Jace. I stopped, taken aback, but also relieved as fuck to know that not only did he feel that way, but he was willing to say the words I knew were at the heart of why I had struggled so much with everything that had gone down. I wasn't about to let you beat me to that, Dax added with a grin, like he was victorious for spitting it out fast enough. He snickered as his grin shaped into a sly smirk. I could tell that's where you were going with that, so I kind of cheated. I'm in love with you too, Dax. Dax's smile diminished, replaced with worry, concern, even. Last thing I ever wanted in the world was to fall in love. I spent my life trying to see the worst in people, hoping I'd never get attached. But then I met the one guy I couldn't see the worst in, who could get through all my defenses because I'd only created walls to protect myself against bastards and assholes. I didn't stand a chance against a sexy man with a heart of gold. I could feel the sincerity in his compliment, but just as quickly he tensed up. I just wish I hadn't been the one who brought this poison into your life. Poison? Dax, you didn't bring any poison into my life. I made the decision to head down this path. You might have wanted me to take the deal, but I didn't have to do anything I didn't want to. And if you think back, I wasn't that easy. Not with that, at least, he said with a wink. I smiled, reflecting on all he'd given me in those parts where I was fairly easy, but we still had more important matters to discuss. I made that decision because I thought I could do some good, and even after seeing that broadcast, I don't regret it. I didn't change, Dax. I'm still the same person I was before. I'm human, and I have my weaknesses, and yeah, all this attention amplifies them like you said it would, but it hasn't destroyed me or my family or us. We're as fucked up as we were before, and we'll be as fucked up tomorrow and the next day, and hell, I'd say between the two of us, I have it pretty easy. I have to wake up worried that there'll be a story about my dad on the news. You have to worry that you might wake up and I won't be there the next day. I'd say you have a hell of a bigger decision in all this than me, and if you want to walk away, I get that. He pondered that for a moment, and I was glad, because it wasn't something I wanted him to think on lightly. It was as serious a consequence as there could be in any relationship, a burden I wouldn't have wanted to push on anyone. If you do walk away, though, I added, you mind walking a little slow? I'm kind of handicapped at the moment, and I want to be able to catch you. There was more desperation in my tone than I'd intended, but no matter how much I wanted to protect him, I didn't want to lose him either. He chuckled, his forehead wrinkling, his eyes watering. That's the problem we've got, Jace. You already caught me. Relief swelled in my chest. Thank fucking God, I murmured. He reached his hand out to me and ran his knuckles across my cheek. It isn't right that someone as beautiful as you can be even more beautiful on the inside, and knowing what you do hasn't discouraged me for a second. Even a few hours without you felt excruciating. I kept telling myself that I just needed to let you go because I didn't want to bring any more pain into your life or your family's life. I can see why you're worried about hurting other people. But do you think you would have rather have lived without knowing Crawford than to have known him and lost him? Jace, when Keegan took that call and I saw his panic, for a second I couldn't help but think the worst. It would have destroyed me, not just to have lost you, but to know you'd gone and I never got to tell you how much I care, how amazing you are, and how much you mean to me. I took his hand, still against my face, and gripped on. So we're in agreement that it's better we stick around and hurt each other than to ever be apart? I was trying to be cheeky, but I meant it too, and I could tell by his expression that he understood just how much truth there was behind it. Jace, to feel a moment of joy with you is worth all the pain I could ever endure. His jaw was tense as he offered his words with such intensity I could feel their utter sincerity. I sat up and reached out, gripping the back of his head and drawing him close to me for a kiss. Come here and give me some of that poison, I said, pulling him, urging him onto the couch with me. Dax took care to avoid my leg and rest his on either side of my hips before assaulting me with all the kisses I'd missed in the short time we'd been apart. I relished the sensation of his facial hair, rough against my face, his nose rubbing against mine, his tongue sliding past my lips, all those sensations I'd feared I might never get to experience again. I ran one hand through his hair and the other up and down his back, and we claimed one another's mouths, lapping each other up as much as we could. As I pulled away to catch my breath, I sighed, relief washing over me. Okay, let's not do this fake breakup shit again because it's too much on my nerves. Dax burst into laughter, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Are you kidding? I never got to have makeup sex before, but I have a feeling it's gonna be epic. Two makeup sex virgins. Sounds like a hot night to me, I said, before stealing another kiss, thankful as fuck the bedroom wasn't far away. This fucking leg, I groaned. Just another obstacle we'll have to figure out along with a few others. He sounded as undeterred by that inconvenience as he was by my line of work. God, I loved this man. Epilogue. Dax. I picked Carter up from his hotel and drove him into town. The organizers at Fever Fight offered Jace and his family and friends a tour of the campus so he could check out some of the renovations being made using his generous donation. Carter had eagerly invited himself along when he'd decided to come out and visit me in Fever Falls. Over the past 3 months, I'd been steadily transitioning my job so that I could work primarily from Fever Falls instead of our offices in Hollywood. I had to travel around as much as always, with and without Jace, but the new situation allowed us to see each other plenty and make up for the times when we weren't able to. "Congratulations to Klein Smart on being #1, Carter exclaimed, throwing his hands over his head as he slid into the passenger seat. The week before, Biz News, a major online industry insider publication, had named us #1 in trendiest media PR firms, which I imagine left Ada and Fred seething over the #2 mention. "Do you want to go ahead and do it?" Carter asked. Because of our victory, we'd had a little present delivered to Freda Inc.'s offices, one I didn't want to follow up on until Carter and I could revel in the glorious pettiness together. "Thank God I have them on speed dial," Carter said as he retrieved his phone and placed them on speaker. "Freda Inc." I recognized Fred's voice. "Dax Monroe and Carter James from Klein Smart," I announced. "The #1 media PR firm according to Biz News." Fred feigned a laugh. "Is Ada there?" "She is. I'll put her on speaker. We want to congratulate you guys together." "I'm sure you do," I said, unable to cloak my sarcasm or disdain. After a moment of waiting, Ada's voice came on. "Donnie, it's Ada and Fred. We got your little gift basket. How generous of you to send us a framed copy of the certificate Biz News sent you." Carter couldn't stifle his snicker. "Oh, just returning the favor from last year when you sent us yours." "We've been so swamped we haven't had a chance to send you a card yet," Ada added. "I guess we'll have to try harder next year." Speaking of effort, I have to hand it to you guys. Really impressive how you worked with Glitz and Glam to get those pictures leaked and then to try and get my mother to dish some dirt on us in an interview. "I can't imagine what you could be referring to," Ada said, audibly gasping. "Oh, a little birdie told me something." "Is that birdie's name Carter James?" Fred asked, sounding more than a little annoyed. "Yes, that's his name," Carter chimed in, taking his much-deserved credit for everything he discovered during his sexual exploits with his WME agent. "Nothing like a little friendly competition," Ada added. "Yeah, sure. Hey, Freda Inc., why don't you guys go fuck yourselves? See you on top again next year." They started to chatter, but I hung up, feeling gratified with leaving it right there, having given them a goddamn piece of my mind. "I think that went well," Carter said, beaming. Well, couldn't have called them on their shit if Fred hadn't blabbed about their whole scheme to Brandt, who then apparently felt the need to share it with you. "Give me some credit. I'm pretty much the James Bond of PR, thank you very much." I don't recall James Bond sucking a lot of dick to get his intel. Sucking? I don't take the easy way out. I have to work this ass like nobody's business. I grinned, enjoying his playfulness, along with our victory over Freda Inc. in more ways than one. We continued en route to Jace's place, where I was picking him up to take him to the Fever Fight campus. He'd initially suggested we all meet there, but I wasn't about to let him get a look at the place without me. When we arrived at Fever Fight, I parked in the lot beside Nance's SUV, and we headed up to their facilities, an impressive space big enough to have been a school. In front of the building's entrance, Ash, Bo, Link, and Rush were clustered in a group with Nance, Keeg, and Serena. They all seemed to be catching up, but stopped as we neared, Nance turning to Jace, looking as proud of him as ever. When we reached them, we all exchanged hugs and pleasantries and waited for the president of the Fever Fight board to arrive. Once he showed, he gave us the grand tour, taking us through the gym, the rec center, the theater, and the library. I had a hard time paying attention to any of it because all I kept doing was checking Jace's expression and detecting the sheer pride he had for all the changes being made due to his contribution. He must have noticed at one point, because he turned to me and, seeing my interest in his appreciation of the spectacle, smiled that smile that left a swirling sensation filling my chest. He still had this almost mystical power over me, and I wasn't sure that would ever go away. We'd been through quite a bit since our adventure began. Being with Jace had forced me to confront so many of my personal demons. They'd held such a grip on me for so long. But as I'd learned over the past 3 months, the slight celebrity status we enjoyed wasn't so bad. We weren't in Hollywood, constantly hounded by the media. We'd grab headlines every so often, and after the folks around town got their selfies, they tended to be just nice, down-to-earth people who understood we wanted to have our piece at whatever restaurants or events we attended. In some ways, the experience had been a sort of much-needed therapy for me. After the tour finished, I headed to the restroom, and as I was heading out, Jace entered and didn't hesitate to assault me with kisses. He pushed me back against the counter, and the way he embraced me, his lips and tongue working their magic on me effortlessly, made me feel whole. He leaned back, though he kept close. "How do you like the changes they're making?" I asked him. And as he smiled, under the fluorescent bathroom lights, he almost seemed to glow like a heavenly being. "It's really awesome, seeing everything they've done so far. This place has already grown a lot since I was a kid, and it's nice to see it still expanding and offering an important space for the kids in our community." "It's incredible, Jace. I'm glad you were able to do this for them, and I love seeing what it means to you. I'm proud of you. Crawford would be proud of you." His expression turned serious, though not sad the way it had when I'd first heard him bring up his father. He seemed to really absorb the truth of what I'd said. "I know he would be," he said. "Thank you for being here today. It means a lot that you wanted to share this with me." He smirked. "And thank you for your contribution to Fever Fight. You didn't have to do that." I had an insider tell me it was a good organization. I only donate to causes I trust, and it wasn't much, considering I didn't have 6 figures to drop into this place." We shared another kiss, before slipping out of the restroom to join the others. Everyone had scattered about. Nance and Carter were chatting in the cafe, and we could see Link and Rush shooting hoops at the inside gym's basketball goal. Rush started to make a shot, when Link put his hand out and blocked his toss. Link quickly recovered the ball before shooting himself, but missing. Rush called out, "Too bad, man." But, way to sneak up on me. Guess you're a fast learner, after all. Whatever. Don't act like you didn't let me have that one. You nabbed that fair and square. I never let anyone win. They gotta earn it. Rush rubbed his hand through Link's hair, which only made Link's grin broaden. "Hey, guys," Jace called. "You seen Keeg around?" "Yeah," Rush called back. "He thought the theater was cool, so he and Serena went back together." "Oh God, please don't let him be interested in acting," I said. "I'll die." Jace enjoyed a laugh at my expense as we continued our search. We found our way through the empty theater and then went backstage. One of the dressing room doors was cracked open, and I could hear Keeg's distinctive, deep laugh. "Got him," I said as I opened the door. Keeg sat in a chair before the wall-length mirror, Serena at his side, holding a lipstick, her purse open on the counter. Keeg turned quickly, his eyes wide with worry, as Jace came up behind me. I noticed he was wearing lipstick and what looked like foundation. "Hey, boys," Serena said with a smile, waving. It was clear by the way Keeg's eyes were fixed on Jace that he was waiting for his disapproval or judgment. "Oh, he stammered. "Keeg, looking good, bro," Jace told him with a thumbs up. Keeg's expression immediately relaxed, and he said, "Thanks, man." "We're probably going to stay for another hour and then head out," Jace added. "So, take your time." He closed the door. We left through a set of double doors leading into the main hall. Jace hooked his arms around me and pulled me into a nook near the doors, kissing me again. As he pulled away, I said, "That was cool. The way you handled that." "What, Keeg wearing a little makeup?" "Oh, no, I was thinking about letting my mom do his makeup. You've seen how much she cakes on herself," I said with a wink. He chuckled for a second, and then he turned serious as he gazed into my eyes. "Speaking of your mom, I think you still owe me some deets about something you teased me about." "Oh, really?" "Yeah, we've been together long enough that you can tell me where you got those pretty hazels from." I guess it's time you know all my secrets, or at least more of them." I kept quiet for a moment, dragging out the suspense before revealing Warren Simone. His jaw dropped. Not yes, the Warren Simone. "Oh, so you have like 1,000,000 brothers and sisters?" "Half-brothers and sisters," I joked, referencing my biological father's prolific output of children, about whom he gave as many shits as he did about me. But hey, he gave me those good genes. Oh my God. Jace was as stunned as most people would have been to hear the news. "Now, you can't go blabbing that to the press. That's a family secret." I'm kind of shocked and impressed. "I told you my mom was a big deal." "Well, you come by it honestly then." "I can tell you that any of the honest stuff didn't come from either side," I teased before we kissed again. Jace. As soon as we got back home from our tour of the campus, I couldn't keep my hands off Dax. Hell, I'd had a hard enough time keeping them off him while we were there. After we entered my townhouse, Max started to approach, but as soon as he saw me with my arms around Dax, keeping him close, he headed right back to his bed. "God, are we so bad that Mac already knows he doesn't want to be in the middle of this?" Dax asked. I spoke into his ear. "I think he can just see that look in my eye and know how much I want to fuck you right now." Dax rolled his head, tucking his face against mine as he reached behind him and rested his hand on the back of my head. The way he stroked was so familiar, expressing all his desire and love for me in a simple gesture. I growled softly, "Fuck, we need to get up to the bedroom before we traumatize my little Sharpay." We scrambled upstairs, stripping quickly, but not quick enough for my liking. Soon we were in bed, Dax lying stretched out with me inside him, my arms hooked around his thighs as I pushed into him, watching as he tilted his head either way, his eyes sealed shut as he reveled in every bit of pleasure I offered him. Gazing down at my man, his beautiful body on full display for me, that cock dripping with pre-cum onto his abs, I took a moment to cherish how far I'd come since I'd met this man. I didn't just love our fucks, I loved everything about him. Dax Monroe had captivated me in a way that had totally swept in and shocked the fuck out of me. Thank God. Nice not having to worry about Jace, destroyer of magnums, anymore, Dax teased, then gasped again as my cock rubbed against his prostate. He was referring to the time since we'd abandoned condoms. We hadn't had any use for them, as we'd passed that milestone in our relationship several months earlier. Dax opened his eyes, staring into mine as the smile across his face cocked. "You know what I want," he said. And judging by his expression, I sure as hell did. I pulled out of him and squatted over him, descending onto his shaft the way he'd shown me, the way that allowed me to work him up, and damn if it didn't feel amazing against my prostate like that. I rolled my head back as Dax filled me with that beautiful cock of his. I moved up and down, serving him my ass with my all, enjoying watching him beneath me, moaning as I pleasured him in an entirely new way. He sat up, still deep inside, and kissed me. "You feel so fucking good," he whispered against my face. "You're gonna make me spew my load if you keep working me like that. That's kind of the idea." He snarled, repositioning on the bed, wrapping an arm around me as he guided me onto my back. "Own this ass," I begged as he sped up his thrusts. I seized my cock and stroked feverishly with a determination and intensity that increased with every movement, with every shift in Dax's expression that revealed just how close he was. "Come on," I said, reaching up and gripping the back of his neck. "Give me that load. Give me all of you." "You already have all of me, but I'll give you my cum, too." A few powerful thrusts assured me he was doing just that, and it was too much for me, too. I shot across my abs, the cum making it up to my chest. Dax collapsed onto me, catching his breath with me before leaning back and looking down at the mess across me. "Look at that," he said, panting a bit more. You made it a little farther. Maybe my cock is learning from yours." He snickered, and we kissed again, basking in the afterglow before Dax pulled out and rolled off me, saying, "Well, now that you've had the best day ever, I suppose it's time for me to top it off. Didn't you already top me off?" He enjoyed my tease, rolling to the nightstand and retrieving an envelope, which he handed to me. "What the fuck is this?" "Guess you'll have to open it to find out." I unfolded the flap and pulled out a picture of Machu Picchu. "During that trip to London, you mentioned you always wanted to go. That's the next trip we're going on. Not business-related, like most of them have been. Just the two of us, tearing through your bucket list." He leaned back beside me, nude and beautiful, smiling like he knew just how good he was at gift-giving. I could have fucking cried, I was so happy. "You like it?" he asked, showing that more vulnerable part of his character, the part that needed the validation. "I love being anywhere with you, Dax." I rolled on top of him and reached up, running my thumb through his scruff, appreciating how good it felt on whatever part of my body I was lucky enough to have it rub up against. Whether that's curled up in bed for Bridget Jones's Diary 4 or on a plane to Peru. "Wait, there's a Bridget Jones's Diary 4? He asked, questioning my lie. "I'll let you know after I get you going again and blow you." I played with his sack as he grew hard once again, allowing me to make my way down and get that cock back in my mouth. I could run into a burning building. I could throw myself into having a cock in my mouth and a man in my ass, and now I could finally throw myself into the very thing I'd been fearing for so long. Love. I, Jace Cruz, was in fucking love.